Hello and welcome to Devon for round 3 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Hang on a minute, welcome to Devon? Well, that's something that I've never said before, and the reason is because this is the first time we've been here before. Dunkeswell Raceway, and what a circuit it is. Located in East Devon, the circuit is making something of a comeback with the granting of a new race licence in 2025 to allow the running of Motorsport UK events, and there are upgrade plans in place to develop the circuit still further and re-establish itself as the premier facility in the southwest. And I spoke to Centre Manager Niall Lovell a little bit earlier on today to hear more about the plans that they've got to develop this historic venue. So Niall, thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us, and congratulations here, because the circuit down here in Devon is looking glorious this weekend.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming down. The sun's out. I know we just had a brief rain shower, but that's what Dunkeswell is all about, and the southwest, beautiful sunshine.
Everything that I'm seeing as we look around the circuit here this weekend is in pristine condition. Your curbs are painted nicely, the grass is cut, something I understand you're very proud of, and you've put on a great show for us. And quite right too, because this is a historic venue. It needs to be looked after, and that's exactly what you guys are doing as we look to the future as well.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, you know, we've got a great team here from all the guys that work here and the volunteers. They put a lot of work and effort into it. Next year we celebrate 60 years of racing, continuous racing, kart racing here. So that's something for to be very proud of. We're looking forward to celebrating as well.
And I know you've been looking after the place for a number of years, but under new ownership now as well, exciting things are happening. Talk us through what's going on in 2025 and as we look beyond that.
Yeah, so I mean, since Sergei's taken over the closing end of 2023, he's put so much effort into it, so much work's gone into it, and a little bit of money, obviously, as well. But he's strived hard. He's helped us all gel together, take things forward. We've got new viewing area, new digital TV facilities for live streaming, beautiful bar and restaurant upstairs. We've got laser tag in the woodlands, and everything's just building and building all the time. And we just want to make it the best circuit in the southwest, maybe in the country for the future.
Well, you're on the right path, I'm sure. And also, most importantly, in 2025, the new race licence means that Motorsport UK events can come here.
Yeah, it's amazing to go back to Motorsport UK. After we spent 2 or 3 years just outside of Motorsport UK, it's good to have their backing. I'm sure they're pleased to have us back. I'm sure they are. We've had a round of the British here. And yeah, onwards and upwards, and looking forward to next year and many years to come.
And I think the plan is as well, we were chatting earlier, to extend the track and then look for an international licence.
Yeah, possibly, but maybe we need to keep that under wraps a little bit. So, but it's one of the things that we've been thinking about, for sure.
Well, listen, we're looking forward to racing here this weekend in the UKC, and from everything I've seen so far as the weekend's panning out, I'm sure we're going to be back here for many years to come. Niall, thanks ever so much. Thanks for talking to us.
No worries. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, thanks to Niall for taking the time to have a chat to me a little bit earlier on today. We've certainly got a lot of great racing to look forward to, and the backdrop, well, it's stunning, isn't it? And the track layout itself, well, it's one that I know all of the drivers are really looking forward to taking on. So let's have a look now at an onboard lap with Amelia Nelson, who's running in senior Rotax this weekend, and for whom this is her home circuit, having grown up just down the road in the neighbouring county of Cornwall. So we pick Amelia up then as she crosses the start-finish line, and the first thing you're going to see is pit bend. It's a right-hander with plenty of runoff on the outside, but the start's going to be interesting when all the karts are heading there at once. Then we're into the complex, the infield. It's the left, and then this big sweeping right-hander that will then put you onto this mini straight before you find yourself at this hairpin bend going down towards the hangars. It pulls you back through a full 180. Then there's this left-hander then, which now then leads us up towards what will be the hanger hairpin. It's a whole complex section, this, the right, the left, and then it's the double left, and then the right pulls you back through that 180. Get your foot down here. It's another little mini straight before we come to this bus stop section. Look, a right, a left, and a right, and then at this point it's hammer down as you cross the start-finish line, and that is a lap of Dunkeswell. Well, I'm pleased to say the lady that was just making it look easy at the hands of that car is joining me now, Amelia Nelson. Amelia, thanks for sharing that lap with us. You know your way around here, don't you?
Yeah, I've been coming here since I started karting. This is where I started, and I love to come back. It's great to see all the big events coming back this year, and obviously the track looks great as it is.
Yeah, it looks fantastic here this weekend as we look this way here on the infield. But how old were you when you started karting? When did you first get behind the wheel and come here to Dunks?
So I started when I was 12, so quite old compared to the little ones in the classes here. But yeah, I've been coming back ever since, so yeah, I love it here.
It's a great place, and full credit to the guys that look after it, because the facility, as we look around, if you look kind of that way, does look really, really nice. But a lap here then, you've just shown us what it's like on the onboard. What's the key to doing well here at Dunks?
Obviously, there's a lot of heavy braking zones, so it's getting that braking perfect, the fine line between locking up the brakes, but still stopping it enough to get into the corner, and obviously getting on the power as soon as you can without any slides mid-corner.
And when you look around the circuit here right now, we're obviously there's the pit bend there, and you're going to be racing that way through the complex here. Where are you thinking in your head that you might get a few overtakes done?
So you can overtake at every corner on the track, which is why the racing is so great round here and it keeps it so exciting. But my personal favourites are where people don't sort of expect it coming. Yeah. So here, the second part of the complex section is always a good one. And then the far left hairpin down to Hangar is also a firm favourite of mine.
The far left hairpin down to Hangar, which is just over there. So let's go and take a look at that. So here we are, Amelia, at the left hand where you think you can get an overtake done.
Yeah, this is one of my favourites as a lot of people go a lot wide into the entry, so you can sneak up the inside, and then obviously because it's such a tight corner, you have to really load up the kart and take your time, and then there's no opportunity for a cutback for people either.
And this is, if you've got to get this section right, because line it up right through here, because then we're into like this sort of almost double apex, then a right-hander, then another left, then there's that full 180 before the straight.
Yeah, definitely. This is a really technical part of the circuit, obviously, because what you do here impacts your drive all the way down. And even then onto the Hangar bend and down the mini straight as well, it affects your drive there as well.
And then when you get on that home straight there, then it's just flat out to the finish and a long drag strip once you come through the dogleg here over the start-finish line.
Yeah, the dogleg adds like a technical element to the straight, but it's always nice to have a long straight to get a draft and an overtake at the end of it as well.
And leave your braking late, presumably, because then before you know it, you're back at the pit bend at the far end.
Yeah, definitely.
Amelia, thanks ever so much for talking to us. It's been great getting a bit of local insight. What do you think for you this weekend is going to be a good result? Because I know you're not running the whole series in the UKC, but a guest driver turning up for this weekend, so what are you hoping for?
Honestly, I have no expectations coming in. We're just going to see what we can do, have a chilled, nice weekend. The event's been really nice and really welcoming so far, but obviously it would be great to have a top 5, top 10 finish.
Best of luck for that, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Well, thanks to Amelia for sharing her practice lap with us there and for giving us those nuggets of where to get the overtakes done on what is her home track. I'm sure she'll be finding the right racing line this weekend. And a quick reminder then that the weekend will run as usual, but don't forget in 2025 we have the addition of the Repage round for classes of over 34 drivers, which will be both junior and senior Rotax this weekend. So let's take a look at how that'll work and the road to the podium. Well, it all starts on a Saturday morning with time qualifying, which will determine your start position for the heat races. And it's those heat races that are up next, and all drivers will take part in a minimum of 2 heat races, where you can gain championship points and determine your start position for the superheat. The superheat comes next then, and it's from here that you will gain even more championship points, and it's the results from the qualifying heats and this superheat that will determine your start position for the super final. But new for 2025 and in classes of over 34 drivers, the top 30 will automatically qualify for the super final. The rest will go into the repechage, with the top 4 getting promoted to that super final. We will then have the top 34 drivers who will be competing in the super final to gain championship points and determine their finish position. And if you finish in the top 3, then you'll be on the podium come Sunday night, picking up the prizes and the trophy. So there it is then, through the time qualifying, the heat races, the superheat, and maybe the repechage and the super final. That is your road to the podium.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025. Round number 3 takes us to the south of the UK. We've gone from the tip of Scotland all the way down here to Dunkeswell Raceway for round number 3 of 2025. My name is Zach Sween. I've got Kev Harris, as always, alongside me in the commentary box. And, well, we're getting ready for the first race of the day, Junior Rotax Superheat B.
Yeah.
Well, we've got karts on the track, and what I was initially thinking to be quite a sunny weekend down here in Dunkeswell, we've actually got some changeable weather. It's almost reminiscent of Larkhall. Let's run you through the starting grid then of the first heat of the day. It's going to be Matteo Palazzo that'll take to pole position alongside Lewis Sumner on the front row. Eva Morris from Sebastian Clark on row number 2 as they're making their way through the final couple of corners, so we'll be quick. Daniel Kilpatrick from Luca Holmes-Ballock in 6th place. From John Buck and Riley Bishop, Thomas Harper and Cody Laputrell at the top 10. We go racing here at Dunkeswell. Rain is beginning to fall. Changeable conditions then as they make their way towards the hairpin for the first time, trying to get the power down and acclimatise to what will be slightly colder conditions than what they've been running through all weekend. Couple of moves being made, of course, in the background, trying to work their way through. So far, so good, though, Kev, for Matteo Palazzo in front.
Yeah, great to see you, Zach. Matteo Palazzo out in front there as we just pick up some back markers, getting caught in a little bit of scrappy action there off the start. And as you were saying, we have some grey skies and some rainy clouds here at Dunkeswell after what has been a very sunny first couple of days. But Matteo Palazzo then out in front at this point in time. We've got a great view here of the flags that are going up. We've got the start marshal there. And it looks like karts being dragged off the middle of the track. But yeah, we're going to have a little bit of chaos at the start of this first one of the day, I'm sure, with the weather really not helping these drivers. They're probably all out there on slicks as it stands right now, but we might get a rain shower as Matteo Palazzo crosses the line.
Yeah, indeed. So look there to the inside. That's going to be the 38. That's Lewis Sumner making his way through on Daniel Kilpatrick, up now into 4th place. So far, so good, though, at the front. Matteo Palazzo able to control this race. So far, has taken a 2nd place and a heat win over the course of Saturday. So in terms of the championship, doing himself a lot of favours, just 27 points off the world champion of Jacob Ashcroft in the 246. We'll see him out in a few moments' time for Heat A. Look there from the 222. That's Riley Morgan making their way up into 15th place, I think, fighting with the 33 of Jacob Jack. Contact warnings coming in. Now, we were speaking to the guys in race control this morning. They were saying that this weekend so far has been fairly clean. Of course, coming into Sunday with the superheats and the finals, stakes get raised a little bit, and maybe we can see some more aggressive moves.
Yeah, I think we're going to start to see the level of driving ramped up a little bit as we have these super heats and super finals today. Zach, people have been keeping it clean all weekend long, though. We're going to see some very fast times as well, as I think we've got John Buchan just making a move just up the inside there of Eva Morris there, the 132 and the number 13. But yeah, we've had some pretty clean driving up till this point, but now that the stakes are higher, you're going to see some really sort of bold moves, I think, and close times, close gaps on finishes, I think, as well. It's a very fast circuit, and I think we're going to see some very close racing. Yeah,
it also gets quite tight in places. You've got 2 parts of the circuit where you come back on yourself twice, so it really opens the door for some fun switchbacks where you set the driver on the inside going deep, you get back underneath them, but then suddenly they've got the inside back, so you've got to do it all over again onto the next, what is always a very, very short straight, getting very busy going into the final chicane. Then, of course, sort of a bus stop bit of action before you get yourself back onto the pit straight. And with the changeable conditions, we're not seeing too much rainfall, if any, at the moment, but of course that looming threat always going to be there in the back of the drivers' minds, while you've also got to focus on racing the other 30 karts going on around you. There's the 62 fighting the 155. That's going to be Thomas Harper versus Harley Sadiq, Eli Baden as well in the mix. So that's the fight for P7, as at the front it seems that John Buchan has been able to consolidate 2nd place ahead of Eva Morris, who's doing a really, really good job up there in 3rd.
Yeah, Eva Morris really fully in the mix there with John Buchan and Matteo Palazzo out in front. He's got clear air. It's going on behind him. And then, of course, Dan Kilpatrick and Lewis Sumner there as well. Dan Kilpatrick came into the weekend 3rd in the championship overall, got himself, I think, a 5th in the heat, first heat yesterday, but then a 12th in heat 2. A little bit of mechanical, but he is starting to show the form that we've seen him have in his junior days when he was in the Mini Interclass, Ulster champion and previous UKC champion, now in the fight in Junior Rotax. So expect big things from the Dan Holland racing driver that is Dan Kilpatrick.
Indeed so, and as you can see, it's getting very busy through this infield section. A couple of karts, of course, making slight bit of side-to-side contact. That's going to be the 187. That's Rogers Tyler, actually with the fastest lap of the race at the moment. So clearly showing some pretty decent pace as to make their way up the field, of course, at the moment in 17th. Started this race in 16th, so actually dropped the place, but the pace firmly is there. Contact warnings coming in for another couple of drivers as well. Riley Morgan in the 222, currently sat 13th place. But that's the thing with a circuit like Dunkeswell, where you have got, oh my goodness me, contact. Speaking at the 232, Riley Bishop there, trying to get himself back going again, but can't quite find the traction on the grass, and that is going to be them out of this race. I was just about to say, with a track that's got some tight infield sections where you're constantly going side by side, something at some point is bound to happen, and it did there, unfortunately, for the 232.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some wheel-to-wheel action here today, Zach, where karts are going to get themselves just bumped off onto the grass because there's run-off areas, but then there's also quite parts of the circuit where it really is quite narrow. It's going to take some bold moves to get some overtakes done, as number 33 has a little bit of bump and hustle there with number 21. Two drivers fully in the mix here, just showing us what today is going to be all about.
Yeah, exactly. So strap in, of course. Hello and welcome. Didn't get quite a chance to run through and say hello to the YouTube chat, but thank you very much for joining us. Wherever you are, of course, in the world, let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're supporting, and let us know if you've got any queries, questions, or, what racing you're going to be enjoying over the course of today. As you can see there, Hani Sadiq making a move on the 89 of Cody LePetru through turn number 1. Then, of course, into what is a very fun complex through the right, into a left, and then another very, very long right as well. So let us know what race you're most looking forward to, who you supporting over the course of today, and like you know, any general queries, any general thoughts of the racing that unfolds. 4.5 minutes left to go of Super Heat B for Junior Rotax. Black flag coming out though for the 194 of Lachlan Homer. See if we can get some more information regarding that on the live timing, because well, that's going to bring him back into the pit lane and out of this race. He at the moment I think was running sort of he's inside the top 20. He was back in P19, but a black flag and well, a DSQ for the first race of the day.
That's not a good start for that young man, but a shout out as I'm just having a quick little look at the live chat here on the YouTube live chat. Michael Burke is saying evening all, 7:45 p.m. here in Bathurst. So he's in Australia watching us right now. How about that?
Yeah, I think I've been seeing him over the course of the last couple of rounds, actually. Yeah, so it's nice to see that we've got that consistent support globally. Just want an update as well. Lachlan Homer, just seen on the live timing screen, a broken radiator bracket has caused the mechanical flag. So you see the black flag with the orange meatball in the middle, commonly referred to as the meatball flag. Of course, didn't quite get it fixed out on track, so that's going to bring him back into the pit lane for a black flag. 3.5 minutes plus the lap, of course, still left to run. It's Matteo Palazzo that's controlling the race out in front from John Buchan, Eva Morris and Daniel Kilpatrick, who at the moment has got the fastest lap of the race. Not too much separating them, but because they're so close on pace, not really able to make a move. Defensive there, going the 33. Trying to find a way through, though, is Elliot Surtees in the 21. This is the fight for 17th place as they make their way through and chucking the kart to the inside. That's Dan Kilpatrick fighting away with Eva Morris and John Buchan. I think it's going to be Eva Morris that's dropped to the back of this train. Indeed so. And, well, that's going to allow Matteo Palazzo to run away, but still got 3 or 4 karts in the fight. Ford is going to be second and third place, the final places on the Super Heat podium.
Yeah, battles going on from the off here. Another quick glance, though, at the live chat. Shout out while we're sort of in the opening part of the day. Claire Metters saying good luck to Jack West and to Sam Mott. We've got the cross-eyed line saying good morning, everyone. And Kieran Denier saying good luck, Billy Edgecombe and Jamie Salter. And good luck, Luca, as well. That'll be Luca Holmes-Balak. 1,300 hours in Kenya as well. We've got viewers watching us in Africa right now. And 8 p.m. here in Sydney, says Harvey Betts. Good to see you, Harvey. And we got John Maynard there saying go number 94. Oh, look at this. Barbara Lapper supporting Albie Lapper as well. Shout out to Babs and Bubble supporting Albie Lapper and Junior Rotax who are watching in the sunny Costa del Sol. Well, listen, have a margarita or what is it? I don't know, a pina colada for me, gang. That's great to have your support as well.
Yeah, indeed so. We saw them over the course of Lark Hall as well, and what was a very changeable day back in Scotland a few weeks ago. And, well, what a changeable day it's going to be here at Dunkeswell. We've gone to both extremes of the UK. We've been up in Scotland, we've been down south, and we've had the exact same weather. If that doesn't scream UK, I don't know what does. We're in the middle of June. Last, of course, round was at the end of May. Meant to be nice and warm. It was over the course of yesterday. Now it's going to be drastically colder. And, of course, now with spits of rain out on circuit, you're going to need some drastic adaptations as, of course, Eva Morris is trying to find what line works best. John Buchan in the 13 tries to get the up and under there. Very nicely done on the 38 of Lewis Sumner, who seems to be struggling. Yep. They're all out there on slicks. You can see there the torque of these junior Rotaxes. A lot of power going to those rear wheels. Not a lot of traction, though, from the back.
No, Lewis Sumner showing us exactly what happens there on slicks when the rain starts to fall. He just couldn't hang on to that kart, just drifting wide. Dan Kilpatrick making the better of it up the inside. Look at this position here, though, as we have a great camera shot there showing specks of rain on the lens. That's just how wet it is. And if you are watching us in Kenya or Spain or Bathurst or Sydney or wherever it is, we've had a really, really hot spell here in the UK for the last few days. And this rain that's coming here today in Dunkeswell, down in Devon, it's the kind of rain that you get when it's the thunderstorm that breaks the hot weather. So it's kind of really humid out there, but the clouds are cracking and they're saying enough's enough. and,
Yeah.
they're just letting some rain fall from the sky.
Yeah, it's always the case. Actually, my GCSE geography going to come in handy here. Convection. So obviously the heat raises all the humidity, all the moisture in the air goes up, then it condenses in the clouds, and that's when it's come down. So that's why you often get thunderstorms off the back of a heat wave, because all of that hot air has now risen all the humidity and all the moisture up into the sky. It condenses, and then it comes down as precipitation. Of course, the slippery surface flag firmly out. I don't think the drivers are going to need any further reminder as to how treacherous it can be. But similar to what we saw at Larkhall with, fairly sizable curves, really good to see. Not something you typically want to go near in the dry to maintain speed, but in the wet, it just sort of grabs the car, hooks it round, and gives you that extra bit of grip. Daniel Kilpatrick, though, finding some speed, up now in second place, demoting Eva Morris to third.
Yeah, big fan of Dan Kilpatrick, having watched him over the last few years come through the ranks of the UKC and other championships. He's got the speed, and now he's starting to find it in junior Rotax. As we take a little look, action in the top end there, somebody going straight into the barriers, the end of pit bend, just can't get the brakes on in time at the end there. I couldn't see who it was, I don't know whether you did, Zach, but off and away out of the barriers. We've got a yellow flag warning here. We've got our start marshal just literally level with us outside our commentary position, as the drivers are just tiptoeing around the circuit right now.
Yeah, really just trying to find some speed. And fair play to Matteo Palazzo, because when you're out there and you're leading, of course, you've got the pressure of leading the race. He's got a championship to think about in this junior Rotax field. But he's all by himself. He's got no reference. Every time he goes into a corner, he's effectively guessing where that grip is going to be. How fast can he take the corner? How hard can he press the brakes without the rears locking? These two, of course, Daniel Kilpatrick versus Eva Morris, they've got themselves as a little bit of a reference. They can see what the other person is doing, gather that information, and use it to sort of the best of their ability. Going very wide, though, through turn number 1. You can see a couple of drivers breaking off the racing line, off of that slick rubber surface, trying to find some grip. Of course, it's a luxury in conditions like this to try and find it, and you'll see them again chucking loads of lock-in, trying to load up those outside tyres to press them into the ground to give them the grip. Last lap, though, of the race, and Matteo Palazzo has dominated thus far. And again, similar to what we saw at Larkhall, has found the grip.
Yeah, well done to him, and well done to any young driver out there who is finding the grip. And this is why when we see drivers make their way up through the ranks and into F1 and others, often it's British drivers like your Jensen Buttons this world who've come through karting in conditions like this who can handle the wet in bigger cars, Zach.
Yeah, exactly. And often what you find is you're not on wet tyres, you are on slick tyres.
Yep.
So you have the added challenge. It's almost exaggerated as such. Matteo Palazzo, though, of course, was successful this time yesterday for heat number 2 on Saturday. He comes into Sunday's action, top of the timesheets from pole to flag. Matteo Palazzo victorious here at Dunkeswell from Daniel Kilpatrick at the fast lap of the race. Eva Morris in third, and of course we'll run you through the full results. A couple of drivers side by side on the run to the line. That's Rufus Holmes versus Eli Baden in the fight for 7th. Ladies and gentlemen, let us know what you're thinking of this race. Well, what you thought of this race. Matteo Palazzo, though, victorious from race number 1. Daniel Kilpatrick and Eva Morris join him on the Super Heat B podium. John Buchan from Lewis Sumner in the top 5. Luca Holmes-Ballick from Rufus Holmes and Eli Baden, who are side by side across the line. Have just seen some Rufus Holmes fans in the chat as well. They'll be glad that he won that drag race to the line. Thomas Harper and Riley Morgan, the top 10 for Junior Rotax Super Heat B. Behind that, Archie Rogers-Tyler, of course, who was able to work his way through from 16th place on the grid up to 11th. Hani Sadiq, Sam Mott, Coda LePutrell and Thomas Jackson, the top 15 from Elliot Surtees, Sebastian Clark, Jacob Jack, Riley Bishop, Lachlan Homer and Blair Smith. Lachlan Homer, of course, with the black flag for the radiator bracket being broken, and Blair Smith, I believe, was that driver that we saw in the infield section at the start of the race who was pulled over and unfortunately won't be taking further part, or didn't take further part in this race. Rain, though, certainly falling. Well, this is going to be a spicy day. I thought, I've worn shorts today. I haven't packed a coat. I haven't brought a hoodie with me. Probably should have checked the weather forecast, but I assumed on the way here when I was sweating in my car that it'd be fine. Clearly not.
I was on the same page with you, Zach. I am dressed for summer sunshine. As we look out of our commentary position here, the rain is now coming down sideways. Wind blowing then from the hanger end of the track down to pit bend. So it's sort of coming down at about 45 degrees, and it's coming down hard right now. The next super heat that goes out, they'll have to go out on wets. Some of those drivers in there will have gone out on slicks, I'm sure, but the next one now, it's got to be full wets. And yeah, shout out to people in the chat. We've got so many screens to look at here, Zach, haven't we, to be fair? So if you are on the chat, we are seeing it, but we may not get to you all in time. But yeah, it was John Maynor who was shouting out Rufus Holmes, we're rooting for you. Well, he got a top 10, didn't he? He came 7th. Who else we got here? Good luck to Connor Large from his family in Norwich. And Billy Edgecombe and Jamie Salter getting a shout out there from Kieran. So thank you for those shouts in the chat. We'll try and keep up to date with a bit of that today, I think, Zach, won't we?
Yeah, we will do indeed. Also, huge shout out to Connor Large coming from Norwich. That's my end of the wood. So lovely stuff, guys. A long drive though down here, as it was as well for Lark Hall. But shout out to everyone, of course, and thank you, like I say, for joining us, making their way into. Scrutineering onto the weighbridge, of course, just checks, and of course the drop down as well, something that you don't want. But something that's very easy to get in weather like this. You just misjudge the driver in front of you who's braking, that drops the nose down, and that's an instant 5-second penalty. The last thing that you want in fields as tight as this. But look at the camaraderie, 1, 2, and 3 pulling their way, and of course that was Matteo Palazzo, Kilpatrick, and Morris. And well, look out for these guys as the day develops.
Yeah, super picture here as well. Be able to get that live roaming camera down there on the weighbridge, and then in the Park Firm area there as well. So really good to see. Big shout out to the guys at Alpha Live. James directing us here this morning, and all the camera guys that are around the circuit making the live stream happen. And it's great to see that people around the world are watching us as well and taking advantage of the ability to do so from Africa, from Spain, and from Australia this morning. Phenomenal.
Yeah, it really is. Really making the most of the technology that we've got. And, of course, the amazing job that we do, that they do here at Alpha Live. I'm not going to take any of the credit. I just sit here and talk. But, yeah, all the camera ops, everyone, of course, behind the scenes that put on such a show. Of course, Alpha Live keeping up with all things motorsport as well, whether you want sort of things like the 750 Motor Club or Porsche Club over at, I think they're in Switzerland this weekend. So all things motorsport. So make sure, of course, you are subscribing. We recently got ourselves up to 50,000 subscribers as well on Alpha Live, which is an even bigger milestone and a testament to all of the hard work that the lads have put in to get us up to this point. So make sure, of course, you do subscribe and stay up to date. If you want to tune into more motorsport things, have just been corrected. They're at Imola this weekend, so a fantastic circuit to go racing. But, of course, we're here at Dunkeswell for the Ultimate Karting Championship, and make sure you are tuning in for the rest of the season here as well. Just waiting for the second heat of the Junior Rotax to get themselves on track on what is a very wet Dunkeswell. Of course, in a few weeks' time, we'll be heading up to the Lake District in Rowra. Go to some amazing circuits this season, don't we? Yeah, we really do. This is a new one for me, Dunkswell, and I've been just so impressed with the facility down here in Devon. Just the quality of the place and the way it's presented. Niall and his team here just do a super job of looking after the circuit, and that's why it looks as good as it does, even in the rain. You can see the digi board there as well with the checkered flag, and next to it, behind it, there's a big screen that the parents and fans who are here can watch on from the viewing gallery, which is covered just across from where we're sat. But as you mentioned as well, we're going to be going up to Cumbria. I think, is it the next round? Yeah.
The next round is Cumbria. Fantastic. And Rowra is a super circuit. If you've never been up there, have a look out for it online. In an old sort of quarry, sitting down in the bottom, you've got the Cumbrian Fells behind, and then underneath, you've got this super track that just emerges, the black tarmac and the red and white curbs just vibrating against the green of the lush Cumbrian Fells. And we were getting a picture there on screen. That was the nice live pictures on the big digital screen that the parents get an opportunity to watch while they're stood here on the left of your picture now. Brilliant stuff. Really good. I mean, we're at a kart track, folks. This is grassroots racing, and we've got live timing. We've got a big digi screen. It's just, honestly, we've got covered viewing for the fans and the parents. Super restaurant, super cafe. It's a great facility. Yeah, it really is. Well, we're going to get ourselves ready then for the second heat of the day. Junior Rotax Super Heat A. About to take to the track. After the sudden downpour in the first race of the day, we're going to be jumping to the Junior Rotax Super Heat A with our world champion and championship leader of 2025 on pole position. Finley Buck will join him alongside on the front row. Zane Kwecker from Albi Lapper in fourth place. Of course, behind that, you've got a very long grid all the way down to what is going to be P21. Max Colbert, though, rounds off the top 5 from Albie McBain. Charlie Wolfett and Zach Starbuck, the front 4 rows. Finley Smith, Connor Large, with support from the YouTube chat, rounds off the top 10 from William Webb and Elliot Powell, the front 6 rows. Behind that, you've got Joseph Mills, Lucas Howe, Devon Taylor, the top 15 from Jake Graffiti in 16th place. Benjamin Baker from Lucy Lovell, Molly Mizzen and Loman Wilcox in 20th place. And that'll be a very lonely final row of the grid for one Kieran Stewart at the back end of the field in 21st place. There you can see there we'll be taking to the track in the Tony Kart machine.
And well, if you are now just joining us, of course, hello and welcome. Joining us at probably the perfect time before we get set to go racing. The drivers just sat sort of in the holding area before they take to the formation lap. And this is going to be invaluable for these drivers, right? Because you were here yesterday, pretty nice weather, pretty warm for the tyres and pretty good levels of grip to an extent. Now it's completely different. And the first time they're taking to the track, well, the second time they're taking to the track today, earlier on it was still nice and sunny, so they had slicks on. It's going to be vastly different conditions they're going to need to very quickly adapt to, because for a lot of these people, it's the first time at Dunkeswell, the first time definitely in the wet.
100%, Zach, 100%. And as I look at that image there, it looks just desperate, doesn't it? So if you are watching this in Australia or Spain or Africa or wherever we had, please don't be deterred. It's not always like this in the UK. We had blazing sunshine yesterday, I kid you not, and we've had it for the whole of the week. This, as I said, and as Zach quite rightly pointed out, is that kind of rain that comes after. It's the thunderstorm that breaks the dry spell. But you're dead right. For most of these drivers, then they won't have driven around Dunkeswell on the wets yet, on the full wet. Certainly not for any length of time like they're about to do now for the next sort of 8 minutes or so. So this is going to be really interesting. This is going to be a leveler for a lot of these drivers. We'll start to see the class come through. Those drivers who know their karts and know their wet tyres, you'll see them streak ahead, I would imagine. But for all of them then, the first time on a full heat going around Dunks in the wet on the wet tyres. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, definitely so. Of course, Junior Rotax did not get a plain sailing weekend at Lark Hall by any means. A couple of classes were able to get a few races, either full wet or full dry. That's what you want, because at least then the conditions aren't going to change. They're constant. For a lot of these drivers, it's going to be their first time with solid wet conditions all the way through. Jacob Ashcroft did struggle a few weeks ago in the final of Lark Hall, finishing 8th, his lowest position, his only time off of the podium. Starting from pole position today, we'll be looking to rectify that. Has taken 2 heat wins thus far this weekend over the course of Saturday. And like I said, we'll be looking to continue that streak of form. They line up then, Noah's Ark formation 2 by 2, getting ready to see the green flag wave and send us off for what will be 10 minutes plus the lap of racing here at Dunkeswell. Junior Rotax Superheat A, and the spray forms a huge cloud. Visibility very minimal going into turn number 1, as Jacob Ashcroft is able to lead. Couple of karts going side by side. All good so far for the start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 all nose to tail as they make their way through. Green flag still waving, so no major incidents into the first pinch point of the race. And actually, to be fair, Kev, they've kept it quite clean. I was
watching you commentate. I'm glancing out the window, glancing at the screen. I thought any second now we're going to have a big bunch up. We're going to see somebody just go off. But no, as somebody runs wide there, couldn't quite see it was maybe a Hunter Motorsport kart just running wide on the outside of that turn. But given the conditions and given the numbers of karts on track, it's incredible that they're all off and away cleanly through that first pinch point. As you said, that infield complex is where you would expect there to be a little bit of action, especially in the opening laps of this one. But what is evident straight away is that man on pole, Jacob Ashcroft from Dan Holland Racing, already stretching his legs and putting distance between himself and the other drivers that are sitting just behind him. Finley Buck, Albie Lapper and Zion Quecker then is what we're talking about. Those are the drivers that we'll be seeing just popping up on the live timing tower. There it is, Max Colbert and Charlie Wolf as well in the top 10. So all big names in the world of Junior Rotax here in the UK, all showing their classes. We've got a few moves going on perhaps up the inside here through the complex.
Indeed, so a couple of moves being made. And when it comes to go-karting as well, they're not, they're not, they don't have all-round brakes, right? They're not huge cars that you've got all these, you've got the luxury of having 4 brakes at each wheel. You've only got the rear tyres. So as soon as you sort of press a bit too hard or carry a bit too much braking force into a corner, especially in conditions like this, they lock. And that's effectively the same as just ripping the handbrake in your car at 70 mile an hour. You get sideways, you go into a corner, and in the dry it helps. Definitely in the wet it's going to assist you in getting that rotation. But if it catches you off guard a little bit and you have too big of a snap, that's where into a braking zone you can see drivers looping themselves around. So look out for sort of those minor corrections. In fact, we'll see it here from Jacob Ashcroft going into turn number 1. You can see they're almost holding the kart at a bit of a slip angle going into the corner to assist him in that rotation and also to help, again, slow that car down going into what is a very long turn number 1.
Yeah, and he was using all of that turn number 1 there, just probably taking more track than he normally would in the drive. But that's what you get from somebody who's a world champion in the way he is and who's driven karts in the same way that he has. Look at that, the little kind of almost a Scandinavian flick if he's rally car driving there, just flicking the wheel one way then the other, then getting on the brake just to help him just take off the speed without locking the brakes up. Really, really good driving from Jacob at the front and so many other youngsters who are making their way through. As I see a Dan Holland racing car just put one up the inside there through that middle complex section. Couldn't quite see the number, but the visibility must be terrible for these drivers out there right now as well. The spray flicking up off the tyres. If you're following somebody or you're in a chain, it's not going to be easy for you.
No, not at all. Of course, all of them on the wet compound tyres, and those treaded similar to sort of your road tyres as such. In fact, exactly the same in terms of the design, to displace as much of that water as possible, to have a nice clean contact patch between tyre and road to generate that friction, to give you that grip. Of course, that kicks up a lot of spray, and into the face of the rival behind you, it's going to reduce their visibility. You see it all the time in racing, particularly, of course, at the top level of Formula 1, where a lot of these drivers want to be getting to in a few years' time. And, well, at least they're getting trained very well here at Dunkeswell. Jacob Ashcroft, though, with a dominant form in the first superheat of the day. He's looking very, very strong. And you can see there, I mean, even in the wet, he's chucking the car in with such speed that he's lifting up that inside rear tyre. And that's obviously something that you want to do as a kart driver. You don't want to have that inside tyre loaded as such, because it's not doing as much of the heavy lifting as the outside tyres. Those are the ones you want to be pressing in. You want to take as much speed into the corner to load up those outside tyres, especially in the wet weather, to give you that grip. And he's doing exactly that, hooking the curbs up really nicely as well. As we can see there, someone's lost a wheel on the inside of the chicane.
I don't know who's that off. We haven't seen a car go off. Or have we seen a car go off with a lost wheel? I'm just glancing out of our window trying to see if there's a marshal anywhere near that dragging a three-wheeled car off, but I can't see it. But what I am seeing as I look out the window is the circuit looking superb. So thanks to Harvey on the live chat as well. Giving a shout out to Sergei and the team, Serge and the team here at Dunkeswell for doing a great job. Yeah, the circuit does look tremendous even in these wet conditions. Pristine everywhere you look around this place this weekend. So yeah, thanks to everyone on the live chat. Keep it coming. We'll try and get news on whose wheel that is. But in the meantime, Jacob Ashcroft, he's using three wheels, like you said, going into some of these corners, locking it up, just lifting it up and then getting it round. But it's a real masterclass from the lads that are out in front and the girls that are out in front then on how they're managing their karts in these conditions. Yeah,
it really is. And like we say, we can see actually one of the drivers walking over the infield section with one of the marshals. So not entirely sure sort of as to who it is. When we do, we'll confirm. There is second place driver Finley Buck, running sort of in a bit of a no man's land at the moment. A few seconds clear of Albie Lapper and a few seconds back on Jacob Ashcroft. About halfway through the race, 5 minutes plus the lap still to go, and there is our world champion. And like we were saying earlier, when it comes to when they progress into cars or even sports cars, I mean, a lot of these drivers could end up in WEC or IMSA in a few years' time. When it comes to these skills, right, adapting to changeable conditions is something they're going to need in bucket loads. And there's a look there. A couple of drivers making their way through. That's the 29. That's Albie Lapper versus the 19. That's Lucas Howe fighting for the final place on the podium. I think the 19 has got the better of the 29 machine thus far, going into the penultimate couple of corners through the hanger hairpin at the back end of the circuit. But this adaptability is going to be paramount in their skills. And while when it comes to bikes, British riders aren't the best because of the conditions, in karting it's actually the conditions that really do favour British drivers because, well, you have to adapt to conditions like these. And that was a superb move to the inside of turn number 1 there, making the most of the driver on the inside, locking up, going out wide and getting that cut back. And lines in conditions like this are always going to be changing. Yeah,
changeable lines in the wet to what they would have been running in the dry for the last couple of days in the heats and the practices before that. But if you can get that line right on the bottom end by pit bend, you can definitely get an overtake done there. And certainly you want to be braking in a straight line before you get to the corner, else you will end up in the pits before you know it. But good action going on here then between the 29 and the number 19. Lucas Howell and Albie Lapper then are locked in this battle, just kind of seesawing at the moment just between the two of them. But it is Lucas Howell who has the better of Albie Lapper between 3rd and 4th as we look at it. Out in front though, Jacob Ashcroft and Finley Buck, they're running away with this one at the moment. Jacob Ashcroft with his best lap, which is also the fastest lap of 55.21. So well done to him for putting down quick times in the difficult conditions.
Yeah, big shout out as well to Lucas Howe. Started 14th place on the grid, now up to what is P4. Was momentarily 3rd and still fighting for 3rd place. And again, a testament to how quickly conditions can throw up the order of things. A look there to the inside. Nicely done. That's the 39 battling away with the 90. This is the fight for 13th place. So switch back there for Lomond Wilcox. They're side by side going into the infield section, getting very close for comfort. Very difficult to go too wide in the dry. Very even more so difficult to go side by side in the wet because you're constantly on the limit of the kart's grip, but able to hang on there, and very respectable stuff as well. I mean, like we've been saying, the cleanliness of this weekend has been very, very good. A chuck again to the inside of the second infield section for Joseph Mills, getting there into 13th place.
Yeah, well done to Lomond Wilcox there then. He's doing a super job. Look at this through the turns here. Great action in this mid-table is what we're talking about. Really, really good racing from all of those guys there. This is the battle between 11, 12, 13 and 14. Jake Grafty, Zion Quecker, Lomond Wilcox and Joseph Mills. So really good to see. Keeping it clean in the wet is what we're all about. Any driver that's holding a good line in these conditions is doing incredibly well, because we're seeing most of the drivers having to run wide, use as much of the track as they possibly can.
Looking into this back-end hairpin, and again, you can see a couple of different lines being taken. The 19 of Lucas Howe opting to turn in a little bit sort of earlier and a bit sharper to try and get slightly earlier apex, trying to point the car in a straight line as to drive up the inside of Albi Lapper, who was more interested in turning a bit later to use more of the outside of the circuit, carry a bit more speed the long way round, where of course the grip is. That being said, you can see a few marbles on the outside of the track. But typically in wet weather, you want to be nowhere near the traditional racing line, because that's where all that rubber's been laid down. That's where the grip is not going to be in the wet weather. 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go on the clock. That's wide from Albi Lapper. That's going to invite the inside line for Lucas Howe. But you can see there the power delivery for the 29, just that little bit better. Yeah, well done to Albi. He just run a wide line there at that bottom pit bend, but like you said, the power delivery was clean, it was better. So Lucas Howe's got nowhere to go on him there, the number 19. You can see just chasing down. This is the battle right now, then it is the battle for third. Albi in third. Lucas currently then in fourth. Look, Albi running wide again, but just sort of closing the door on this infield section there, the right and the left. Really clean, good racing from these two. Visibility must be really tricky for Lucas Howe right now, because he's so close on the back of Albi there. And Max Colbert, the 254 in his Dan Holland racing car, just bringing up behind the pair of them. He'll be the benefactor here, because if those two get locked in a battle, then he's going to close that gap, getting himself maybe up into fourth possibly. But action all the way through the field. They have strung themselves out a little bit, but drivers are all the way through the field then getting involved in little dogfights and little battles. But a credit to them all, as we have the 227 then just slowing down. Kieran Stewart just running wide perhaps and just coming off the power and then getting back onto it. Now this is the bottom section of the circuit as you're watching us right now. This is like the hanger bend at the far end. Then you got that little mini straight after that section, then the bus stop, then the straight that brings them there under the gantry there at the start-finish line. Weather is insane right now, absolutely insane. Look at our start marshal on the top of the gantry. He's wondering what he signed up for today, Zach. Yeah, he's questioning if his pay rate is high enough there, or if he can get an expense bill on an umbrella. We have seen a lot going on around this circuit. Jacob Ashcroft though leads by 12 seconds. He's on to the final lap, and still the 227 I can see going slowly. So Kieran Stewart had a contact warning earlier on in the race, started right at the back, and maybe a mechanical issue befalling him, unfortunately. Fast lap though, of course, for Jacob Ashcroft has dominated this race. And he's got one more lap of Dunkeswell just to tour his way round and keep the kart on the road. Finley Buck versus Albi Lapper, of course, that battle has dissipated ever so slightly. The focus is on Albi Lapper looking backwards to Lucas Howe, trying to make what would be 11 places gained in this race, from 14th all the way to the podium. Final lap, of course, of the race. We've got about a third of it left to run. Jacob Ashcroft 13 seconds clear of the field. We've seen some pretty big winning margins in the UKC in 2025. This one definitely going to be up there for Junior Rotax Super Heat A. Who's going to be the one to take the final place on the podium? Of course, we know full well it's probably going to be Jacob Ashcroft as he rounds his way through the final couple of corners and will take victory here at Dunkeswell for the third time this weekend. Finley Buck eventually will make his way across the line in second place. But that race, wow, again, a true testament to just how tricky these conditions are. It started off bad and it got even worse. Yeah, it really did. And look at that long shot there, looking down the start-finish straight as the karts are coming through the rain. Imagine being sat behind one of those. Look, the spray coming up off the tyres. You just don't want to have somebody in front of you, because you're just stuck. You just got nowhere to see and nowhere to go. Checkered flag man then just marking the end of that one. The second of our 5 super heats this morning here at Dunkeswell. Incredible conditions and just not befitting of the week that we've had in the UK, which has just been glorious, scorching sunshine mostly all across the UK. It was the summer solstice, wasn't it, last night or the night before? Was that the longest day of the year with sunshine or something? And we're not far from Stonehenge. A lot of these drivers will have driven past Stonehenge, the site of the summer solstice that people flock to every year, Zach. Yeah, indeed so. I did see a TikTok about that. There was a lot of people down there for Stonehenge, which course, yeah, the summer solstice, longest day, and for some, it's probably going to feel like quite a long day here today as well with the wet weather. We'll run you through, of course, the results in a few moments' time when everyone has crossed the line. In fact, there we go, bang on time. There is the 13-year-old world champion, Jacob Ashcroft from Finley Buck and Albie Lapp on the podium. Lucas Haldo, a commendable race from 14th place on the grid to 4th. Max Colbert from Benjamin Baker, Charlie Wolford and Albie McBain with Zach Starbuck and William Webb rounding off the top 10. Behind that, Jake Rafferty from Zane Quecker, a really unfortunate showing for the number 11, down a few places, started 3rd on the grid, finished 12th. Joseph Mills from Elliot Power and Loman Wilcox round off the top 15. From Devon Taylor, Mully Meisen, Kieran Stewart with a couple of issues throughout the race brings it home in 18th place. The Lucy Lovell, the 19th and final finisher of this race. They'll be bringing their way, of course, into pit lane. And there you can see a very, very soaked Jacob Ashcroft. No wetsuits at the moment. Often what you see drivers do is get that sort of almost like a poncho type kart suit. None of that there. And I know full well what it's like to go out when it's pouring of rain in a dry suit. You get very wet. And also as well, how big of an issue it is, I don't know. You get heavy because the rain soaks into your suit. As of course, well, with the wetsuit, it drips off and it's it's hydrophobic, so it gets rid of the water. This absorbs it, and you actually put on a little bit of weight.
Yeah, they absolutely will. And what they've also got to do is take that race suit off and put it on again a little bit later on for the super final. You're not going to want to put on a wet race suit this afternoon, but they're going to have to for that super final. Look at that, the UKC race truck there with the awning off the side of it on the other side looking superb. A new addition to the championship this year. That is the hub. It's the office, if you will, and it looks great.
It does indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Junior Rotax done for the morning. We'll see them later on for the repechage and then the super finals. We go to Senior Rotax. Slightly brighter, but still pretty miserable here at Dunkeswell for the 3rd round of the 2025 season of the Ultimate Karting Championship. We're going to be going to the Senior Rotax Super Heat B, where Adam Woodham takes pole position. William Antrobus will join him on the front row from Harrison Crowther and Lewis Harvey, the top 4. Behind that, Amelia Nelson, Max Taylor in 6th place from Alex Moody and Gabe Fairbrother, the top 4 rows. Lewis Merricker from John Brown, Rachel Robertson will line up 11th, and Jack Gillingham will keep her company on row number 6. Behind that, Alexander Cole from Ben Donkin, Marcus King and Harry Hurst Grover there in 16th place on the field. Starting a long way back in the mid-pack and will need to work his way forward. James Wood from Elliot Foster, Benjamin Lee and Caitlin Seabrook, the top 20 from Billy Edgecombe and Rufus Flan, who'll be starting from 22nd and final place for the race ahead of us. We've already had 2 races in the book, of course, and well, for the first race of the Junior Rotax, it started dry, then got wet very quickly. The second race for Junior Rotax, of course, started very wet, got even wetter. Now, what I'm seeing is the rain starting to slow down or even stop. So now it's pretty much exactly what we had in Larkpool a few weeks ago. It got wet. Now it's going to start to dry again. I'm seeing some more grey clouds in the sky, so we could still have more rain yet to come over the duration of today. But the question remains, definitely still going to be wet for this race at the very least. But if you're lining up for the next couple of races, minis, micros, 177s, you're starting to think, well, hang on, what tyre is going to be better in a few minutes' time?
Yeah, you're going to be not knowing what to do, because if you look out of our commentary booth here, we're just to give you some geography of where we're sat right now, we're just behind, when you see the shot of the start-finish mark on the marshal on the gantry, we're basically just behind him. And as we look out of our windows, it looks brighter, doesn't it, Zach? It's wet everywhere, but it's like the sun is starting to come out. And almost in the next few moments, we might even see a rainbow. It's that kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed. So, again, a very topsy-turvy day. You can see there still some helicopters flying. I saw one land in the midst of the weather a minute ago. So, yeah, we're not too far away from cool. An airstrip or an airfield or something. Yeah,
Dunkeswell Aerodrome is literally just across the way, and they do a lot of kind of private pilot's license training over there, helicopter training. That's probably a helicopter pilot learning to hover right now. There's biplanes here as well going by. If you want to do a wing walk, Zach, you can pay to go over there and stand on the wing of a biplane. Apparently your name has been put down on the list for a little bit later on today.
Yeah,
so
brilliant. Yeah, that is one thing that I would not willingly pay to do, to be honest. And I hope Alpha Live has got good insurance if that is the case, because a wing walk is no thank you.
But it was great because there was a good shot yesterday of the biplane coming into land, and it comes into land almost just behind where we see the parents watching under the covered viewing area. So you got carts on track going from left to right, and then the biplane coming into land behind them just above. And it's quite cool. So if you ever can get it down to Dunkeswell Circuit or Aerodrome, come. It's good.
Yeah, definitely so. I maybe wouldn't recommend doing the wing walk unless that's your type of thing. It most definitely is not mine. But anyway, we're here at Dunkeswell, and of course, just as a general note, if you live local to any kart circuits, go down. It's free entry. You can go and watch what is pretty good racing. And if you're a driver that wants to get started in the world of motorsport, you're sort of 7, 8, 9 years of age, or even slightly older, you want to get in, see what it's like in the paddock. Come down, speak to people. People are more than willing to have a chat with you. Even sort of the bigger circuits, the likes of Snetterton, Brands Hatch, what have you. Go there, speak to people, have a chat, and it's a way in. And at the worst case scenario, it's free entry for some good racing.
The racing is brilliant. It's second to none, honestly. Having watched karting for the last, I don't know, however many years now, 9 or 10 years, it is some of the best racing you'll see. Close racing, exciting racing, loads of overtakes. Sorry, you have the sun, you have the rain. Drivers learning their craft, and it's noted. People on the chat then, Dickie says to us here, F1 would have done 3 laps behind the safety car and called it a race by now. They might well have done. Do you know what I mean? They might well have done, but no, in karting, these drivers are sort of learning their craft and getting out there and doing it, and it is some of the closest and best racing that you'll ever see. I'm lucky enough to have worked out in Las Vegas for the number of Novembers at the SCUSA Super Nationals, one of the biggest karting events that happens on the calendar. Over 500 of the world's top kart racers go to Las Vegas every November for this event. But there are always big name Formula One stars or ex-Formula One drivers or IndyCar drivers who go there and get back in a kart because they love it. It's like a weekend off, and they're like, let's go kart racing. You get like Joey Newgarden and Will Power, IndyCar drivers. They're there every year in the kart racing because they love it. They absolutely love it.
It's also quite physical for them. And
So
again,
physical.
when you go for sort of winter and what have you, staying fit, and one thing that will often shrink over the course of the winter is the neck, right, for those drivers.
Yeah.
So getting into a kart where you're not strapped in, you literally just sat in a little bucket seat, getting thrown around, it's the best thing that you can do to keep your neck in shape over the course of the winter. And I'm sure, when these drivers go on to do some big and amazing things, I know Keane Garrity, I think, has got some experience in cars. A number of them have already made the step up into car racing, and then of course then come back into karts for to still refine their craft, or as a little bit of a buffer before they then go on and progress. I'm sure a lot of these guys are again going to sort of keep karting in mind, and for a lot of drivers as well. I mean, you look at people like maybe Caden McQueen, who for whatever reason, mostly because they enjoy it so much, they don't actually go on to Formula Ford or Formula 4 and up the ladder. They just stay at the top level of karting because of how competitive it is.
Yeah. And how exciting it is and how fun it is. It's the purest form of motorsport, isn't it? It's basically an engine, 4 wheels and a seat, and that's it. And you're sitting just an inch off the floor doing 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. It's phenomenal. Look, great picture here as well, folks. As you can see, the camera that is just sitting above the start-finish line there now, you will see it has stopped raining. It is looking brighter. The track, though, is still wet. There's a lot of puddles and standing water on the track currently, as our next karts just start to make their way out, which is our senior Rotax. So a delay in the running, probably giving them an opportunity to change tyres if they want to, but they've all got to be on wets in this one. But look at the sky. Look at that sky. Phenomenal.
Yeah, it's going to be a very busy day, I'm sure, here at Dunkeswell. I almost said Larkhall then. I had to correct myself back to Dunkeswell because it is just so similar to what we saw a few weeks ago in Scotland. A quick reminder, of course, because it has been a while since we ran through the grid. It'll be Adam Wooden from William Antrobus, Harrison Crowther and Lewis Harvey, the front 2 rows. From Amelia Nelson in the top 5, from Max Taylor, Alex Moody, Gabe Fairbrother, Louis America and John Brown, the top 10 in this race. So look out for them, of course, and even further back, you can see drivers make their way up inside the top 10, top 5, even to win. We saw last round, Jared Fox-Whiteley in one of the rounds jump his way from what was, I think, 16th on the place to victory. So can happen from any place on the grid. Let's find out, though, as the first senior Rotax heat gets itself underway here at Dunkeswell. Leading towards turn number 1 will be Adam Wooden on the right-hand side of the grid, although already being challenged from the third place driver of Harrison Crowther. The 31 looks to go up the inside. Late braking manoeuvre, finds his way through and gets himself up into the race lead. Now into this tricky infield section for the first time, where you're guessing where that grip level is going to be. A couple of drivers, 2, maybe even 3 wide, trying to just, again, tentatively find their way through. Micro corrections, trying to find the grip, but so far so good for the 31 who leads the 347 of Adam Wooden.
Yeah, brilliant start from these senior Rotax drivers there, letting their class show through, all sort of being careful with what they were doing going into that top pit bend, and everyone making it safely off and away down the road on what is a wet surface, but it will be a drying surface the longer this race goes on. Great move from Harrison Crowther there, number 31, getting himself out in front. Adam Wooden was your man on pole, but he just ran wide into that top one then. Will Antrobus and Amelia Nelson there as well, just rounding out the front couple of rows of the grid. Amelia Nelson knows the track well, as we saw in the opening little VT at the start of this one. It's a local circuit, guesting this round, just coming from down the road in Cornwall. Look at this, the bottom pit bend. Look, drivers will be running wide, using as much track as they can, while other karts then, who get their braking done a little bit earlier, will slip up the inside. And then once you're through that bit, it's into that infield complex section then, with the sweeping left and the right-hander, then almost a full loop back on yourself before the right-hander that takes you down to that little hangar mini straight away to our right as we sit here in the commentary booth. Up the inside then, look at this, one of the TB karts getting a move done as they're 3 wide behind him.
Yeah, definitely seems like the inside line is starting to look a little bit better. I think it was the 14 of Harry House-Grover that made a move up the inside there. And of course, the outside typically allows you to get the power down a bit better, because when you're on the inside, you're having to feather the throttle and try not to let the car push on too wide. But in that particular hairpin, because there's such a short run to the next left, you can kind of get away with it, especially when you want to go for a move yourself. And that has allowed Hertz-Grover to get themselves into the top 10. Couple of laps into the book, it's Harrison Crowther still from Wooden. Fairbrother making up a couple of places, up 5 from 8th place on the grid into 3rd position. So the battle's still far from over for him if he wants to climb his way up the order. There's a fight as well a little bit further back, going into, again, this very stop and start sequence where you've got to carry that speed into the right, then get the kart slowed down, bring it back over to the left. There's a spin though there, the 22, there's more contact as well, involving another one. That's Caitlin Seabrook, who initially went round, could well have been Marcus King or even Rachel Robertson that got involved. Of course, we'll confirm as soon as we can. Not the way that you want to go about this race, but again, just goes to show how tricky these conditions are.
Yeah, and it won't be good for Caitlin if that was Rachel Robertson getting involved with her, because they're teammates at Guy Cunnington and good mates off the track as well. But just showing us what can happen in these wet conditions. Get it slightly wrong and the back end will spin out and your race is done, or certainly your position is done as you drop back down through the order. Bit of sort of kind of business as usual through the bus stop here for these drivers before that start-finish straight though. Line astern then. As we see number 347, that's Adam Wooden, so he's the guy that's sitting in second right now. Harrison Crowther with the fastest lap, just getting a little bit of a lead then out in front. Up behind them though, Gabe Fairbrother and Will Antrobus, both experienced kart racers, know exactly what they're doing at this point in the race.
Yeah, they do indeed, and using that experience. And when it comes to being able to prevail in conditions like this, that's where experience is going to be paramount. Knowing what the kart's going to do, how it's going to behave in conditions like this. And the home heroes, of course, that are local to Dunkeswell, that have driven laps and laps and laps of this circuit, will be able to come to the forefront around here, because for a lot of drivers, they don't have that experience around a circuit like this. We've not been here, of course, for a couple of years, and it's only recently that it's getting back into the mainstream sort of level of karting as such. So they're going to need to adapt quite quickly, find where that grip is and work their way through. One driver that's done that since the very start of the race though is Harrison Crowther, 2.3 seconds clear of the field, and just, well, continuing to extend that gap. The fight behind those still going on. There's the 74 Lewis Harvey making his way through on William Antrobus, up now into what is 4th place, so making some good moves and making some good progress forward, potentially able to chase for the podium.
Yeah, podium positions is what this one's all about, because the better that you can do in the super heats will determine where you can line up for the super final a bit later on this afternoon. And any driver that can get himself on the front rows of the grid, be that the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th rows, but anyone up the front, it's going to really help you. Look at that move up the inside there from one of the TB karts. Couldn't quite see who it was. All happened a bit quick for me, I'm afraid, that one there, but well done to you. You know who you are if you're watching along at home. But yeah, the better you can do in these races in the early part of the weekend, the better it is for you come to super final on the Sunday afternoon.
Exactly, you're doing yourself a lot of favours, and on the flip side of that, you don't want to be one of those drivers that ends up in the repechage. A little bit later on, it'll be a last chance qualifying. We'll have a fleet of juniors and a fleet of seniors taken to the track, and the top 4, the only drivers that will be making their way into the afternoon's racing to get their last chance qualifier through. So these drivers, of course, throughout the heats and, of course, the super finals this morning, are going to be trying to maximise their points all. If you've had a sort of slightly topsy-turvy weekend thus far, this is your final chance to get yourself into the top 30 drivers of the weekend, to at least have a chance to get through into the super final. But, of course, if not, you've still got that final last chance qualifier a little bit later on to maybe sneak your way through. There's the 26 fighting away with the 2-10, a little bit further down at the order, outside of the in fact, actually outside of the top 10. That's Marcus King fighting away with Amelia Nelson, the 2-10, just in behind now. So making their way through. 4.5 minutes left to go, plus of course the lap Still got Adam Wooden versus Gabe Fairbrother fighting for what is going to be second place. So keeping each other very honest, in fact. John Brown makes his way through on William Antrobus and up now into the top 5 as they break the beam. Max Taylor on the S-plate as well, making his way through. There you can see they're just leading the 33 through turn number 1. And again, the track, lap on lap, because it stopped raining, the track is actually going to be getting better and better lap on lap, especially when you've got sort of 30 karts going around, getting rid of all of that standing water. The track is only going to get dry, it's only going to get quicker, but because of that, it could also reduce the amount of overtaking opportunities you have, because all of that water is only going off the racing line. It means if you go off it to try and overtake, you're going to find yourself with a bit of standing water to overcome.
Yeah, we'll definitely see the racing line start to come back right now, because 30 karts running, moving the water from where everyone wants to be, and quite right, Zach, that means that water has to go somewhere. So getting an overtake done could be tricky at this point in the race, but the longer the day goes on, hopefully the track will dry out. Look at that though, the little power slide from Harrison Crowther out, number 31. The gap back to him then almost 4 seconds, 3.72 back to the man in second place, which is Adam Woodham. But Harrison Crowther letting his class show then as he's going through that complex section here. I must forget, I can't remember whether he's been to this track much before or not, so I do apologise if you're any one of Harrison's pals listening along, but he's clearly got the measure of it and he's clearly doing really well.
Yeah, he's got a handle on that car, and like I say, from lap 1, turn 1, was able to get the move done, went from third up the inside of our pole sitter of Adam Wooden, and just got the move done. There was a slight little bit of room on the inside. He took it, managed to get the kart stopped, managed to get it rotated, and found a way through, and since then has not looked back at all. 2.5 minutes plus the lap still left to run. Adam Wooden and Lewis Harvey doing batter. Gabe Fairbrother has dropped off of the podium provisionally, but considering he started 8th place, in behind as well, John Brown starting 10th place, we've had some good movers, and again, it's drivers like that maybe because of how close the field is in the dry can't fully maximise their opportunities. But the rain is such a good leveler, because if you're slightly slower in the straight line, or you've maybe got the setup slightly wrong, your driving skill is exaggerated. If you can find the grip, or maybe your setup works a little bit better in the wet weather, if you can find that grip, you can very quickly climb your way through the field, and that's exactly something that Fairbrother and Brown have been able to do. Side by side a little bit further back as well, the 347 versus the 95. This is the fight for what is going to be 5th place. The 95 of John Brown leading the way. He started a little bit further back. One of those drivers I was just speaking about in terms of that adaptability and finding the ability in the wet. Yeah.
A lot of experience there from those drivers who are battling out for those sort of 4th, 5th, 6th places there. Louis Harvey in 3rd, Gabe Fairbrother in 4th, John Brown in 5th, and Will Antrobus then in 6th. Behind them it's Max Taylor, Elliot Foster, Jack Gilliam and Alexander Gill. But that battle then, as it just changes now, Gabe Fairbrother then up to 3rd, Adam Wooden drops to 4th on the timing tower, top left of your screen right now as we look at it. The karts making their way under our commentary position down towards pit bend, and we are starting to see a drier racing line come through now. So the lap times will start to increase as they come through the infield section there then. That's the battle then that we've got going on. You can see there Louis Harvey, Gabe Fairbrother, Adam Woodham and others. A little bit further back, in actual fact, Max Taylor on the S-plate. Number 95 just coming through our picture there, John Brown. He's holding off the battle then, is John Brown from Will Antrobus, who is right on his rear bumper. And then behind them we've obviously got Elliot Foster. So that battle there then, which is for, where are we, for 5th right now, that's playing out.
Indeed so, 43 seconds plus, of course, the lap still left to run, so a couple of opportunities still coming through. Of course, let us know what you think in the YouTube chat. What has been your take? If you guys in the YouTube chat have any racing experience, what is it like maybe to tame conditions like this? The 347 of Adam Wooden, our pole sitter, now drops down to 5th place, so really tumbling through the order with now just 2 laps left to run in this Super Heat B. He needs to be making his way a little bit further forward. Of course, is essentially guaranteed to be finding a way into the Super Final later on. But the results of this, and of course the results of yesterday, dictate where you start. And you'd like to start a little bit further up. So the 347 of Wooden, especially from starting on pole position, with the expectation, at the very least, to podium, to drop down to the back end of the top 5 is the last thing that he'd have wanted. But you can't really blame him with how tricky the conditions have been.
No, absolutely. Doing really well. Most of the drivers out on track right now really sort of testing their skills in these wet conditions on the drying surface. That's a great picture there. You can see the racing line is crossing the start-finish line. Then there's that man, Harrison Crowther, on the final lap, the number 31, who got himself out in the lead and has really maximised it. Stayed out of trouble. Now just got to keep it on the tarmac as he's bringing it home for the final one in this super heat. Number 31, there he goes, just linking up the turns through the complex, the left, the right, and then hammer down on that little mini straight all the way to Hanger Bend. picking him up here. Great pictures thanks to the guys at Alpha Live. Down at the hangar bend then, the little power slide, the back end comes out, but you can see he's now running on a dry line. Bringing this one home then in the superheat. This will help him for the super final this afternoon. Should guarantee him a good start position as we pick him up at the bottom end of the circuit then, Zach. Home and dry, isn't he? Just through the bus stop and he's done.
Well, not completely dry, but he's definitely going to be home. The 31, drier maybe than when he started. The 31 then through the final couple of corners, this very fast bootleg section, accelerates to the line, sees the checkered flag first, and takes victory for the Senior Rotax Superheat B for the Ultimate Karting Championship here at Dunkeswell. What a race that was for Crowther. Lewis Harvey brings it home in second with the fastest lap on the last lap of the race. So we started to talk about the dry line.
Yeah.
Done a good job there to bring it home in second, and with the track getting quicker with the fast lap.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there, Zach, but Louis Harvey's just run a great race there. He sort of dropped back, got involved with some dogfights. It started on the second row of the grid in fourth, and he's brought it home in second, so full credit to Louis Harvey. Gabe Fairbrother letting his class show, coming home in third, and Adam Wooden in fourth as well, and John Brown was in the mix. So all the big names there coming out in the top. Well done to all of them. As we have a picture there, one of the TH. Who's that man? That is... who have we got there?
One of the drivers, nonetheless. That's Rufus Flan, maybe.
Rufus
21st.
Flan,
Yeah,
Rufus Flan, of course it was.
Of course, let's run you through the results then. It's Harrison Crowther that takes victory from Lewis Harvey and Gabe Fairbrother the top three. Adam Wooden from John Brown completes the top five after a sterling race from Brown. William Antrobus, Elliot Foster and Jack Gillingham complete the top eight, with Max Taylor and Alexander Cole just there in 10th. Harry Hurst-Grover from Marcus King, Alex Woody and Rachel Robertson, who was able to recover well, I believe, after maybe a bit of contact with Caitlin Seabrook, who herself finishes in 16th. Amelia Nelson between the pair in 15th. Benjamin Lee, Lewis Merica in 18th. Ben Donkin and then James Wood in 20th place. The final finisher, of course, with Rufus Flan, unfortunately out of the car and did not take to the majority of this race. There you can see now, just recovering the kart, taking it back to the paddock, and then we'll see him a little bit later on. With a DNF in the Superheat, you'd be expecting to see him in the Repage, but his day not over yet. Still, at the very least, one more race to run. So they make their way into scrutineering, of course, to check everything, make sure they're within the legal limits. Of course, most importantly, of the drop downs, which, as we've said, are very easy to get. But a good turnout, a good race, of course, for a couple of these drivers. People like Gabe Fairbrother, of course, he did really well with the podium, has already taken one thus far this season. He's taken a number, a win, of course, for Heat 1 at Larkpool, a second place as well. So when you haven't got the likes of Kean Garrity, Jack West, those really championship big hitters in your heat, you can make the most of some good results. Yeah, you absolutely can, as we're getting the close-up picture there of Gabe Fairbrother just stripping off out of his wet weathers with his race suit underneath. An experienced driver. He's been through karts and into cars, and now he's back to karts. And Adam Woodham, is that who we're looking at there? Can't Harrison Crowther.
Harrison Crowther there, isn't it? That's our man. That is Harrison Crowther, the man who came home in first. There he is. Behind him, the 74 car of Louis Harvey just sitting behind there. So there's our the big guns waiting to just get way through. Harrison Crowther looking as cool as you like. He had a bit of sort of clear air and a lot of room to race, and didn't he, once he got himself out in the lead. So well done to him. And where did he start? I can't remember where he started, Harrison. Was he about
Third.
Third on the grid? Yeah, second row, third. Brought it home in first. Well done to him. As you can see, just wheeling the car onto the weighing scales. Car and driver needs to be within the limit. Gets the all clear, off he goes, and you're off and away. And then if you are in the top sort of 4 or 5, you might get pulled into scrutineering for a few further checks. But all the other karts then, as you can see, make their way, bypassing the weighbridge and off over to the left. Oh, look, there's our interview board laying on the floor where we'll be doing the winners' interviews a little bit later on. Don't stand on that, please, Harrison.
Would not be ideal by any stretch of the imagination. There you can see, of course, a nice turnout, of course, with drivers and family making their way in the viewing area. Of course, right now we've got the second Superheat about to take to the track. Let's go. Senior Rotax Superheat A then about to take to the track. Well, in fact, already onto the track. Let's run you through the grid while they're on their formation lap. It's going to be a very big hitting race, of course. A lot of our championship contenders in this race. Tristan Rene will start from pole position, ahead of Joshua Turnbull, and Freddie Ingram from Neo Clark, who's having a stellar return to racing in the Ultimate Karting Championship, will line up in 4th place. Of course, behind that, you've got the 5th place drivers. Jack Baker from Ewan Charman in 6th. Keane Geraghty, our championship leader, down in 7th from Jack Liley in 8th place. He'll be looking to make some moves forward. Reese Bale from Angra Scrivener, David Mitchell and Nathan Smith from 12th, ahead of Ethan Critchley and Kieran Ives, Miles Roby and Ben Horner, the top 16, Callum Kinder, Dominic Darling, Mikey Walker and Molly Pugh, the top 10 rows. Behind that, Jack Thompson and Braden Hill. We go racing once more here at Dunkeswell. It's Jack West that's able to lead from Joshua Turnbull and Tristan Rene going in towards turn number 1. The 192, of course, of West, who has had some really big successes thus far this season, looking to continue on that in the 192 machine. Just in behind that, of course, as well, the 27 of Joshua Turnbull getting away quite nicely as well. 10 minutes plus the lap. There's already some carnage in the background. A bent side pod as well for the 20. That's going to be Ethan Critchley that's had a bit of an off. They've all managed to get back going again. But the first lap 1 skirmish that we've seen end in tears for a number of drivers. The first lap, though, definitely in the books, is starting to get a little bit drier. Still very wet out on circuit, so all the drivers presumably still on the wet compound of tyres. So this race, of course, going to really start to dry out the track. Jack West, though, so far, look at that. Good couple of car lengths already clear on the opening lap.
Yeah, well done to Jack, getting himself off and away down the road. As you can see, the track is drying. We don't have any rainfall in the sky right now, and it is looking much brighter. So we'll have a clear racing line, certainly, as the longer this one goes on. The gap back then from Jack West to Josh Turnbull, just 0.92 of a second. That's under our commentary position as you see it right now on the start-finish straight, and then it's the right-hander into pit bend. Through the right-hander, then back on yourself and into the complex, which is what we're seeing now. All drivers then just filing through that safely. It's all about being clean, isn't it? You want to get the overtakes done, but you also do have to be clean. Picking up the action out in front then, we've got the Dan Holland racing driver there just moving his way through, and then all of the karts safely back off and away. Look, still karts running wide though. If you go off that racing line, it's still wet.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's and again, when it continues to get dry, like we were saying a little bit earlier on, you have a single dry line start to form. But the outskirts of the circuit, unless of course the ambient temperature dries it and gets rid of it, is still going to be quite wet. So as soon as you make an error or go slightly off the racing line, you're going to have a sort of a sudden loss of grip that you're going to need to battle with, and that can catch a couple of drivers out. A couple of changes being made. Ewan Charman, Keane Geraghty up into the top at 5 and 6 respectively. Jack Lilly unfortunately dropping back a couple of places. Nice shot there as they exit turn number 1, and you can see not many of them using the full extent of the runoff area, because I'd imagine that green paint there going to be quite slippery. Yeah. A couple of drivers though not listening to that at all and still using it nonetheless. Going then into this complex where you go back on yourself not once but twice, bringing it back in then before you're back onto the power chicane, then back into this infield hairpin section. Jack West though commanding this race. There's the 79, that's Keane Geraghty, that's our championship leader. He has been a class of this field, hasn't he? I mean, he's been so consistent, at the very least been fighting for podiums, and thus far this season has been looking really good. However, this weekend, with an 18th place in Heat 1 yesterday, he's got some work to do to claw his way back up forwards in this field. Yeah,
he really has. When you look at the timing, or rather the overall standings right now, he's sitting at the top there. Just behind him, though, Tristan Rennie, Mr. Consistent this weekend, with a second in both of his heats coming into this one. And at the moment, Tristan Rennie then sitting in 3rd in the super heat, with Josh Turnbull just in 2nd and Jack West out in front. So, yeah, Keane Geraghty leading the championship, but back in 5th in this one at the moment, Zach. Look at this, dry line, sunny skies suddenly. Here we go. We are racing as we would like to see.
Potentially for the next couple of races, could be thinking about slick tyres for maybe the minis and of course the micros. Definitely maybe for the 177s a little bit later on, provided of course it doesn't rain. But looking at the sky, it doesn't look like it should at the moment. 6.5 minutes plus the lap still left to run. Jack West leading the way. The 192, look out for him, looking very, very strong. Currently sat what is 6th place in the championship. Had a little bit of an issue at Larkhall. I think maybe just didn't get quite the setup right, or got caught out by the weather on numerous occasions. His best result that weekend was 11th place, which was made in the final. So looking to recover, and thus far has been looking very, very strong. 2 heat wins over Saturday, looking to carry that into the super heats today on Sunday. With a 2-second gap, he looks to be home free for that one. And you can see the track's certainly a little bit better. Side by side, there's the 65, very sneakily making a move up the inside. That's going to be Jack Thompson on the inside of Callum Kinder, the 53. A nice move there, and good to see a level of competition in the UKC that is keeping everyone on their toes in terms of the racing. The 53 as well, Callum Kinder fighting away with the 46 and the 10. That's Kieran Ives and Jack Liley, who's really tumbled his way down. He started sort of inside the top 10, P9. really not acclimatising to these conditions very well. Can't quite find a rhythm and just being overtaken left, right and centre.
Yeah, not sure what's happened down to him, down in 15th place there. A little bit lower back down the order, but I'm sure he'll start to claw his way back up. But out in front is still Jack West from Tristan Rennie, from Josh Turnbull. Rest of the karts then making their way through that bus stop section then before they then come under our common tradition and head off down to pit bend. Look, you can see the track there, a little bit of water off the line, but then drying on the racing line. So certainly the next couple of heats that will be going out, well, I'm sure they'll be on slicks. And with blue skies also in the offing as well. The faster tyre will probably be the slick tyre for the races that are going out as of this point in time. But here we go. But then when you look at that picture, I don't know, look behind. Is there more rain to come? Who knows? Who knows? But look, we're getting some faster times coming here now. Then your fastest lap in this one is Jack West. That's the man who is out in front currently, putting in a 55.14. So that's pretty good. If you think back to Jacob Ashcroft when he was getting his fastest laps, he was sort of doing 56s a while ago in the wet. Just shows how good he was in the juniors. But now Tristan Rennie gets the fastest lap then with a 55.11.
So definitely showing that the pace is there. The track definitely is improving. 2.9 seconds though is the gap, and his last lap was only 100th of a second quicker, so he's going to need a lot more than 4 minutes to close this gap. Jack West, of course, just in cruise mode out in front. There you can see the 79, the Peppermint OTK of Kian Geraghty, at the moment running 5th, trying to close down the 28 of Neo Clark. And like we were saying over Wilton and Interlaken Hall, on his return to the UKC, has been looking very, very strong. His best finish, of course, came at the first ever race of the season with 2nd place, but has been consistently there, fighting for top 10s, top 5s, and again, right now contending for a 4th place and potentially a podium with 3.5 minutes left to go, looking very, very strong in the 28 kart. Joshua Turnbull there in the 27, just in behind Tristan Rennie. So they're fighting, but not really close enough to be going for too many moves. And at what point do you just sort of not give up, but consolidate the position that you've got? A move to the inside, though. The 69, Freddie Ingram, definitely not getting that message. The up and under, though, firmly strong from Kian Geraghty. Knows exactly what to do in a situation like that. He has to get it stopped, though, for the next couple of corners. Is able to just plant the car exactly where it needs to ascend, though, to the inside. The 69, that was brave, and that was him up into 5th place.
Yeah, that was a really good move there, and he's getting a little fist pump as we see the action come over. There's still some afters to have on this one. They're still going for it. 69 then just leading at number 79, so it's Freddie Ingram and Kieran Geraghty who are just wheel-to-wheel locked in this one then. The 69 is Ingram, the 79 is Geraghty. Look at this, and at the moment it's Ingram who has the lead on Geraghty. The race then for 5th currently. Behind them, Ewan Charman will start to close that gap. He's in number 421, a very experienced racer who's gone off and raced in cars and is also now back to karts. But, oh, look at this, they've just paused on our screen. Nice little slow-mo as the stream just froze for a second for us there. Karts getting their wheels up on the curves. But look at this, coming down into pit bend, trying to slow the kart down in a straight line before you get the turn done at pit bend. That's the way you have to do it, else you will run wide and then somebody will put one up the inside of you there at the end of the pit straight. This battle, though, is brilliant, isn't it, between Ingram and Geraghty. 69 leading 79 then right now. That is really close. And you would like to think, Zach, that Kian Geraghty has got his eyes on this thinking, I can still do it. I can still do it.
Yeah, of course, as a driver, you never really lose hope. You always think that there's another position to be gained. Kian Geraghty, though, he's got a championship to think about. Freddie Ingram as well, a little bit further down. He's in 8th place in the championship. A best result thus far of what is 4th place this season. So looking to be just one below that in 5th. But Kian Geraghty definitely has got a championship to think about. I mean, today we're going to be halfway through the season already. We've only got 3 more rounds after this, seeing us into the second half of 2025. And this is really where you start to think about those championships, right? Round 1 at Wilton Mill, it was, yeah, whatever. You lead the championship. It's cool. You've had one good round. Now when we get to Dunkeswell and you're halfway through, it really then starts to play on your mind. Okay, this is real. This is good. This is something that I'm in contention for. And Kian Geraghty, can he afford to be taking risks at the detriment of what it could be just 1 or 2 places? But equally, when he's had such a slow start to the weekend, I mean, of course, he got a podium yesterday, but it was 18th place in the first heat for Kian Geraghty. He also, on the flip side of that, can't afford to be cautious. He's sort of torn between two thought processes here.
Yeah, he will be, but at this point in time, I'm sure out on track, he's just thinking win, win, win. That's what he's going to want to do. Like you say, yesterday for him, what did he get? He got an 18th in Heat 1 and then a 3rd in Heat 2. Probably something went awry in that first heat. Didn't get the setup quite right. Completely different conditions today for all of them, though. They won't have learnt much yesterday compared to today in terms of kart setup because it's a completely different day. Weather, temperature and track temperature as well, so completely different. So very difficult to get it right today for all of them, I'm sure. But look, a drying surface now, very much drying surface. Wet weather seems to be, well, it seems to have been and gone, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely has been. I'll have a quick look on the weather radar just to see if there is any more sort of expected. No, it's just going to be windy for the rest of the day, as per the weather app, and we'll see, obviously, if that's going to stay true the rest of the day. The interesting, though, is even though it's been raining, it's still been warm, right? We've still had sort of between 15 and 20 degrees out there. So, you know, it's been sort of, again, a race of two halves where you've got the wet weather, but equally you have got some quite toasty temperatures. That makes it quite humid as well, which can also increase the fatigue inside the kart as well, where you're trying to get the kart round and you get hot, you get sweaty. It becomes very, very difficult to hang on. Final lap, though, of the race. That's the 192 of Jack West that has controlled from the very beginning. He's going to be looking to consolidate his superheat win. He's just started the final lap of the race. There he is, trundling his way through the boot section for the final time in Superheat A. He's had a very strong weekend. This will be his third win in a row. Yeah, well done to him. I feel like we haven't given him enough court time in this Superheat because we haven't seen many pictures of him. It's because he's been out in front. The gap back to second then at the moment, almost 3 seconds, 2.79. But well done to him there, just stewarding that Dan Holland racing kart through the final curves then. Really, really good, strong drive from him, and it should see him bring it home in first place. That will help him. Should probably be on pole then, I would think, perhaps going into the super final this afternoon. If, like you say, he's won his other 2 heats, hasn't he? So yeah, clean sweep for him so far. There's the checkered. Well done, Mr. West. Yeah, he brings it home, sees the checker flag first for the third time this weekend, and undisputed here at Dunkeswell. He'll be starting on pole position for the super final a little bit later on. Tristan Rene and Joshua Turnbull complete the podium ahead of Neil Clark and Freddie Ingram. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time. But again, a pretty tame race. I mean, we had, I think, a couple of spinners at the beginning of the race. But again, the cleanliness of today has been really, really impressive. Something that I definitely noticed about the UKC. Definitely at Wilton Mill. Larkhall, of course, with the changeable conditions, you can forgive them for a couple of incidents. Jack West, though, of course, taking the victory, the third of the weekend, from Tristan Rene, Joshua Turnbull, Neil Clark and Freddie Ingram, the top 5. Championship leader King Geraghty ahead of championship rival Ewan Charman, looking very good. It's actually Tristan Rene, the top of any of our championship contenders, up there in second. Reese Bale from Braden Hill and Nathan Smith, the top 10 in Superheat A of Senior Rotax. Behind that, Angus Scrivener from Mikey Walker, Jack Thompson and Jack Baker in 13th and 14th. Kieran Ives from Callum Kinder, from Ben Horner and Ethan Critchley, who we saw have a couple of issues, I think, earlier on. A bench side pod initially to get the race going. Miles Robbie from Dominic Darling in 20th place. Behind that, Molly Pugh, David Mitchell and Jack Lilly, who unfortunately I think had a couple of issues throughout that race, started inside the top 10 and will be classified as 23rd position. And like I was saying, slightly dry track. At what point now, if you're going out next, do you start thinking about putting on the slicks? I mean, I can see a dry line start to form, but if you get it wrong, you don't want to be on slicks because, like we say, wet tyres on a dry track is manageable. Dry tyres on a wet track is impossible. Yeah, absolutely. As I'm sitting here looking out the window right now, I think I'll be starting to think about the slicks for sure. Give them a go, I reckon. Go big or go home. Tristan Rennie there then on the screen right now. Two second places in his heats and a second place then there in the super heat. So you should probably line up second place on the grid. Just behind that man, of course, Jack West, who will be in front of him. Really good race. Really, really good race from those young drivers, or not that young, are they? Senior Rotax drivers, of course, coming up through the ranks, learning their craft. And well, getting a word, of course, Dominic Darling, Senior Rotax. Typically, it's 15 and up. Dominic Darling, 14, right? The youngest, of course, ever Senior Rotax driver to take to the field. It's a big step up, and obviously at such a young age, of course, I mean, you've had a few years of racing experience, but you're going into what is effectively, apart from the KZs and the shifter karts, right, the fastest that you can go at this level, right, at 14.
And credit to Dom as well from Lenny Messenger Motorsport, because he's completely new to karting. I think this is his first full year. I interviewed him last round or the round before, but yeah, I'm pretty sure in saying this is his first full year. So full credit to Dom for learning his craft as one of the youngest here. That man, though, is in a different place on his journey, the 192 of Jack West. much further down the road with his karting career and experience, and it showed, and that's why he's won the opening 2 heats and then now just taken the win there in that super heat. And Tristan Rennie then just wheeling the kart in behind him. 2 second places for him, and a second place also in that super heat just now. And then kart number 27 coming in the back, that's Josh Turnbull there, so congratulations to him. Brilliant racing from all of those guys. Josh Turnbull putting himself in 3rd, so that's your 1, 2, 3 as it stands right now. And shout out to who have we got there? That's Herbie, our roaming cameraman from Alpha Live, doing the business in his high vis in the background. That's how we're getting the pictures. But look, you can see the sun is out. There's Ken there, one of our scrutineers. Not Ken, rather. Keith, one of our scrutineers. He's got his shirt sleeves on, so he looks like a man who's not worried about the rain right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think many people are going to be fair. I mean, the sunny skies, and as well, a nice turnout, like I was saying just before the race as well, with friends, family, of course, parents, drivers, taking to some, again, some very nice viewing galleries around the circuit, bring their dogs as well. We've got plenty of space here at Dunkeswell, so they're going to be enjoying the racing. We've had some really, really good stuff, and now the weather's clearing up as well as we move on to the Micromax Superheat. Now down to some of the youngest races in the paddock. It's the Micromax Superheat about to get itself underway. And, well, just a quick preview as to how good this racing is going to be. I mean, we've had some sensational championship battles throughout, of course, the last few years. And, of course, into this year, Benedictus Masiokis on the O-Play is the one setting the pace. At the moment, of course, is looking very, very strong to take what is going to be a good result. He's going to be starting 4th place on this grid. In terms of finals, like I was saying, throughout this season, he's won both of our finals, both at Wilton Mill and last time out at Larkhill, despite the changeable conditions. Has only finished off the podium once, and that was in one of the regular heats at Wilton Mill. There you can see the 47 of Alfie Garrett, who's going to be looking to start from the front row of the grid. 2nd place in the championship, just 17 points off at the championship lead. Albert Farrow, though, will start this race from pole position. Alfie Garrett, like I say, alongside from Dean Singh Pahal and Benedictus Masiokis on the Open, our championship leader from 4th. Sebastian Crawford, RBJ Stubbs from Ralph Martin, and Chloe McGill, a star for the future as you tipped in 8th place. Very confident and definitely very able to be starting inside the top 10. Dimitar Uzanov from Oscar Churches, Teddy Murphy and Ethan Lloyd in 12th place. Seeing there the 98 getting off to a slow start. Oliver Woodall from Mason Munster, Ollie Brunt and Ansel Murray in 16th and final place of this race. Thinking of the 98, I think that's going to be Ansel Murray. Should have started this race from 16th place. Unfortunately, will not be doing so. On the formation lap, though, they'll be lining themselves up 2 by 2. Benedictus Masiokis leads the championship, starts at 4th place. It's going to be Albert Farrow, 5th place in the championship. 1 win so far this season. Will line up on pole position. They make their way 2 by 2 as we see there. The 98 of Ansel Murray make his way onto circuit. So we'll take to the start of this race. However, at the front of the field, I think we're going to be signalled round to go again for a false start, just to allow the 98 to catch up. So we are, at the minute, going to go green flag racing in towards turn number 1. Not going to get that restart. Benedictus Masiokis, what can he do as he trundles his way through turn number 1? I think has been able to make up a couple of places. Our pole sitter, though, the 47 of Alfie Garrett, tumbling down a couple of places, actually falling down to 2nd. Masiokis on the O-Plate going up into 3rd place. 10 minutes plus the lap still to go. And it's the 42, actually, of Albert Farrow that's been able to consolidate that pole position and take the lead of the race thus far as they work their way through the first half of the opening lap of the race.
Yep, they have, but just looking in the top left of our screen there, we've got 9:53 plus a lap, and it's gone blue, so I don't know whether we are racing or whether we've paused at the moment. I think we're going again. I think we're going to have a restart. I think they're going round again. And the start marshal certainly out of our window, that was what he was indicating when they went off and away. He was trying to get that restart going from the off. So, yeah, we're not racing currently.
Yeah, so they're going to now have the awkward task of refiling themselves into position. I think it was to allow the 98 of Ansel Murray. We have just had it confirmed as well, and you can see on track there, they're lined back up again. So under yellow flags, I think we should be able to go back racing again. Should be a full race restart back into 10 minutes, of course, plus the lap. Really getting the drivers to slow themselves down. Where is Ansel Murray? Is he rejoined at the back end of the field? I think so. So looking once more to the gantry, to the lights, And for the green flag to wave, let's try this again here at Dunkeswell for the Micromax Superheat. Inside line, of course, for our pole sitter of Albert Ferrer. They're going to go 3 wide as the 23 of Dian Singh Pahal tries to catapult himself up into second place. Nicely done. The 32 of Ralph Martin, unfortunately, spinning towards the background. Maybe a slight bit of contact causing that side by side, as well as they run their way through the bootleg for the first time. Going through the left now, of course, into the right. Overtakes being made left, right, and centre. But is that the 47 that leads the way? Indeed so. This time, though, from the 23 of Dian Singh Pahal.
Yes, Alfie Garrett in front then. Dian Singh Pahal chasing him down in second place. Kart number 127 there. Mason Munzer just drifting it through that infield section. Keep your eyes peeled for 40 and number 99, Oliver Woodall. Ollie Brunt behind him as well, just bringing out the last of them. And kart number 32 just in the back of that little section. But out in front then, Alfie Garrett from Dian Singh Pahal. Haven't quite seen what's happened to Albie Ferrer, but they bunch back up. Oh, here we go. Oh, no, we're not. That's our sort of battle for 4th, 5th there. Our leaders have stretched their legs. They're off and away down the road. So there's our 2. There we go. Alfie Garrett, Singh Pahal, Albie Ferrer then in 3rd. Dimitar Uzanov then is currently in 4th. And Albie J. Stubbs currently sitting in 5th. So clean racing so far from them. A little bit of sliding and position changes, but clean racing. Yeah,
indeed so. Just saw an almost really good move there from Chloe McGill. You caught up with her earlier on in the weekend. Quality in terms of her confidence, like you were saying. And at the moment, up a couple of places, now ahead of the O-Plate driver, Benediktas Masiokas, who's looking not the strongest this weekend. A 2nd place in Heat 1, a 6th place in Heat 2 this time yesterday. And now at the moment, 7th place in the Superheat. Could we see his reign at the top of the final standings be toppled here today? Alfie Garrett leading the way. Dian Singh Pahal, of course, like I say, just in behind. Albert Ferrer from Dimitar Uzanov, and then comes Albie J. Stubbs, the top 5. With these carts being so small, you can fit more of them side by side on the circuit, which means that we're getting some absolutely incredible racing. There's Masiokas on the O-Plate. I think been able to work his way forward past maybe Chloe McGill and also Albie J. Stubbs. In fact, past loads of drivers. Up now in the 3rd place is Masiokas. So a huge shake-up on that previous lap. McGill falls back to 8th. Oscar Churches, I think, drops back to 9th place. So a huge change there. Masiokas, his fortunes may be shifting here at Dunkeswell. He's up now in the 3rd place. But the top 2, Garrett and Singh Pahal, are long gone up in front.
Yeah, they've made their way out in front. They're leading this one here. Alfie Garrett with the fastest lap currently. He's just put in a 57.83. So well done to him. Dian Singh Pahal from RCE Racing then chasing him down. Started to get himself on the podium towards the end of last year, and he's got a taste for it, and he wants to get back up there. That's for sure. So well done to him. Glancing at him right now, he obviously had his 2nd place yesterday in his heat, so he'll be looking to do that or one better now in this super heat. Very dry surface then, as we can see now here then. So yeah, slicks are the order of the day after that heavy rain shower that we had down here in Devon earlier this morning. Alfie Garrett and Singh Pahal, you can see the gap then as they cross the start-finish line, and then just behind them then in 3rd, Mr. Masiokas, Benediktas Masiokas, your championship leader then. The gap back from him off the front pairing is 4.27 seconds.
Yeah, not looking good to maybe win this race, but consolidating a podium. And as a champion, that's exactly what you need to do, right? It's not about winning every race. It's about being there every single race, limiting the damage. And to be fair, we say this is a slightly off weekend for him. Well, he's had a 2nd place and a 6th place. To have an off weekend and have a 2nd place and a 6th place is not bad going in terms of your relative standards. Of course, like we say, he'll be looking to bounce back for the final. If there's any driver that can bounce back for a final, it's going to be Masioka. So look out for him, of course, over the course of the rest of the day. 6 minutes, 18 seconds, plus the lap still left on the clock. Garrett able to bridge a slight bit of a gap back to Dian Singh Pahal, who's consolidating 2nd place. What will match his best result of the season. Got it once, this time last week at Lark Hall. I say last week, last round at Lark Hall, and also this time yesterday for Heat 2. So looking very good in terms of pace this weekend. Couple of changes. Ralph Martin from what was a spin initially, up now back into 11th place, so able to dust off the spin and get back going again. Could be knocking on the door of a top 10. Yeah, he might be. And while that's all been going on, that man Benediktas Masiokas on the O-Plate then has just clocked himself a fastest lap, now in the low 57s, a 57.01. As we pick up the action here then, there he is, it goes through. Just behind him then it's the number 96 of Albie J. Stubbs. So that battle is going to be an interesting one to see. Albie J. is no slouch himself. He'll be looking to get past Benediktas in the next few corners, I'm sure, but Benediktas will be fighting him off. Look how close they are then as they come around the bottom end of the race circuit. Look at these youngsters.
2, 3, another group of 3. This is how it works in karting. They stick together, and then just who could be latest on the brakes to get the overtake done, as we see Benedictus and LBJ making their way through the bus stop then before they come under us here in our commentary position under the start-finish straight. Down to the bottom end, look at this. We've got Benedictus there just drifting it wide. LBJ just kind of covering his move, trying to think, can I get past him? Nope, not yet, so it'll just sit there.
Yeah, we'll do indeed. Just want to wait for the opportune moment. The last thing you want is to make contact or have a spin. There's a look, though, to the inside. That's how it is done. Teddy Murphy on the inside of Oscar Churches, the 71 versus the 88. Look there as well. You can see knocking on the door, Benedictus Masiokas is the 96 of LBJ Stubbs. The question is, though, can they catch Dancing Pahal? Because the last lap, the pair of them were nearly a second quicker than Pahal. I think it was half a second for Masiokas, a full-on second for LBJ Stubbs. Does Stubbs overtake Masiokas and catch Singh Pahal himself? Or do they avoid the squabble and try and get onto the back of Dancing Pahal? Because right now, only one of them is finishing on the podium. If they work together, there's a chance that they can both finish on the podium with still 4 minutes left to go.
Yeah, and I think what we saw actually is exactly what you were just describing there. Benedictus was kind of saying, don't worry about me, let's both get out the road and then we can start to fight. We saw Benedictus sort of just gesturing to LBJ just on the last lap. But yeah, the longer they're in this squabble, these two, that's going to play into the hands of that man, Dean Singh Pahal, who's further off and away down the road. But they are lapping quicker than Singh Pahal right now as it stands. We have Benedictus on a 56.49 with the fastest lap at this point in time right now. But a moment or two ago, LBJ did a 56.6. So they're quicker than the boys that are further up the road from them.
Yeah, they are, and you can see that gap visibly closing as well. They make their way into the back end of the circuit into the hairpin. There you can see the 23 of Dancing Pahal just able to hang on to it for now. Is time going to be on his side? They've still got 3 minutes plus the lap, of course, to go, and already onto the scene is Masiokas and Stubbs. Whatever the reason is, I think I did see treaded tyres on some of the carts, so maybe. Pahal has shredded through them a bit too much, not quite got the temperature that he needs to, not quite got the grip that he needs to, and dropping off from what we saw early on in the race when they were still a little bit fresh. The overplate, though, Masiokas all over the rear end of him. Still plenty of time in this race. What is Stubbs going to do in terms of this battle? Does he wait for Masiokas to launch an attack and try and get them both? Or does he sort of ignite this battle? I think Masiokas is in sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. He's got to look forwards to attack, backwards potentially to defend as well. And this is a championship leader, is a struggle that you're going to get at some point in your career. And right now, it's the struggle that Masiokas has got. Yeah,
it is the struggle that he's got. But I tell you what, in the next few corners, my money's on him going past Singh Pahal, because Singh Pahal is now under pressure from both of them. And shout out as well on the live stream chat to the cross-eyed lion, who is cheering on at home right now for LBJ Stubbs. He says, good luck, Mr. Stubbs. Well, look, he's going to need it, isn't he, right now? Because now they are 3 carts squeezed together. Look at this. Singh Pahal then just drifting wide. Then we've got Masiokas going to come up the inside of him. Can he get the undercut done round at that pit bend? Maybe. No. So they close up. LBJ then goes with the fastest lap on that one. This, folks, is the battle currently for second. In front, it's Singh Pahal. LBJ Stubbs, number 96, gets it done up the inside from Masiokas. Great move from him. Well done. Watch him do it to Singh Pahal in the next couple of corners, Zach. Stand by.
Yeah, here we go. He's thinking about it. Singh Pahal just checking over his shoulder, trying to cover off the inside, deter the move more than anything. But that was just a vulture move from LBJ Stubbs. He didn't, send it too deep. He just sort of went, there's a gap, I'm going to fill it, controlled the corner and took the position away from Masiokas and moves his way back onto the podium. Defensive still, though, goes at Singh Pahal. So even though he's off the pace, his defensive prowess is very, very strong. Not quite close enough to get alongside going into this final bus stop chicane, but through the right into the left, back onto the pit straight. It seems that Stubbs definitely has got a slight better drive versus Pahal. Could we see a move going in towards turn number 1? Defensive goes Singh Pahal. All the way to the outside goes Masiokas. There's contact as the 96 fails the cutback. Masiokas finds his way through as well. Singh Pahal is going to be fuming with that one as he gets muscled onto the grass as well and drops to the back of this train.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of robust racing there. LBJ Stubbs was going much quicker than Singh Pahal. He just thought, I've just got to get through. So, yeah, I think just a bit of robust racing. The quicker car has got out in front. Masiokas now then just behind him, and Singh Pahal will be just wondering what just happened in the space of a couple of corners. But out in front, the man that we're not seeing on our screen is Alfie Garrett, because he's got a gap now of 4.37 seconds back to these 3 that are squabbling. So Alfie Garrett is the one that is sitting pretty as they are racing their way down the bottom end, hanger bend or hanger hairpin there. Picking up back through the bus stop section here then before they come under us in our commentary position. The next picture you'll see will be crossing the start-finish line. Lovely position there. Look at the front bumper of Albie J Stubbs. Has he hit Singh Pahal too hard? Will he have a pushback bumper penalty?
Doesn't look overly secure. You can see the oscillations on the front. It could well be, because it was a hard hit. I mean, I visibly saw Singh Pahal's head go back. He might be claiming his insurance for some whiplash claims in the next couple of moments, because that was a pretty big bump. And it wasn't anything malicious from Stubbs. It was just a misjudgment on the switchback. Tried to go wide, send Pahal in deep and get underneath him on the exit. It's a textbook move. It was just unfortunate, because I think Singh Pahal was trying to park it on the apex to prevent that from happening, and LBJ Stubbs tried to put his cart there, bumped him wide, and that allowed Masiokas through. I'm sure, of course, the race control will be having a look at that, and of course it'll be scrutinized as to whether or not that bumper is still attached. 5 seconds would drop him back to, I believe, 5th place, just ahead of Teddy Murphy in 6th place. So still some good points, but not quite the second that he'd have wanted. All the way to the inside to defend. He's defending thin air there from Masiokas, as Singh Pahal has dropped back ever so slightly. Masiokas has picked it up. One more lap left to go then for the Micromax Superheat.
Really exciting stuff from these youngsters. Micromax, folks. These are micro drivers, but their ambition is mighty. So well done to all of them. Thanks for putting on a superb show, all of you guys who are out there on track racing right now. Mums and dads as well. Thanks for supporting them. Make it all happen, because it's just brilliant to watch. We love watching it, and I love chatting to them. Zach, when I go around the awnings like the day before, doing a few social media interviews, some of the most fun you can have is with these youngsters, because they're so spirited and so chirpy and so just so confident and keen. It's great to chat to them and get to know them.
It is indeed. Well, through the final couple of corners, Alfie Garrett has really stepped up this weekend, looking to pursue the championship lead. Takes victory here at Dunkeswell for the Micromax Superheat. Albie J Stubbs provisionally will bring it home in 2nd place, but is there a drop-down penalty coming his way? Benedictus Masiokas takes to the podium for the 2nd time this weekend from Singh Pahal in 4th place. Great racing there, and again, Stubbs really had to defend that last lap. Coming out of corners, was immediately over to the right-hand side, trying to cover off Masiokas. A really strong race indeed for the Micromax. Like you say, they're small but mighty, micro but mighty. It fits better with the alliteration. The 32, though, Ralph Martin, did have a couple of issues. Had the spin at the beginning of the race, worked his way back inside the top 10, got a contact warning, and is now pulled over. So that is a race of just absolutely everything going against Ralph Martin here for the Superheat. There's the results, though. Alfie Garrett, very smiley, I'm sure, after dominating this race. Albie J Stubbs will complete in 2nd place ahead of Benedictus Masiokas, who will finalise the podium. Singh Pahal from Albert Farrow in 5th place. Our pole sitter dropping back ever so slightly from Teddy Murphy and Oscar Churches in 7th. Dimitar Usmanov from Ethan Lloyd and Chloe McGill consolidating a very nice top 10 position indeed. Sebastian Crawford from Ollie Bunn and Ansel Murray ahead of Oliver Whittle, Mason Munset and Ralph Martin 16th place. Still classified, of course, didn't quite take the checker flag, I don't think. That's going to bring, of course, the Micromaxes to an end. We'll see them out later on, of course, for their super final. No repechage needed for these guys. But like we always see, I mean, Lark Hall was fantastic racing between these guys. It was also, I think it was the Superheat at Lark Hall, where the Micromax really put on such a good show. It was fantastic. Yeah,
it was that Superheat at Lark Hall from Micromax was just some of the best racing I think that we've ever seen. Look at that, number 47, Alfie Garrett, giving us the little finger wag there as he's sitting on the scales. Love it, mate. Absolutely love it. Well done to him. And I think I'm right in saying Alfie Garrett, number 47, his teammate in the under the awning finished in 10th. That was that superb young driver, Chloe McGill. So she'll be first to congratulate him a little bit later on. The rest of the drivers, as you see, the sort of top 3 or 4 go onto the weigh scales, but then the rest just get sent through to Park Fermate. It's not going to change the order the lower down you are, but you've got to make sure you're in weight if you finish in the top 4 or 5, whatever it is. Brilliant stuff. Look at this. And the O plate just behind them, Benedictus Masiokas. He'll be next on the scales. Learning how it goes. Doesn't matter what sort of motorsport you're in. This is how it happens. So finish the race through scrutineering. Make sure everything's okay. And then you're off and away and get ready for the next one. They're learning their craft here in the wet down in Devon, and they're doing well at it. So well done. Poor old Ralph. That's the last place you want to be right now.
Yeah, it is indeed. And we've just had an area as well. There is going to be a slight delay in getting the next session out. We've just been told that there is a slight spillage out there on circuit, potentially from this car right here, the 32. Something similar happened to Lark Hall. We had some fuel on the final corner.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to the Ultimate Karting Championship, right, if I had a nickel for every time we had changeable conditions and a leakage on the circuit, I would only have 2 nickels. But it is weird that it happened twice.
You're absolutely right. I like that. I thought you were about to say I'd be a very rich man.
I would not be, no.
You won't be. Hasn't happened. So yeah, there is a spillage on circuit. So we might pause with the live pictures and bring you some pre-recorded content, or we might carry on. But thanks for your company wherever you are right now. Keep it going on the chat as well. So lots of people are joining us on the chat. There's Alfie Garrett. Look at him. Good work, fella. There's your winner. And there's Keith, the scrutineer. He'll be making sure that everything is okay. And then in the background, we can see Benedictus Masiokas taking his fuel sample in to go and be checked. So they'll make all sorts of checks on the karts in Scrutineer, and one of them is obviously fuel, because we run controlled fuel in UKC, which is really good.
What we're going to do then, ladies and gentlemen, of course, while we are just under a slight delay, let's take a look back at some of the best moments, of course, of the last couple of races, just to sort of fill the space while we've got some time to wait. What I love to see, though, is Alfie Garrett getting involved with with the mechanics and stuff. Let's take a look then at the highlights of the Micromax Superheat. Into turn number one, it was a pretty tentative start for a couple towards the front end, but a very good one indeed for our front runners. A slight bit of a skirmish towards the back end of the field. I think a couple of people getting caught up in a bit of contact, but initially a good start. You can see there Sing Pahal making a rocket ship of a launch to the inside to capitalise. A spin though for the 32 of Ralph Martin, who would later then be a DNF of this race. The 47, though, of Alfie Garrett would take control of the race and command it from there. He was, well, unseen for the majority of it, though side-by-side multiple moments where we were sort of three wide. Benedictus Masiokas was a huge beneficiary of that, clawed his way from, I think, 7th or 6th all the way up to the podium places, where he would then later be battling with Albie J. Stubbs to finish on. A little bit later on, there you can see Masiokas battling away with the likes of, what was Albie J. Stubbs, also as well, the 96, that was Albie J. Stubbs. It was also then the 42 of Albert Farrow. Dancing Pahal was a little bit up the road, but the chase was on. And slowly but surely, with Albie J. Stubbs and Benedictus Masiokas worked together valiantly to claw that gap back into contention. This was the moment, though, that they caught up. 23 of Dancing Pahal versus the O-plate of Masiokas. Then came the 96 of Albie J. Stubbs. And the fight raged on for a good couple of laps while Albie J. Stubbs sort of sat in the wings, waited for an opportunity to find a way through. Capitalised with a move to the inside of Benedictus Masiokas. Defensive goes Sing Pahal. That opened the door. That allowed Stubbs through. And a charge that would see him maybe mount a challenge onto Sing Pahal. It was then a charge that he capitalised on just a lap later with a superb cutback nearly. Defensive went Sing Pahal. The up and under was almost there, but not quite able to sort of judge the speed properly. Bit of contact to the rear end. Masiokas was then able to get through, and Kev, well, you saw there Sing Pahal very frustrated on the exit, getting muscled wide there and losing his chance at the podium.
Yeah, Dean Sing Pahal is a great young racer, a really fair racer as well, but he was under pressure for quite a few laps leading up to that moment, and obviously Albie J. Stubbs was carrying so much more speed into that bottom pit bend, so there was a bit of contact there, but no malice intended whatsoever. Albie J. Stubbs just carrying way more speed. Sing Pahal just been a little bit more cautious around the bend there, so there was really nowhere for Albie J. to go, so he might have got a pushback bumper penalty for that. Looking at it, it does appear to have dropped down, but I'm not sure. Maybe not. We'll find out in due course. 5 seconds if he has, but yeah, just really robust, strong racing from those three. But in the finish, that was that checkered flag for that man, Alfie Garrett, winning with some margin of 6.5 seconds almost, 6.45 seconds. Albie J. crossed the line then in second, and Benedictus Masiokas, your championship leader, went across the line in third. Sing Pahal currently then did finish in fourth, and Albie Farrow was in fifth. And then, of course, that was the moment when they're just sitting on the weighing scales there. Alfie Garrett, number 47. Finished the race in first place and then just waiting to check that he's within weight and everything was okay. So hopefully it was for him. But well done to all of you. And once again, thanks for entertaining us as we get a green flag on the next one, Zach.
Good timing. Let's go for the Mini Inter Superheat. A slight delay, but we're back on track here at Dunkeswell, straight into the grid. It's Emerson McAndrew-Uren, our championship leader, that lines up on pole position ahead of the O-Plate winner of Max Jolly. Ryan White from Otis Cleary in 4th place on the grid from Serene Gallagher, Alfie Ward, row number 3, Stanley Stafford and Arthur Farrow there in 8th. Nelson Taylor, Ryan Townsend and Eddie Duncan from Henry James in 12th. Behind that, Ollie Thompson, Hamish Gordon, Hakeem Bart and Ian Campbell, the top 8 fields. Teddy Higgs and Adam Bart in 18th place. Just getting a nod that potentially we're going to be going around again. You can see they're taking to the chicane, so not taking to the typical formation lap. I think just maybe a test of the conditions to see if everything's been cleared up properly and the spillage isn't going to affect the racing that we've got. The Mini Inters, though, so far a commanding championship lead for Emerson McAndrew-Uren. He's won all but 2 races, and in those 2 races he was 2nd and he was 3rd. A perfect, near perfect start to the season for the 01.
Yeah, Emerson McAndrew is a very experienced driver in the UKC and elsewhere, and as you say, they're just kind of winning almost everything this year so far. And he's looking for a clean sweep this weekend. He won Heat 1, he won Heat 2. Can he win the pre-final or the Super Heat, and can he win the Super Final? We'll find out in the next few moments. Just currently sitting in 2nd in the championship at the moment is Leo Livings, number 77, but I don't think running here this weekend. So Ryan White then, 3rd at the moment in the championship in Mini Inter. We'll see how he can get on. Did well in his Honda Cadet days and now finding his way in Mini Inter. As we get ourselves reset up for the start then, loving your Noah's Ark 2x2 reference here, Zach. Fits perfectly for what they have to do.
Indeed so. They're in what will be 9 rows of 2 to see the green flag wave. Emerson McAndrew-Uren from pole position. What can Max Jolly do from the front row? Gets away quite well, but immediately almost has to move over to cover off the charging carts behind. The 47, that's Ryan White already up now in a 2nd place. The 22 as well. Max Jolly has had, well, quite an opposite of a Jolly start. Now tumbling down to what could well be 4th, maybe even 5th place. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, though, controlling the race at the front. And oh my goodness me, a huge Constantina effect in the background. The 23, the 41 and the 75 all involved. Hamish Gordon there as well. I think Serene Gallagher as well involved in that one. It just got that pinch point. You're carrying so much speed going into that bootleg. If you get it wrong, if you spin, it's just going to be carnage in behind.
Yeah, it really is. I'm surprised we've not seen more of it yet this morning here. That's the first time we've really seen anything like that happen off the start, and I thought we was going to see a lot of that this weekend. We've had some really good race starts in what have been some tricky conditions, but as you join us right now, if you are for this one, the Mini Inter Super Heat race 25 of the weekend, you can see a drying surface and sun coming out. McAndrew-Uren then crossing the line. Business as usual for him, leading from Otis Cleary and Ryan White. Max Jolly back to 4th and Alfie Ward then in 5th. So can young Emerson make it 1-1-1 with win for the 3 races on the weekend? Heat 1, Heat 2 and then maybe this Super Heat.
We'll find out. I'm sure he's going to be looking to do that. I mean, the pace definitely is there. He done it at Wilton Mill. He won the final at Larkhall and won the 2nd heat of the day as well. I mean, changeable conditions, you can forgive him for maybe not winning everything and getting it right 100% of the time. But looking to continue that success here at Dunkeswell. So far, not quite clear of Otis Cleary, who's just 6 tenths behind in the 22 machine. Then comes Ryan White and Max Jolly on the O-Plate. Not really had the start to the UKC that he'd have wanted. He's done quite well in other championships that he's been racing, of course, in the British as well, winning races and what have you. Not quite had the same fortune, though, in the UKC. I mean, got it wrong, of course, a couple of times at Larkhall, got a disqualification in the Super Heat. That started him on the back foot for the final. He's only won 1 race this year, and for a driver of his calibre, he'd really want to be fighting towards the sharp end. He's got the pace to do it. It just seems that, for whatever reason, not quite able to get that initial jump into front-running contention.
No, it's he's learning his craft, his young Max Jolly. Still relatively new to karting. He's sort of arrived with a little bit of a flourish and won a lot of results and won a lot of races, but there's a long way to go for him on his motorsport journey. But he's learning his craft and he's certainly quick and he certainly loves it, as he does indeed pick up the fastest lap of 50.95 for Max Jolly. So well done, sir. We'll see him get on the back of Ryan White before we know it, as Ryan White then moves up to 2nd, with Otis Cleary then now in 4th place, or 3rd place rather. And Otis Cleary, a really spirited youngster, had a great chat with him yesterday, and pals with Emerson McAndrew as well. So they're 2 great mates who are fighting out on track right now. Let's look at Max Jolly all over the back then of Otis Cleary, the 22. Watch Max have a go on that Dan Holland racing driver. Will he get it done up the inside here? Yes, he does. And that's what we're saying. Max Jolly learning his craft. Good driver, knows his skills, and he's going to be a quick one.
Nicely done there. Wasn't alongside going into the corner, but just sort of poised the car in, aimed the car at the apex, broke a little bit later, and that was jobs a good one for him. Up now into what is going to be third place. Otis Cleary dropped back to third. Ryan White now promotes himself into second place. Fastest lap, though, goes the way of the 183 of Alfie Ward, going to show the level of competition that we've got in the Mini Inters. Of course, 17 cars strong is this grid. Ryan White then tops that at the top of the timesheets, goes fastest lap, closes the gap towards the front, getting very closely squeezed to the wall there going into turn number 1. I think that could have well been of Serene Gallagher versus Ian Campbell, just a little bit further back in the fight for 13th. Mackenzie Uren, though, his lead, I mean, yeah, he's got a little bit of a gap, but he can by no means start getting comfortable. There's a move there as well. That's the 22 versus the 183. Alfie Ward versus Otis Cleary, who got an initial good jump, but now falling his way down a couple of positions. The Dan Holland Racing driver not quite getting off to the best middle phase of this race, dropping now what is going to be 5th place.
Yeah, so Alfie Ward back down to 5th, and Otis Cleary then up to 4th. Max Jolly on the O-plate in 3rd, and ahead of him is Ryan White. On a fastest lap currently, Ryan White, 50.63, but Max Jolly will be all over the back of him with that split, just a fraction of a second right now then, just 0.32. So watch Max Jolly make the move on Ryan White in the next few laps, I'm sure. Really dry surface now then, really quick surface once again. Number 22, Otis Cleary still all over the back of Alfie Ward, the number 183, the SFR driver there. So this is a great intriguing battle here. Watch Otis Cleary on this one then. Look at that, just the head just swinging wildly, but then hanging onto that cart for dear life, just carrying as much speed as he can into the corner. Stanley Stafford and Nelson Taylor are following them closely behind, 43 and 91. Out in front, though, Emerson McAndrew-Uren from Ryan White and then Max Jolly. Max Jolly will have his eyes firmly fixed on the back of Ryan White as we pick up the action once again there with Cleary and Ward.
Indeed so, starting another lap. Max Jolly now gets the fastest lap of the race. Not by much, 50.26 now is the pace. He's on the back of Ryan White, who himself is closing in on Mackenzie Uren. What we saw just a moment ago in the Micromax was two drivers working together, Albie J. Stubbs and Benedictus Masiokas. Could we see the same with Ryan White and Max Jolly, just to close in on Emerson Mackenzie Uren, because he is a driver that you do not want to let it get away. If you squabble too much for second place, he's just going to do what he does best and go and win races. Of course, got to stay nice and rigid in the car. You can see there a number of the slightly bigger drivers. Of course, these young drivers, there's going to be different growth rates, right, in terms of where they are age-wise. A lot of them, though, quite small. You saw Otis Cleary, very, very small in the car, sat very low down, and you saw that definitely affecting him in how much his body moves. Something I fell victim to a few years ago was floppy leg syndrome. My legs were not locked into the car at all, and they were flying all over the place. When you sort of go through a high-demand corner, you've got to keep yourself nice and rigid in the corner and in the car just to maintain that control. That's something that the top three are doing very, very well indeed. The question is, though, Max Jolly versus Ryan White. Jolly definitely the quickest of the three. Is he interested in waiting around? Because they can very much see the timer ticking down as they go past the start-finish straight.
Yeah, they can, and Max Jolly won't be keen to wait around. He will just be thinking to himself, I've got to get past Ryan White as fast as I can. I want to get it done, because Max Jolly really loves to win. But then so does Ryan White, so Ryan White's going to be a real sort of dogged competitor in this battle as these next few laps unfold. Out in front, though, Emerson McAndrew-Uren just has to sort of keep it clean and keep doing what he's doing lap after lap. But we know he can do that, because we've seen him do that many times before. This is a great battle between these three. Behind them, though, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. It's Ward, Cleary, Stafford and Taylor then. And then behind them, Albie Farrow is in 8th, Eddie Duncan in 9th, and Henry James back in 10th. So there's battles going on all the way through. But there's your leaders, 1, 2, 3. McAndrew, White and Jolly. Cart's number 147, and on the O plate then is Max Jolly. Fair play to Ryan White here. He's holding off Max Jolly really rather nicely, and he's not letting Emerson get away from him. So we haven't seen much change in the positions or the timings of these three that are out in front currently in Mini Inter. It's a great race, Zach. It's a really good race. It's great to see the sunshine coming out as well, and the slick tyres doing their best for them.
Yeah, indeed so. I mean, you can see obviously some wet patches where the cart's under a lot of stress. Some straights, or there's some puddles on the outside of this penultimate corner. You can see a couple as well. But yeah, it's firmly going to be dry running for the rest of the day. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and you can see the top three tucked in. You could barely see the head of Ryan White there on the straight, because he was so tucked up beneath Emerson Mackenzie Uren, using the best of the slipstream. Looking at the wind direction, it is a tailwind on the pit straight. We're going through the rest of the circuit. You are going to be getting a bit of a headwind, particularly at this section towards the hairpin. That's where the slipstream is going to matter the most. That's where the 47 can close in potentially. Picked up the pace as well, taking the fast lap back off Max Jolly. All three of them running within sort of half a tenth of a second of each other on the timing screens, but not long left to go. Mackenzie Uren, as things stand, is looking very bulletproof to win this race. But there's only one lap you need to lead, and that's the last one. That's the one Ryan White and Max Jolly are going to be giving absolutely everything to go and lead.
Yeah, they are, and this battle is not over yet. Ryan White, I feel, is actually getting a little bit closer to Emerson as he comes through that bus stop section there before the straight that comes underneath us and the start-finish line, then off to the pit bend. Brilliant racing from these three, really, really good, because they've all got their own little things going on in their heads right now, what they're thinking about. Emerson staying out in front, Ryan fending off Max thinking I can get past both of these. So there's so much going on for these youngsters. They're doing so much learning and so much racecraft learning right now. Ryan White tipping his head down as well. Does that gain him a fraction of a second on that little mini straight? It might do. It really might do. He's only a smaller young man as well. Max Jolly perhaps slightly bigger as a youngster right now, perhaps growing a little bit quicker than Ryan. Maybe that helps him. I don't know, but well done to all three of them out in front, just providing us with the excitement here this morning as Ryan White goes under 50 seconds on the fastest lap, a 49.99. Maybe that dipping of the helmet is the extra tenth that he just gained there. Yeah,
indeed so. I mean, it's realistically, it's more of a psychological thing than anything, right? As we head on to the penultimate lap of the race, that gets beaten again. So we've got Max Jolly and Ryan White, both sub 50 seconds. That's getting very busy. You can see that momentarily nearly three wide, flying in formation, staggered as they run their way through the bootleg section. Emerson Mackenzie Uren, though, under pressure. You can see there the 47 of Ryan White got the run into the hairpin. Max Jolly goes to the outside, tries to get the cut back on the pair of them. Max Jolly through to the race lead. Ryan White holds firm in second, and Mackenzie Uren at the flip of a switch goes from first to third. 1 lap left to go. Max Jolly, that was brilliant.
That was really awesome. Mackenzie Uren just got his focus just moved for a fraction of a second because Ryan White was all over him. When that happened in that split fraction of a second, Max Jolly was the benefactor up the inside of both of them, went from third to first in one corner. Full credit to Ryan White for having a go, and commiserations to Emerson just for losing his focus for just, a tenth of a second, and that's all it took.
It is that. That's exactly it. Just a slight misjudgment, and it all started right here at that bootleg section. He went defensive. That put him off for one corner, put him off for the next corner. Ryan White then got the drive. Max Jolly, so clever, thought, well, you two are in the middle of the track. I'm going to go all the way out here. Yeah. Get the switch back, because you slow the car down so much. The acceleration towards this then next left-hander is so crucial, and he capitalised on that so well. Max Jolly, we said his fortunes need to shift. Here at Dunkeswell, he's done exactly that. He has controlled this race so beautifully. Managed to go from third now to first in the span of a corner. Quick look over the shoulder. He's safe through the final bus stop chicane. And for the superheat, for the mini-inters, it's Max Jolly that sees the checker flag first. For the second time in 2025, Ryan White from Emerson Mackenzie Uren complete the podium. It's busy in the background as well. Alfie Ward, Otis Cleary, the top 5. We'll run you through the results in a few moments' time. But that race and that moment was boiling down for laps upon laps. I mean, it was a matter of when, not if.
It really was, and great excitement. And as I said a moment or two ago, commiserations to Emerson. Went from first to third in one corner, but full credit to Ryan White for trying to get himself up the inside, and full credit to that man there, Max Jolly, for taking the win. Well done, sir.
He's going to be very jolly, isn't he? I had to say it. Ryan White in second, Emerson Mackenzie Uren in third, from Alfie Warden. Otis Cleary started, of course, on the second row, finishes in fifth. Stanley Stafford from Nelson Taylor, and Arthur Farrow in eighth. Eddie Duncan from Henry James in 10th place. Behind that, of course, we've got a number of drivers. Serene Gallagher from Ian Campbell, Adam Barton, Hamish Gordon in 14th, Rian Townsend, Hakeem Bart, and Teddy Higgs in 17th. And final place for the mini-inters, of course. Like we say with the micros, they're mini, but they're mighty still. Yeah, that was an incredible race on one of their first steps in racing, in terms of climbing their way through the ranks. And I mean, talent definitely allows these drivers to go far.
Yeah, it really does. Really, really does. So well done to all of them. Learn their craft. Max Jolly just pushing his cart to the finish there. Hopefully he still has some fuel on board, because he'll need to give a sample to the scrutineers, and hopefully he's within weight. We'll find out in a moment or two. But good news is, look at the sunshine beaming down on his own O-plate there. It was only about an hour ago we were sitting here in a torrential thunderstorm.
Yes.
So he's got to be buzzing inside right now, isn't he, inside that helmet? Just congratulating himself, thinking, yes, I got it done. Got it done.
The adrenaline of that move as well.
Must be so good.
I mean, not at this level, but I've had a couple of good moves in my time, right? I'm going to give myself a little bit of credit. And you just sort of go, did anyone see that? Please tell me they got that on the broadcast, because you want to look back on it and you think. I remember one move. I went around the outside of Theo Mercurius through Maggots and Beckett's on the sim once, and I wouldn't let anyone live it down ever. That was my selling point. That was my pride and joy. the fact that they got that on camera. Max Jolly as well. I mean, he's obviously done some good moves, but to go underneath 2 karts in one corner is sensational. And again, you don't forget it, and that sort of feeling in your stomach, the butterflies that are there, that's going to fill him with confidence. That's going to fill him with happiness and confidence for the rest of the day, that hopefully he's going to be able to carry forward into the super final a little bit later on. He's had a second and a third in the heats and a win now in the super heat. It could be close between himself and Makanji Uran as to who gets pole position, because correct me if I'm wrong, the super heat awards you slightly more points than the normal heats do.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Put him on the spot there, but the super heat, I think the top points in the super heat is 40 points. Is that right? I will double check. Yeah, 40 points is the top score in a super heat. 36 points is the top points in a heat. And then when we get to the final, it's 45 points. So yeah, he'll of course just got himself 40 points there for that win in that super heat. So well done, Max.
Nice extra little bonus there. Emerson Makanji Uran, you can see our championship leader. I would imagine with two firsts and a third will be starting on pole position. Max Jolly will definitely be up there though. And Makanji Uran, he's going to have to sort of review this race, because pace-wise, he was up there, right? It was a slight misjudgment on the penultimate lap that cost him. It doesn't mean that the final is going to be written off, right? He's still got plenty of chances, as good as anyone, maybe even still the favourite to win in the mini-inters.
Yeah, the great thing is we've still got another one of those races to go. We're going to see it all again. We're going to have more fun and excitement at the hands of Emerson, Ryan and Max and the rest of them. These are the highlights then, off from the start and off the way down to that pit bend, and they all managed to keep it clean, didn't they? Ryan White was in the mix there, and yeah, a really good clean start. 0-1 then, out in front, that's our man Emerson in the Dan Holland racing car, and it all looked nice through here. But then there was this moment, wasn't there? We had a bit of a bump and hustle in the mid-pack, and that created a problem for a few of them. Kart 75 was the one who came off worst there, and that young man, can't see who 75 is for a moment, but that was Hamish Gordon. And then off and away, weren't we? And then look, we were getting involved in this battle between Ryan White, Max Jolly and Emerson. Here it is, there's a move up the inside from Max Jolly earlier in the race.
Yeah, it was nicely done. And again, just textbook stuff. Just looked to the inside, put the cart there and said, this is my corner now, thank you. Otis Cleary, unfortunately, would then drop back to 5th place in this race. And that was that moment that I mentioned, getting squeezed all the way to the pit wall. This was the moment, though, the drive, Ryan White on the inside. Max Jolly then pulls all the way to the outside, gets himself underneath. That was absolutely sensational stuff. And again, a move that he is going to remember. We've got cars back on track, though. The Rotax 177s take themselves to the track for the final superheat of the day. Edward Matthews, championship leader, alongside his championship rival of James Lingard on the front row. Joshua Gollin and Jamie Zyra, 1, 2, 3, 4 in the championship. Line up 1, 2, 3 and 4 on the grid for the superheat. Of course, they're making their way through the final couple of corners now, but just behind that was the likes of Samuel Cornwell, Jack Taylor, Scott Clee as well, making up the front 3 rows of the field. Jamie Zyra, of course, we saw with some airways, let's say, at Larkhall. Let's hope he can keep it firmly planted on the ground. It's Will Elsgood on pole, Edward Matthews, James Lingard, Gollin and Zyra just in behind that. They put their foot to the floor and go green flag racing for the Rotax 177s here at Dunkeswell. Will Elsgood able to control the lead going in towards turn 1, but getting muscled wide there to the outside of the circuit. A couple of cars stuck on the outside line. Now Rotax is back on track with a dry line starting to form. The 72 making a good couple of moves. That's Harrison Crook able to maybe capitalise on the outside line, get the drive towards this back hairpin where you've really got to be heavy on the brakes. Inside line being taken. That's the 23 of James Lingard trying to work his way forward. It'll consolidate a 3rd place. So far so good though. No major dramas in the 177s.
No, strong driving, fast driving for some of the oldest drivers here. So there's a bit of bump and hustle at the back there. Can't quite see who that is, just spinning and rejoining the action. But out in front, Will Ellsworth then is leading, getting himself cleanly through the first lap when he passed our commentary position on the infield. and then we'll see them cross underneath us here under the start-finish straight, and the live timing will catch up. So Will Ellsworth, Jamie Zyra though, look at that, up 2 places then into second. Jack Taylor also up 3 places then into third. James Lingard has dropped down the order, dropped himself a couple of places there from his start position. But going to see some strong racing from these guys out in front. Look at this. Here we are, Will Ellsworth from Jamie Zyra then behind him. We've got the Dan Holland racing driver pushing hard on the back of number 17 of Will Ellsworth as the rest of them sort of make their way through the infield, 2 and 3 wide in some places. These boys really race wheel to wheel, shoulder to shoulder, and I love it.
Yeah, it is indeed. I mean, these guys are slightly older. I mean, they go back to work tomorrow, right? So they're here to have as much fun as possible. And, of course, that competitive spirit willing them on. Will Ellsworth, though, at the front of the field, closely followed by Jamie Zyra off the back of what was a sensational race last time out at Larkpool. With the fast lap of the race, we could have a fight for the lead on our hands. Couple of carts going side by side. The battle is on. The 23, James Lingard, tumbled down the order, started third, is now fighting in 10th place, just as to how busy this track is. You've got carts here, there, and everywhere following in the slipstream. The 116 goes the long way around. Scott Clee able to muscle his way through past a couple of carts and up now into what would be 10th place on the road. Just under 8 minutes left to go, plus of course the lap for the final super heat of the day. We've then got the 23, that's still James Lingard, able to hang on at least for now. At the front though, Will Ellsworth versus Jamie Zyra. They're breaking away from Jack Taylor in behind, but Jamie Zyra definitely eyeing up what would be another win this season. He got his first win in the final at Larkpool. He wants another one. It's ignited that spirit, and well, at the end of that lap, he's worked his way through and up now into the lead ahead of Ellsworth.
Yes, so well done to the Dan Holland racing driver, number 95 of Jamie Zyra, hugely experienced racer coming back into it for 2025 then in this Rotax 177 class. Something of a sort of Masters series, if you will, above senior Rotax, the easiest way to describe it. But out in front, look, there we are then. We can see that battle then between Zyra and Ellsworth is still going on, so we can see them, I think, trade places throughout this one. On the infield, we've got a wheel up there from Campbell in number 168 then, there he is. Just getting a wheel up on the inside of somebody else, couldn't quite see who that was in the mid-pack.
Samuel Cornwall, the 168, and there was a slight bit of contact the corner before that actually. Made, I think it was rear right to front left or whatever it was. Bit of contact, jumped up, and then the exact same thing happened 2 corners later. The 72, that's Harrison Crook closing in onto the 2 leaders. Jamie Zyra now back behind the 17 of Will Ellsworth. So a nice battle beginning to form between the pair of them there. The 95, look out for Zyra. Of course, a very, very tall driver, and will definitely need to get his head down if he wants some aerodynamic assistance going on to any of the straights here at Dunkeswell. Closing in behind Will Ellsworth, like I say, momentarily got into the lead. The 17 then found his way back through, and the 72. That's our fight for the lead. Behind that, you've got Jack Taylor, Edward Matthews with the fast slap in 5th. If the front three continue to battle, 4 and 5 could definitely reel their way into contention. 6 minutes plus the lap left to go. Let's see if Zyra can get a good launch and maybe contest towards turn 1.
Yeah, he might well do. Will Ellsworth leading at the moment, but Zyra just on his tail. Then the gap 2.9 seconds, or rather 0.29 seconds behind him. Then Harrison Crook in third. The gap back then 0.65. This race has a long way to go with these 3. Harrison Crook, the man in third, then suddenly gets the fastest lap of 47.7. Yeah, this lap, or this race has a long way to go with these 3 leading out in front right now. This battle is going to unfold with 5 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. It's great for us to watch. Behind them, though, the gap back to the next chasing group, which is Eddie Matthews, Jack Taylor and Josh Gollin. It's a bit further back, and they're a little bit more strung out. So the cream of this field has sort of risen to the top, even after just the first few laps, as we can see. And look, the gap back there then. The next time we get carts bunching is somewhere down in the mid-pack. Is that Scott Lee, Ian Bramfield and Rhys Llewellyn, maybe?
Yeah, it is indeed. Of course, a quick reminder, hello and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, you're joining us here for round number 3 of the Ultimate Karting Championship here at Dunkeswell down in Devon. We've had changeable conditions, now getting ourselves back into the dry running as we tick away into the afternoon. Let us know, of course, where you're watching from, who you're cheering on, what class you're most excited for, and just your general thoughts, feelings, queries, questions throughout the day as well. Make sure you're engaging with the live chat, whether you're watching on the UKC channel or here at Alpha Live. Make sure you like, subscribe, turn the bell on for notifications to stay with all things racing and, of course, the entire 2025 season of the UKC, of which, after today, we're going to be halfway through. It's flying by this season.
It really is flying by. It's been another great year, now in our 6th season in the Ultimate Karting Championship here in the UK. And the next round, which Zach mentioned a little bit earlier on, we're off to Cumbria, to Rowra. It's a stunning circuit. Ooh. Here we go. There's that rear bumper penalty. I think that was the mechanical flag for number 8, Cameron Crockett. We saw that mechanical flag come up on the screen a moment ago, and I think that's probably why. He's lost his rear bumper maybe, so we'll get a marshal clear that off the circuit in a moment or two, I'm sure. But there we are, down Holland Racing. Jamie Zara, number 95, now drops to third because out in front, look, it's all changed. Harrison Crook up to second. Will Ellsworth then just consolidating his lead out in front. In fact, he's actually stretching his legs out in front, over half a second there now between Ellsworth and Crook. 0.66 is the gap, and then behind them in fourth is Eddie Matthews, another Dan Holland Racing driver. Look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are your leaders in Rotax 177. So good racing from Will Ellsworth here. Strong back out in front, lost the lead, got it back. Ellsworth 17, Crook 72, and Zyra 95.
Yeah, Zyra lost out to Crook actually that last lap, so dropping back down to third place. Needs to sort of regain his momentum, find a way back through. Also, Edward Matthews, championship leader in fourth. James Lingard in second. Really not had the best of race. Started, of course, this race in third, dropped back to the back end of the top 10, now into sixth, as there's our 88 taken to the weighbridge, and yeah, without a rear bumper. So interesting weight-saving tactics, to say the least. Unfortunately, got him a black flag in the end. Less than 3 minutes left to go. Will Ellsworth still leads from Crook and Zyra. In terms of the championship, Zyra looking to claw back some good points in this championship. Not had the best Saturday with 2 6th places. On to Sunday, where some big points can be scored, looking to capitalise on that. Edward Matthews, 2 second places yesterday as well, with consistent running and maximising his points. Or look for him in the 79 machine. Like I say, 2.5 minutes left to go into this bootleg section once more. Staying as far over to the right as you can, open up that left to stay in the middle of the track, or as far over to the left to open up that right-hander, something that Will Ellsworth has got done very, very nicely indeed. Just a bit of a stalemate. I mean, Zyra and Crook have been able to battle a little bit. Zyra, of course, made a move on Ellsworth a little bit earlier on in the race, but for the most part, the 17 has been pretty untouched.
Yeah, he has. There was some scrapping a few laps ago, but now it seems that they've kind of consolidated their positions, and Ellsworth leading Crook, leading Zyra, 1, 2, 3. A little bit of a stalemate out in front. Behind them, though, the driver that's going quickest at the moment is Eddie Matthews. He's got himself, well, he did have a 47.54, but Harrison Crook just tops him as I'm even speaking, now gets a 47.5. Great picture there then of the carts just filing through in under the start-finish gantry there on that fastest part of the circuit, the straight. In that mix we were seeing there was James Lingard there, and his Tony Kart colours there, former UKC champion some years ago, back in I think 2020 or 21, I forget when it was, but with us some years ago, now joining us once again in Rotax 177. So yeah, strong racing from these guys. Like I say, the easiest way to explain it is if you imagine some of the senior Rotax drivers wanting to carry on karting or get back into karting. They can't quite make the weight limit or the full commitment to senior Rotax, but they've still got a lot of experience and a lot of driving to bring to the table, and they want to keep doing it. So that's where this class comes into its own. It's a great class to watch.
Yeah, it's given us some very spectacular moments, and that continues into today. A couple of moves being made. There's the 23, James Lingard, versus the 77. That's Joshua Gollin. Both of them starting a little bit further further forward. They're a little bit further back than they would potentially like, with just 2 laps left to go at the line. Will Ellsworth versus Harrison Crook. They have definitely closed in. Harrison Crook has been reeling that gap in, and that bumper all over his rear end there. Crook's front bumper all over the rear end of Will Ellsworth, and Jamie Zyra falling off the back ever so slightly. So not quite able to really stay in contention with the top 2. 2 laps left to go. Then there's the 99. That's Jack Taylor facing forwards in the barrier. Was he wincing? Was he hurt? Or was it a slight mistake?
I'm not sure, but he was definitely, you know, he's injured. He's injured. Number 99, Jack Taylor there. Didn't quite see what happened. We just got a picture of him sitting somewhere on the circuit. So not quite sure
red
what's
flag,
going on. I can see a red flag. See a red flag. So yeah, just looking at the start marshal just out of our window here. So race is going to be stopped there.
Yeah, that's
probably.
Not a place.
Yeah, there he is. Look, there he is. You can see him on the infield.
Yeah, it's not a place you want to be stopped first and foremost, because naturally that's where the carts going through that at racing speed want to end up, and you can see there he's hurt. He was holding his ribs and got himself onto the tyre barrier. Of course, we'll update you as to when he's okay. He's up and moving, probably just in a slight little bit of pain, maybe obviously going to get checked over by medical crews and things, and just has to be said, big thank you to all of the marshals around the circuit for all of their help, of course, with the changeable weather. They're out there no matter what the weather conditions are. They're all doing a fantastic job as well. The ambulance crews, timekeepers, race control, everyone behind the scenes that makes this racing happen. We couldn't go racing without them, so always good to show our appreciation for them. I believe that is going to bring an end to this race for the Rotax 177 Super Heat with just 11 seconds on the clock, so we'll call it as is. Will Ellswood will take victory from Harrison Crook and Jamie Zyra in third place, from Edward Matthews and Joshua Gollin. Just having a look out the commentary box window as to where the driver is, and of course if he is sort of okay. Jack Taylor, I think he was out in the car and was moving, so I think he's just having a discussion with the marshals to see what to do next. And well, our first red flag of the day, and it seems the driver is all good.
Yeah, he is all good. I saw him sit up off the barrier and he put an arm to the air and waved to some people in the distance who were kind of obviously a bit concerned, but no, he's standing, he's walking around helping the marshals sort his car out, putting his back protector on his seat right now. So yeah, he's all good, so nothing to worry about there then with that man. Number, what was he? He was number 99. Wherever he's just gone. Jack Taylor, wasn't it? Of course. My brain stopped for a moment, but in the meantime, the pictures on the screen were Will Ellswood, Harrison Crook and Jamie Zyra. That was your 1, 2, 3. We saw some battling from them, didn't we, Zach? And then they seemed to just sort of consolidate his positions and stay there.
Yeah, exactly. And championship leader Edward Matthews as well, consolidating a very respectable P4. A good starting position later on for the super final. Joshua Gollin, of course, started on the second row, finishes 5th from James Lingard and Scott Clee. Ian Branfield from Rhys Whelen in 9th, Samuel Cornwell in 10th. Behind that, Josh Howard from Mark Gillibrand, Nicholas Walker and Jamie Salter, Jason Haitley from Matt Wardale, Jack Taylor and Cameron Crockett. Of course, the 17th and 18th place drivers. Jack Taylor, of course, a DNF with an injury, and of course it was Cameron Crockett that had the rear bumper decided it didn't want to be attached to the kart any longer. Of course, we are under a slight red flag delay, but I can see karts being recovered, driver being recovered, so it shouldn't be too long until we can get our repachages underway for the junior Rotax and of course the seniors, their last chance qualifying before they to decide the final places on the grid for the super final a little bit later on. There you can see some discussions taking place between our race winner of Will Ellswood, and he's looking very, very strong this weekend. I mean, just joining us for the one-off here at Dunkeswell, he took 2 wins this time yesterday, and it seemed that he's come in and just swept the field in terms of the pace. Yeah,
he has done really, really well. And just while we're just getting these pictures here, just sorting out this great bit. I love this, the fact that we can get the live RF camera in there, just seeing the pictures behind the scenes. Jamie Zyra there, number 95. You can see just how tall he is when he steps outside of the kart. But number 72, there we go, putting the kart up on there. Harrison Crook, well done to him, bringing it home in 2nd place. Will Ellswood, Harrison Crook and Jamie Zyra with the 3 at the front. Might have a little gap, I think, at this point, won't we, Zach?
Yeah, we do, indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got about 13 minutes of a delay. So what we're going to do, we're going to step aside for just a moment. We're going to, well, go back to you, actually, your video from a little bit earlier on, and remind you of some things ahead of the weekend here at the UKC.
Hello and welcome to Devon for round 3 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Hang on a minute, welcome to Devon? Well, that's something that I've never said before, and the reason is because this is the first time we've been here before. Dunkeswell Raceway, and what a circuit it is. Located in East Devon, the circuit is making something of a comeback with the granting of a new race licence in 2025 to allow the running of Motorsport UK events, and there are upgrade plans in place to develop the circuit still further and re-establish itself as the premier facility in the southwest. And I spoke to Centre Manager Niall Lovell a little bit earlier on today to hear more about the plans that they've got to develop this historic venue. So Niall, thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us, and congratulations here, because the circuit down here in Devon is looking glorious this weekend.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming down. The sun's out. I know we just had a brief rain shower, but that's what Dunkeswell was all about, and the southwest, beautiful sunshine.
Everything that I'm seeing as we look around the circuit here this weekend is in pristine condition. Your curbs are painted nicely, the grass is cut, something I understand you're very proud of, and you've put on a great show for us. And quite right too, because this is a historic venue. It needs to be looked after, and that's exactly what you guys are doing as we look to the future as well.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we've got a great team here from all the guys that work here and the volunteers. They put a lot of work and effort into it. Next year we celebrate 60 years of racing, continuous racing, kart racing here. So that's something for to be very proud of. We're looking forward to celebrating as well.
And I know you've been looking after the place for a number of years, but under new ownership now as well, exciting things are happening. Talk us through what's going on in 2025 and as we look beyond that.
Yeah, so I mean, since Sergey's taken over the closing end of 2023, he's put so much effort into it, so much work's gone into it, and a little bit of money, obviously, as well. But he's strived hard. He's helped us all gel together, take things forward. We've got new viewing area, new digital TV facilities for live streaming, beautiful bar and restaurant upstairs. We got laser tag in the woodlands, and everything's just building and building all the time. And we just want to make it the best circuit in the southwest, maybe in the country for the future.
Well, you're on the right path, I'm sure. And also, most importantly, in 2025, the new race licence means that Motorsport UK events can come here.
Yeah, it's amazing to go back to Motorsport UK after we spent 2 or 3 years just outside of Motorsport UK. It's good to have their backing. I'm sure they're pleased to have us back. I'm sure they are. We've had a round of the British here. And yeah, onwards and upwards, and looking forward to next year and many years to come.
And I think the plan is as well, we were chatting earlier, to extend the track and then look for an international licence.
Yeah, possibly, but maybe we need to keep that under wraps a little bit. But it's one of the things that we've been thinking about, for sure.
Well, listen, we're looking forward to racing here this weekend in the UKC, and from everything I've seen so far as the weekend's panning out, I'm sure we're going to be back here for many years to come. Niall, thanks ever so much. Thanks for talking to us.
No worries. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, thanks to Niall for taking the time to have a chat to me a little bit earlier on today. We've certainly got a lot of great racing to look forward to, and the backdrop, well, it's stunning, isn't it? And the track layout itself, well, it's one that I know all of the drivers are really looking forward to taking on. So let's have a look now at an onboard lap with Amelia Nelson, who's running in senior Rotax this weekend, and for whom this is her home circuit, having grown up just down the road in the neighbouring county of Cornwall. So we pick Amelia up then as she crosses the start-finish line, and the first thing you're going to see is pit bend. It's a right-hander with plenty of runoff on the outside, but the start's going to be interesting when all the karts are heading there at once. Then we're into the complex, the infield. It's the left, and then this big sweeping right-hander that will then put you onto this mini straight before you find yourself at this hairpin bend going down towards the hangars. It pulls you back through a full 180. Then there's this left-hander then, which now then leads us up towards what will be the hanger hairpin. It's a whole complex section, this, the right, the left, and then it's the double left, and then the right, pulls you back through that 180. Get your foot down here. It's another little mini straight before we come to this bus stop section. Look, a right, a left, and a right, and then at this point it's hammer down as you cross the start-finish line, and that is a lap of Dunkeswell. Well, I'm pleased to say the lady that was just making it look easy at the hands of that car is joining me now, Amelia Nelson. Amelia, thanks for sharing that lap with us. You know your way around here, don't you?
Yeah, I've been coming here since I started karting. This is where I started, and I love to come back. It's great to see all the big events coming back this year, and obviously the track looks great as it is.
Yeah, it looks fantastic here this weekend as we look this way here on the infield. But how old were you when you started karting? When did you first get behind the wheel and come here to Dunks?
So I started when I was 12, so quite old compared to the little ones in the classes here. But yeah, I've been coming back ever since, so yeah, I love it here.
It's a great place, and full credit to the guys that look after it, because the facility, as we look around, if you look kind of that way, does look really, really nice. But a lap here then, you've just shown us what it's like on the onboard. What's the key to doing well here at Dunks?
Obviously there's a lot of heavy braking zones, so it's getting that braking perfect, the fine line between locking up the brakes but still stopping it enough to get into the corner, and obviously getting on the power as soon as you can without any slides mid-corner.
And when you look around the circuit here right now, we're obviously kind of, there's the pit bend there, and you're going to be racing that way through the complex here. Where are you thinking in your head that you might get a few overtakes done?
So you can overtake at every corner on the track, which is why the racing is so great round here and it keeps it so exciting. But my personal favourites are where people don't sort of expect it coming. Yeah. So here, the second part of the complex section is always a good one. And then the far left hairpin down to hanger is also a firm favourite of mine.
The far left hairpin down to hanger, which is just over there. So let's go and take a look at that. So here we are, Amelia, at the left hand where you think you can get an overtake done.
Yeah, this is one of my favourites, as a lot of people go a lot wide into the entry, so you can sneak up the inside, and then obviously because it's such a tight corner, you have to really load up the kart and take your time, and then there's no opportunity for a cutback for people either.
And this is, if you've got to get this section right, because line it up right through here, because then we're into like this sort of almost double apex, then a right-hander, then another left, then there's that full 180 before the straight.
Yeah, definitely. This is a really technical part of the circuit, obviously, because what you do here impacts your drive all the way down. And even then onto the hanger bend and down the mini straight as well, it affects your drive there as well.
And then when you get on that home straight there, then it's just flat out to the finish and a long drag strip once you come through the dogleg here over the start-finish line.
Yeah, the dogleg adds like a technical element to the straight, but it's always nice to have a long straight to get a draft and an overtake at the end of it as well.
And leave your braking late, presumably, because then before you know it, you're back at the pit bend at the far end.
Yeah, definitely.
Amelia, thanks ever so much for talking to us. It's been great getting a bit of local insight. What do you think for you this weekend is going to be a good result? Because I know you're not running the whole series in the UKC, but a guest driver turning up for this weekend, so what are you hoping for?
Honestly, I have no expectations coming in. We're just going to see what we can do, have a chilled, nice weekend. The event's been really nice and really welcoming so far, but obviously it would be great to have a top 5, top 10 finish.
Best of luck for that, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Well, thanks to Amelia for sharing her practice lap with us there and for giving us those nuggets of where to get the overtakes done on what is her home track. I'm sure she'll be finding the right racing line this weekend. And a quick reminder then that the weekend will run as usual, but don't forget in 2025 we have the addition of the Repage round for classes of over 34 drivers, which will be both junior and senior Rotax this weekend. So let's take a look at how that'll work and the road to the podium. Well, it all starts on a Saturday morning with time qualifying, which will determine your start position for the heat races. And it's those heat races that are up next, and all drivers will take part in a minimum of 2 heat races, where you can gain championship points and determine your start position for the superheat. The superheat comes next then, and it's from here that you will gain even more championship points, and it's the results from the qualifying heats and this superheat that will determine your start position for the super final. But new for 2025 and in classes of over 34 drivers, the top 30 will automatically qualify for the super final. The rest will go into the repechage, with the top 4 getting promoted to that super final. We will then have the top 34 drivers who will be competing in the super final to gain championship points and determine their finish position. And if you finish in the top 3, then you'll be on the podium come Sunday night, picking up the prizes and the trophy. So there it is then, through the time qualifying, the heat races, the superheat, and maybe the repechage and the super final. That is your road to the podium.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, as we're gearing up for this afternoon's racing action here for round number 3 of the Ultimate Karting Championship here down in Devon at Dunkeswell. My name, of course, is Zach Sweeney, still talking you through all of the racing action. Kev Harris has ran down to set up things for the podium a little bit later on. We've got our repechages, though, up next. First up is Junior Rotax, a last chance qualifier, if you will, to solidify the final 4 places on the grid for the super final a little bit later on. For a lot of these drivers, it's going to be their final race of the weekend, and they'll round off their first half of 2025 here at Dunkeswell. Of course, hello and welcome if you're now just joining us. You've joined us at the perfect time to go racing. Make sure you are tuning in, of course, with the live chat, of course, with both here on Alpha Live and on the UKC YouTube chat as well. We've been following both. We've got them both up on a screen here. It's been really, really good. Reading along and seeing who you're supporting, any thoughts, feelings, queries, questions, where you're watching from, who you're supporting, what race you're most looking forward to as well. Make sure you're dropping some comments in the chat and keeping us company in the commentary box, especially now because I don't have Kev alongside me, so I'm just talking to myself. So make sure you are tuning in. Of course, be good to sort of hear your inputs on what you guys have got to say as well. Been seeing a lot over the course of this morning as well. Like I say, been some discussion about the Nürburgring 24 hours I've been seeing as well. That's on this weekend. Of course, we've got 3 24-hour races in June, don't we? We've got the Le Mans, we've got the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and then the 24 hours of Spa. So a very busy month for GT racers, those that do all 3. I think Kevin Estra might be doing all 3. He was on the podium at Le Mans a couple of weeks ago, or last weekend it was, of course. He's, I think, leading the way in the Nürburgring 24 hour. I'm sure someone in the chat will correct me as to what's going on in terms of his car there, and I think he might well be racing in the 24 hours of Spa in a couple of weeks' time, or whatever it works out to be. But we're here at Dunkeswell, of course. We've got, the stars of now racing in 24-hour races. We've got the stars of the future racing here in Devon. Make sure you're keeping an eye on all of these names, because each and every single driver that competes here at the Ultimate Karting Championship has got the prospect, has got the talent and the ability to go far in the world of motor racing. It's a long ladder, it's a difficult one to climb, but they're all doing themselves the world of favours being here. And if you are an aspiring racing driver, you know, you can start as young as 7 years old on the UKC ladder in the minis and micros, into the juniors, and then obviously into the senior Rotaxes as well. So if you're watching this and thinking, how do you get started in competitive national racing? Well, the UKC might well be the option for you. So head over, of course, to their website, see what the details are, and we might well see you maybe for a guest entry in 2025, but definitely be good to see you on the grid for 2026. We've had a brief red flag delay off the back of the Rotax 177 race. We're about to get ourselves underway, like I say, for the repechage. Just final couple of preparations being made as we get ready for the repechage. Some will find their way into the super final. Others will be going home a little bit early. Devon Taylor, Connor Lage, Jacob Jack and Molly Meisen are the front four, and so far will be taking their way into the super final. Lucy Lovell, Riley Morgan, they will be fighting their way inside those final four places to get that ticket into the super final. Lucas Howe from Longman Wilcox will run off the front four rows. From Lachlan Homer, who had a DNF a little bit earlier on, from Elliot Surtees as well, the top 10. Behind that, of course, in 11th place, you've got Blair Smith and Kieran Stewart in 12th place. Just running off the front 6 rows. They're making their way around the formation lap now. Who are going to be the ones that get their way into the top 4? And like I say, that ticket into the super final. They'll complete positions 31, 32, 33 and 34. They're going to be a long way down, but at least they're still going to be in and fighting. And if Lark Hall and the changeable conditions here at Dunkeswell have taught us anything, it is that it's not over until it is over. You are always in it, no matter what. They're lining themselves up then, 2x2 Noah's Ark formation. We put foot to the floor, and the Junior Rotax repechage is underway here at Dunkeswell. 8 minutes plus the lap in towards turn number 1, and it seems that Devon Taylor is able to hold firm. That 141, there's contact in the background though, and that's going to be effectively day done. The 39 of Longman Wilcox making contact. There's further contact as well. The 110 goes spinning around. That's Molly Meisen, who rejoins the circuit nearly into the path of the 39. We've had an exhaust off as well going through that first section, and that's what it means to these drivers. They've got to be making the most of the repechage. Elbows come out and the aggression starts to ramp up. Devon Taylor, though, able to lead from Connor Lage, who's there in second. Jacob Jack, Molly Meisen won't be in 4th place anymore after a spin going through that bootleg section, through the hairpin for the first time. Side by side, just in the background, the 73 of Connor Lage, dropping back now to 3rd place, but at the very least, he's in. A driver going off, I think, back into the pit lane could well have been Molly Meisen, and that's going to be her day done here at Dunkeswell. Side by side going into the first corner. There's the 19 of Lucas Howe moving their way through, and I have just heard that cart come through. Molly Meisen in the pit lane with no exhaust. It definitely sounds very, very rough indeed. Devon Taylor, though, able to lead at the front. Jacob Jack, like I say, in second. Large from Lucas Howe in 4th. Side by side there's Blair Smith on the inside of Kieran Stewart. Making their way now through what is the second infield section through the right. And there's the 222. That's Riley Morgan, who's very clearly not happy with the way the repechage has gone. That's going to be day done for them. Molly Meisen as well, like I say, pulling into the pit lane with no exhaust. Lucas Howe now ahead, fastest lap of the race, and now ahead of Connor Lage in 4th place. Longman Wilcox sets the fast lap of the race down in P9, but is a long way off. Seeing some side-by-side action going on into the boot section. There's the 141 of Devon Taylor, now dropping back to 3rd place. That's how quick the pendulum can swing. The 73 of Connor Lage trying to get the up and under as well, has got the drive. Has he got the move done into the hairpin? There's a bit of contact towards the front as they fight for the lead. Lucas Howe trying to make the most of the inside line versus Jacob Jack. I think he has been able to find his way through and into the lead of the repechage. Reminder for those now just joining us, it's the top 4 that get their ticket into the super final a little bit later on. It's argy-bargy through the hairpin. The 73 of Connor Lage trying to make that car as large as possible on the apex. Muscles his way through up in a 2nd place. Now the inside line through the sort of bus stop section here at the end of the lap. Not somewhere you often see moves being made, but a huge squeeze to the inside. 3 wide momentarily as a huge send to the inside from Blair Smith. Elliot Surtees getting involved as well. Now into the complex section. It does get very, very busy. You've got to keep the kart nice and tidy. You've also got to be mindful of drivers behind you, maybe taking a bit too much speed. And that's the 194. And that's Lachlan Homer, who had some issues, I think has been battling issues all weekend long. Unfortunately, has not been able to overcome them. And that is such a shame for a driver that definitely has got so much talent. And you can see what it means to him. Devastated to not be taking further part in this race all the weekend. Of course, when it comes to Lachlan Homer. And of course, it's a very large grid that we've got for Junior Rotax. But he definitely has got some pace. Has shown some promise this weekend as well. Look to the inside there. That's a lovely little move from the 39 of Lomond Wilcox. Up the inside of Elliot Surtees, gets muscled wide and around the outside of turn 1. Because it is so long, it's going to be so difficult to actually get done. As soon as you try and go the long way around, you lose grip, you wash out, and you find yourself on the outside of the circuit. There's the 19, though, of Lucas Howe, who's looking firm to take the win and get himself into the 31st spot of the Super Final. The inside line opens up, and another DNF. This time Lucy Lovell with a 2:16, so bringing out, I think, maybe some yellow flags in the sector. I think she's clear of the track, though, so all good and all clear. 4 minutes plus the lap left to go. It's Lucas Howe, like I say, still leading by a commanding margin from Connor Lage, who's now maybe falling into the clutches of Devon Taylor, who was leading this race, don't forget, for quite a large portion of it, up until the point, of course, it all kicked off at the front. Maximising all the track space. We've seen throughout the day drivers braking in the middle of the circuit is to avoid the wet weather, and oh my goodness me, into the barrier. That's the 39. That's going to be Lomond Wilcox, who has been showing some really good pace and some really good moves. Just running ever so slightly wide, got the power down, and you could see that coming from a mile away, that he was just going to run way too wide and into the barrier, and that again has ruined his chances of making his way into the Super Final a little bit later on. So it's been a race of attrition, despite it being the shortest race of the weekend. Only 8 minutes, of course, plus the lap, and definitely seems a case of getting to the end in one piece is going to do you a lot of good, and rather than just being sort of quick, right? That consistency and just staying in the race all the way to the end is going to be invaluable to these drivers. Lomond Wilcox making that mistake. Of course, Homer has had a couple of issues. Lovell with the issue. Meisen with the exhaust falling off. I'm seeing a couple of spots around the circuit. I don't know if it's sort of rain falling off like rooftops or something, or if it is rain. Of course, we've got the tannoys around the circuit, so anyone that's sort of stood outside, if you can give us a wave if it is raining, that would be absolutely very helpful. It's spots, if anything, but at the moment not affecting the grip levels too much. It wasn't scheduled to rain, but there have been some grey clouds looming large over the circuit for the best part of the day. I think maybe just waiting for that final push of wind to bring him over the circuit, but at least for now, no concerns on the circuit. 2 minutes 15 plus the laps are going to translate into maybe 3 or 4 laps left to go, probably closer to 3. And you can see there are spots of rain around the circuit. Going into turn number 1, it is definitely maybe slightly damp. That could well have been caught out the 39 of Lomond Wilcox a little bit earlier on. There is the wind is picking up. It's not dreadfully strong, but maybe there is a little bit of moisture around the circuit. Into the pit lane comes Lomond Wilcox, head in his lap. And again, devastated to have made that mistake. I think maybe the front left steering device has maybe knocked loose, or bent a control arm or whatever it could well be, to spell an end to his day. The 21 fighting, that's Elliot Surtees versus Kieran Stewart. That's the fight for 6th place, so no extra sort of championship points or anything. They don't score championship points for the repechage, but and no sort of spot inside the final. All you were doing is sort of gaining experience, of course, with the racecraft, and also putting yourself in a better position should there be maybe a full course caution or a red flag that brings out a race restart or what have you. You're putting yourself in a better position should the opportunity arise. And while a lot of people do get lucky in motorsport, you do have to be in the position to make your own luck. And even though making moves when the chance of being in the super final are slim to none, you never know. If the odds do swing in your favour, you want to be in the right position, in the driving seat, quite literally, to capitalise. 50 seconds plus the lap left to go. Nicholas Howe just going to cross in time to make this 2 laps left to go. In towards turn 1, a very, very nice shot actually, getting the drivers as they take to the race line, really squeezing the car all the way to the white line. You can see the strip of marbles down the circuit, but they want to open up the circuit as much as they possibly can, and the speed they're carrying in, slamming on the brakes, that is rain. through the infield section. Again, the drivers not slowing down too much. The last lap for Lucas Howe was a 47.81. His best is a 47.7. That was on lap 8, so that was done the lap before that. So the track, not slick, but we're getting reports of heavy rain. It is now coming down. So speaking of the rain in the last couple of laps being light as to not affect the grip, right now it is coming down. And with the race still with 1 lap left to go, it could well still change. Lucas Howe has got a 3-second gap to Conor Lage. Look out, though, for the final space inside the top 4. It's the 33 of Jacob Jack that leads Blair Smith. Elliot Surtees, who got that move done on Kieran Stewart, could well still be within a shout of going for a place in the final. The 110, Molly Meisen, still in this race. Sensational stuff. Just to stay on track and get that invaluable track time. Last lap time slightly slower, just under 0.8 of a second slower, so testing the conditions, not really taking too many risks, but there you can see just how bad it is. And if you're sat on the grid as a senior Rotax driver, do you gamble, do you go for wets? Because at the moment the slicks have still got grip. Are they still going to have grip in 5 minutes time is the question. It's a Lark Hall repeat here at Dunkeswell. Final lap, of course, the checker flag will wave. Our top 4 will be solidified as they jump through the final couple of corners. It's Lucas Howe that takes the checker flag and wins, gets his ticket to the final. Conor Lage and Devon Taylor from Jacob Jack, the top 4. Those are the all-important top 4. They work their way into the super final with a chance to score more championship points. And maybe as well, with changeable weather, could go for a heroic send a little bit later on. Of course, that won't be for a few hours yet. But if the weather stays as is, if it stays as it was at Lark Hall, we could be in for a very interesting afternoon of racing. Lucas Howe, Conor Lage, Devon Taylor and Jacob Jack earn their ticket. The last chance qualifiers into the Junior Rotax Super Final. Blair Smith, Elliot Surtees, close but to no avail for them. Kieran Stewart, Molly Meisen, who suffered a couple of issues, finishes 8th from Loman Wilcox, who had an issue, a tap with the barrier. Lucy Lovell, who pulled over. Her car will have to be recovered. Lachlan Homer and Riley Morgan as well. Both of those two devastated because their pace this weekend have been good. But again, like I say, no ticket into the super final with grids as large as the junior and senior Rotax fields are. Only the top half will make their way into the final, and we'll see them a little bit later on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be spicy for this afternoon. If you are now just joining us, well, we've got some more weather drama here at Dunkeswell. I think it's actually slowing down, if not stopped. So the track now just going to be slightly greasy, more of an inconvenience than anything. But there you can see the black cloud looming large over the skies. And of course, nice greyish sort of sunshine either side of it as well. So maybe a duality of this weekend. The last 2 rounds of the UKC have been very topsy-turvy, and that's what we love to see in 2025. Of course, we had some changeable weather in 2024. I think Rowra last year was quite slippery, quite greasy and very wet. So always interesting in the UK to have this changeable weather, spice things up. We've had a bit of everything. They had scorching temperatures yesterday, having to manage their slick tyres through the heat, not slide too much and not put too much temperature through them. And then again today, having to balance what has also been quite a warm day through warm-up and into the first couple of races, and then into a very big downpour. Then it dried up again, so they're readapting to the dry lines. Now it's rained again, so they're having to readapt the readaption. It gets very, very busy, and there you can see the boards all up there, looking very, very good actually. The branding of the UKC, putting a lot of effort into giving us, as much light into these young drivers as possible. Get as many eyes on them. I mean, we've got a global audience. We've had people from Kenya. We had Sydney, Bathurst, Costa del Sol for Albie Lapper's grandparents, I think it was, a little bit earlier on. So, yeah, global audience here for the Ultimate Karting Championship. Of course, one of the best championships in the UK for national level karting. A lot of these drivers will go on to race in Europe. I think actually we had it was Kean Geraghty in the senior Rotax as part of leading the championship after round 2, got free entry into the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. I think it was. I think he finished in the end sort of P3, P2, somewhere in that vein, towards the front against a very strong European field, and showcasing his experience and his skill at the front level. So nice to see these drivers not only winning on the national stage, but also winning on the international stage on their progression through the ranks of karting, because it is one of the most competitive sports in the world. You know, you get into club racing, and sometimes with the differences in classes and privateers versus teams and what have you, different cars, the level of competition can drop ever so slightly. In karts, everything is always really, really close. And it just makes it so much harder to succeed. But those talents really do shine through. The likes of King Garrity, Jacob Ashcroft in the junior Rotax. We'll see him later on with 4 of our finishers, of course, from this repechage. Lucas Howe, Connor Large, Devin Taylor and Jacob Jack will be joining them on the field a little bit later on for their super final. Up next, of course, we do have the senior Rotax repechage, just in a few moments' time. We're going to go, of course, over to them for the last chance qualifiers of the senior Rotax. It's the last chance then for some of our senior Rotax drivers to get themselves onto the grid for the super final here at Dunkeswell. We've just had a slight shower of rain. Seems the track is mostly dry though, as we're getting ourselves ready to go racing. Of course, the starting grid for the repechage, it's the top 4 that all eyes are on. Towards the front end of the field, it's Elliot Foster from Ben Donkin, Ben Horner and Callum Kinder put themselves in the driving seats, starting in the perfect positions to go forward. Miles Robbie from Braden Hill and James Wood. Caitlin Seabrook, who we saw have a couple of issues earlier on in the super heat, she'll be looking to make her way forward. The pace definitely is there from 8th on the grid. Of course, behind that, you've got Michael Walker, Benjamin Lee, the top 10. Dominic Darling from Molly Pugh in 12th place. Rounding off row number 6, Jack Thompson, Rufus Flan, who had a DNF earlier on, will be looking to fight his way forward, albeit a tough ask from 14th place. Billy Edgecombe from 15th, and a very lonely row 8. I can hear engines starting and carts getting themselves out onto circuit for the senior Rotax repechage. A last chance qualifier. If you are now just joining us and you're not really sure as to what the repechage is, basically because the grid size of senior and junior Rotax exceed 34 carts, the maximum you're allowed on track. We need to do a last chance qualifier. The bottom drivers, in this case 15, that didn't make it into the top 34 on points scored in the heats and the super heats, have to battle it out for an all or nothing top 4 as they make their way through. And also, speaking of drivers, Dominic Darling, who is racing in this race, P11. Did get word of this actually a little bit earlier on. We've got an invitational spot in terms of the camera ups. And by the way, what an excellent job the camera ups have been doing as we get ready to go racing here for the senior Rotax repechage. We've got Dominic Darling's mum on the camera. What can Darling do out on circuit? Can he find his way through into the super final? 3 wide as they make their way in towards turn 1, muscling their way through. 3 wide all the way to the exit nearly. They settle into 2 rows of 2. The 53 on the outside. That's going to be Callum Kinder working his way forwards in this race. Couple of risks being taken further back as well. The 25, Rufus Fan, getting involved in a bit of a tussle. They exit their way out of the infield towards the next hairpin, and oh my goodness me, it's a huge gaggle of cars. Massive send to the inside from the 35 of Braden Hill. Now works his way to the outside, forced a long way around to the next hairpin. Gets very busy through this part of the circuit. Very long sweeping corners where it's difficult to go side by side. Looking very, very strong indeed though for the opening lap. Very aggressive, but not a centimetre over the line. Like I was saying, very good job from all of our camera ups here. We've got a couple of people. Ross McIntyre, his first time on cams. He's at turn 1 doing a brilliant job. And, of course, Dominic Darling's mum as well at the back end of the circuit, following all of the action here at Alpha Live. 3 wide in towards turn 1 once more. 7 minutes plus the lap still left to go. Well, 1 lap in the books, and the top 2. Of course, if you finish in front, you start P31 as opposed to P32. When you're that far down, does it really make that big of a difference, or are you better off working together and trying to get away from the pack? Callum Kinder has not got that message one bit. Looks to go to the inside of Elliot Foster. Ben Donkin tries to get involved as well from 3rd place and promote his way up in a second. Now, if I was Horner, that's where I'd be trying to make some moves forward, because you're not safe. Yes, you're in 4th, and technically if you finish like that, you're going to go through. But you're not safe, and the minute something goes wrong and Mikey Walker or Braden Hill is all over your rear end, you're going to be in a bit of trouble. It's getting very aggressive towards the front end, though. Wasn't expecting it to be that aggressive. But Ben Donkin up now into 2nd place. Dominic Darling up into 5th place. He's made up some good ground, up 6 places. Up and under as they're side-by-side towards the bootleg section once more. There's the 48 Ben Donkin on the inside. That opens the door for Callum Kinder in the 53 to sort of muscle his way through and get involved. Side-by-side once more as more karts are getting involved. This is allowing the 48 of Donkin, though, to build a couple of kart lengths lead and consolidate that lead of the race and hold firm for his ticket into the super finals. But behind, it's... well, you can see it. There's cars hop, skip and jump. 3 cars off. 1 into the wall. The 133. Benjamin Lee is off. The 65 as well. That's Jack Thompson involved. We saw 2 cars make contact. 1 go up in the air. 1 go straight into the barrier. 1 able to continue on. But that's exactly what you can see. Everything laid out on the line. It's either go big or quite literally go home for a lot of these drivers. 5.5 minutes plus the lap left to go. 47 of Dominic Darling now inside the top 4. Side by side though, he's got the 92 of Ben Horner for company on the inside, the 53 of Callum Kinder, who was at the moment contending for leading the race a moment ago, now trying to keep his spot inside the final safe. The fast lap though goes to Ben Donkin. He's been able to break free and have a couple of laps in clear air under no pressure whatsoever. And that's been able to bridge that gap to now what is 0.8 of a second. Behind you've got Elliot Foster, Dominic Darling as well. Yellow flags out in session. We've got a full course yellow, so the black and yellow Battenberg in effect. That effectively brings it out to what is a virtual safety car. All the cars will have to bunch up, neutralise their race. No overtaking, of course. I think we saw a couple of problems for one of the cars, maybe the one stranded in the barrier. Indeed, so I think it is still there. So everyone crawls to a halt under yellow flag speeds. And with 4.5 minutes left to go, the top 4 are sort of as they stand. Ben Donkin, Dominic Darling, Ben Hoare and Braden Hill. Getting word that whoever was in second place on the road, last time they broke the beam it was Dominic Darling. Whether that's still the case, I don't know. Someone came running into the pit lane. There is the man behind it all, Paul, walking with some lunch in the holding area, just under full course yellow. It's been, we're just getting word, it's car 33 that's pulled his way into the pit lane. Elliot Foster making his way into the pit lane. I think we go racing once again. Well, a couple of loops being made into turn number 1, albeit still under full course yellow, so I'm not sure as to why they're eyeing up some moves. But Elliot Foster into the pit lane. That's going to bring an end to his race and to his weekend as well. You can see their drivers weaving around, trying to keep some temperature in the tyres. As the Marshall scram to get those carts recovered. And this is a chance for you to sort of not relax because you're still going at some speed, even under full course yellow, but take a breather, close the gap and still be involved in this race because it was a very hectic first few laps. Just making sure the carts are clear and out of the way before we send them green flag racing again, because the last thing you want again is them to make a similar mistake to the previous drivers and hit their cars. That's going to cause more damage and potentially injury to drivers. We go green flag racing though once again. 3 minutes plus the lap on the clock. Ben Donkin, his lead now has been closed. Dominic Darling still in pursuit for the win. 9 places gained so far this race, and he's all over the rear end of the 48. A move to the rear end. I think that's Callum Kinder trying to find his way through on Braden Hill. Up now into 4th place. They emerge out of the hairpin towards this second infield section. Just trying to keep an eye on the weather as well, if we've got any spots of rain going on around the circuit, but just trying to stay on top of things, get yourself back into the rhythm of the race. Not long left to go, a sprint to the finish. Donkin from Darling, then comes Horner. They're the top 3 breaking away. The 35 then of Braden Hill just in behind. Callum Kinder in the 53 needs to get a move on if he doesn't want his day ended prematurely. 2 minutes plus the lap, 3 more laps then left to go for the repechage of the senior Rotax here at Dunkeswell. The last chance qualifier to see who gets themselves onto the grid for the super final later on. The 122, that's James Wood with the fast lap of the race. Looking over his shoulder, trying to keep Rufus Flan at bay, who started right at the back of the field. So nice to see Rufus Flan making his way through. A move there, the 32, Mikey Walker gets deterred to the outside of the circuit, nearly into the barrier. And they're never too far away here at Dunkeswell. Because a slight mistake and you can very quickly find yourself in the barrier, particularly on the pit straight, very, very close to the track, through the infield, very, very close to the track as well. So if you get it even slightly wrong, even through here, I was scrolling on TikTok yesterday, it came up that that tyre barrier through that final chicane can be quite solid, and if you get it wrong, you can very quickly throw the car back into the circuit, so you've got to be on it, and Dunkeswell is a high commitment circuit. You've really got to chuck the car in through some of these corners around the circuit. So with small margin for error and a very difficult circuit, lends itself into a real driver's circuit. And nice to see, like we talked about earlier on, the investment that's being put into Dunkeswell and sort of the renovations that we're seeing to bring it back onto the national and maybe even international stage in the future. 45 seconds plus the lap. Getting notes, of course, of the weather. And you can see that is daunting. Looks like you're approaching the final boss in some horror game, because that is a very large looming cloud over the circuit with a lot of rain to drop. And drivers' eyes are going to be firmly looking up. 26 seconds plus the lap. Can see a huge turnout, of course, around the circuit. Drivers, engineers, mechanics cheering on their friends out on circuit. The top 4, the ones making their way through into the final, getting muscled out wide there. The 25 of Rufus Fan versus James Wood. There's the fight for the lead. How much of a fight is it, though? Ben Donking versus Dominic Darling. Both of them have got their spots sealed, provided they stay where they are. Why risk it? Why risk a drop down? Why risk a spin when you're safe already? P31, P32 doesn't matter really, as long as you're there. Mikey Walker, though, versus Braden Hill. That gap very close. Keep an eye out for that as we head on to the final lap of the repechage. Through this bus stop chicane, fling it to the right, then to the left, and get that power down over the curb onto the longest straight on the circuit. Final lap board is shown. And Mikey Walker is looking all over his shoulder, trying to keep Braden Hill. In fact, it's Miles Roby, I think, that's been able to get ahead. Last lap, last chance to loom. Bit of contact in the background as well. I think Callum Kinder not really had a good last couple of laps, dropping back a couple of places. Rain falling once again on the final lap of the Senior Rotax repechage. So drivers have got to ease with caution for the final couple of corners. What is that going to mean in the fight for the final places inside the top 4? Dominic Darling potentially with a last lap overtake towards the final chicane. Nearly had a look there, but you can see the rain is falling. There's no grip into the final chicane. They both cut it on, and the checker flag will wave. It'll be Donking from Darling from Horner. Then comes Walker. It was a complete guessing game into that final chicane. The rain falls. Will they get some sort of note from race control for doing that? Miles Roby couldn't quite get Walker to the line. So that's the Senior Rotax repechage. And ladies and gentlemen, once more in 2025, changeable weather changes the order of the race. Apparently getting weather that's hailing out on circuit. So either very heavy rain or some hail. Was not expecting that. I mean, like me and Kev were saying earlier, we were expecting a nice warm weekend, which it was yesterday. I was driving down yesterday on Saturday, and it was boiling. I was sweating in my car. I had to have the aircon on, had the windows open, whatever it was to cool myself down. Coming today, and I'm thinking, yeah, I don't need a hoodie. I don't need a coat. I didn't even pack one. And well, it is very, very the opposite here today. Ben Donkin from Dominic Darling, the top 2. Ben Horner and Mikey Walker will get their way into the Senior Rotax Super Final. Then comes Miles Roby, who will not be taking part later on, nor will Braden Hill, Callum Kinder, James Wood, Rufus Fan, or Caitlin Seabrook inside the top 10. They'll be taking a very premature end to this weekend. Molly Pugh, Jack Thompson, Elliot Foster, who's had some issues, I think, pulling into the pit lane from Benjamin Lee, and Billy Edgecombe as well in 14th and 15th. So with the Senior Rotax repechage in the book, we'll be making our way into scrutineering and to check the weight. Of course, making sure that their fuel levels are obviously fine, and they've got a sample to give to race control. But you can see some smiling faces. Got Ben Donking, our leader, there, just in behind him. Dominic Darling, whose mum, by the way, did a fantastic job on the cams. Let's everyone in the YouTube chat give a big sort of praise for Dominic Darling's mum, and of course all of our camera operators and marshals and medical crew. Her name's Jen as well, Jen Darling, on cams at the bottom end of the circuit. Everyone sort of congratulate them and give them a round of applause, because the camera work has been amazing. We've got James, of course, from Alpha Live behind the scenes, pushing all the buttons, making the broadcast look lovely and pretty. And like I say, make sure to thank. And if you're ever at a race event, make sure you are thanking marshals and things. Of course, Dunkeswell will supply their marshals, but they're out there in the post, no matter the weather, and making sure they're doing a brilliant job is to recover carts as soon as they need to, wave flags when they need to, and respond to races as and when they need to as well. And we couldn't go racing without them. The medical crew, the marshals, the camera ops, every single one of them play a part in making sure that we can have a fun weekend of racing. But the repechage, though, in the books, and some smiling faces, of their day is not done. Dominic Darling is very smiley. He'll be lining up 32nd on the grid a little bit later on for the Senior Rotax final. Will it be a charge towards the front? I mean, we saw some charges last time at Lark Hall. I mean, it was, I think it was... who was it? It was Jared Fox Whiteley, I think, who won in Junior Rotax in one of the heats from the back of the grid, and we had some similar sort of a similar fashion in, I think it was the 177s as well. Jamie Zara was able to fight his way through a few places. A lot of big gainers, sort of in the 15, 16 places gained. So just because you're at the back does not mean you're necessarily out, and some good opportunities for some good championship points on the cards as well. So a lot of these drivers are going to be looking to work their way forwards, because again they're down at the back end of the order, but most definitely not out by any stretch of the imagination. We'll be going to lunch in a few moments' time for sort of about half an hour or so. So make sure you yourself are getting some snacks in the break. Get yourself a drink, refuel, and be back for this afternoon's action, because we've got a lot going on. All of our finals, of course, the one race that they all want to win, the one that awards the trophies, and the biggest haul of championship points, 45 points for a win, the biggest of the weekend. And as well, a quick reminder for the calendar in 2025. Of course, we've ticked off Wilton Mill and Larkhall. We're here today in Dunkeswell before we go to Rowra and then Warden Law for round number 5. Round number 6 concludes in October at PFI before we then go to the Rotax National Trophy on the 12th, again at PFI in Lincoln. So make sure you are following along. And again, if you're local to any of those circuits, make sure you join us at the UKC. It's free entry, so just pull in and watch some free racing. Get yourself a burger or a drink or what have you at the local cafe. Watch some good racing for free. Or, of course, if you prefer to be sat at home watching along on either the Alpha Live or the UKC YouTube channels, make sure you like, subscribe, and turn the bell on for notifications to stay up to date with all things racing. For UKC, of course, it's the 2025 season. For Alpha Live, it's a bit of everything. You name it, we've pretty much got it. We broadcast all of the highest levels of karting in the UK and some of the high levels of car racing as well, from some of the best circuits in the UK and abroad as well. We've been over in Imola this weekend for some Porsche Cup racing, so always some exciting stuff to sort of indulge in for those that are maybe looking for some racing series, some new things that they want to indulge in that's outside maybe of F1 or your typical GT3 racing. So always some good racing to watch. But yeah, over the lunch break, of course, we're going to be drivers are going to be sort of reviewing some data, maybe having a looking at the weather very intently, I'm sure, to see what tyres they need to put on, and maybe reviewing any mistakes that they should maybe not have made. But we'll rectify a little bit later on, particularly for Emerson McCann-Uren as well in the minis, because a slight mistake for him cost him the win. He'll be looking to fight back from pole position. We'll find out after lunch. It's time for the finals. The Ultimate Karting Championship 2025, round number 3 here at Dunkeswell. It's all been boiling down to this. It's time for our super finals. Up first, of course, it'll be the Micromax, which brought one of the best races of the morning's action. Benedictus Masiokis, of course, commanding the championship, but only 4th place for the O-Plate driver in the super heat a little bit earlier on. It was Alfie Garrett that was able to control the race by about 4.5 seconds up in front. Dean Singh Bahal and Albi Farrow from 2nd and 3rd place earlier on, showcasing some really, really good results. Just having a look at the grid as well, provisionally, wasn't a lot in it at all. The top 4 in terms of their points scored over the duration of the heats to dictate where they start, separated by less than 8 points between each of them. So the grid very, very tight, and in fact we've got a 3-way tie for what is 5th place as well in the standings between Stubbs, Crawford and Uzanov as well for their sort of particular spot on the grid. So it's been incredibly tight in the Micromaxes. And of course, hello and welcome. If you are now just joining us, you're joining us at the perfect time. Of course, we're getting ourselves onto the grid now. So we'll run you through the starting order. It will be Alfie Garrett ahead of Albert Farrow for the front row. Dean Singh Bahal from Benedictus Masiokis. He's on a streak of final wins. Can he replicate that here today at Dunkeswell? Behind that, of course, a 3-way tie for 5th place on the grid. It's Albie J. Stubbs, Sebastian Crawford and Dimitar Usanov from Chloe McGill who line up in 8th place. Oscar Churches, Teddy Murphy, Ralph Martin and Ethan Lloyd will start this race from 12th on the grid. From Oliver Whittle and Ollie Brunt, the top 7 rows. Ansel Murray and Mason Munzer from 16th place. That's it for the grid for the Micromaxes. Like I say, hello and welcome if you are now just joining us to the 3rd round of 2025 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. My name, of course, is Zach Sweeney to talk you through all of the racing action. Whether you're watching along here on Alpha Live or on the Ultimate Karting Championship YouTube, make sure to like, subscribe and turn the bell on to stay up to date with all things racing this season. This will mark the halfway point for the Micromax Championship in 2025. Let us know who you're supporting, where you're watching from, and what your predictions for this race are going to be. We've had some changeable weather over the morning. It seems that it's settled down going into the afternoon, so all dry running. And 5 very hotly contested finals to go with it. Like I say, thoughts, feelings, queries, questions, whatever really tickles your fancy in the YouTube chat. Let us know what you're thinking. Don't be shy to have a chat as well. Well, I'll be by myself in the commentary box. Kev Harris is down ready for the podium presentation when these guys finish. So give me company. Give me something to chat about over the course of the race. Of course, the racing itself will do a lot of the talking. You can see the green flag just waiting to be waved to send these guys on for their formation lap and on to what will be 10 minutes plus the lap, or 12 minutes plus the lap of racing action. Worcestersbone, final warnings being made then, and the green flag will wave to send us on our way. The nerves then will be through the roof of these young drivers, a lot of which are maybe in their first couple of years of kart racing, not got a plethora of experience behind them, but a lot of raw talent and a lot of ambition as well. I mean, you go around the paddock, you speak to these young drivers, they're always fierce. They're micro, but they are mighty, as me and Kev were saying a little bit earlier on. You know, you walk next to them in the paddock, you know, they're no taller than your hip, or none of them up to your shoulder or whatever. They are tiny, tiny drivers, of course, because they are kids, funnily enough. But, you know, it just goes to show that they've got such raw ability to be able to command karts at, you know, 30, 45 miles an hour around circuits like this, one of the biggest in the country, of course. Dunkeswell back onto the national scene in terms of racing. We're back for the UKC in 2025. 12 minutes plus the lap then, as they're getting themselves out onto circuit, acclimatizing to the conditions. Of course, it was a very different track the last times these guys took to it. You can see a very slick hairpin. Maybe some slick conditions as well. We've had no karts on track over lunch break, so the track hasn't had an opportunity to dry or warm up any further. So it could still be very green, still be very slick and slippery. Now we're going to be going racing on the first time of asking, will we have the green flag wave, or have we got another go around? So we're going to be going again for a second formation lap for these drivers. So the false flag shown start. As they'll barrel their way towards turn 1, but not under racing conditions just yet. You can see there the green with the yellow chevron through that indicates false start. It means they have to go again for another formation up. I think we had a couple of stragglers at the back end of the field that they're just letting catch up. We saw it earlier on as well, with one of the drivers not taking to the start but was able to get onto the grid. They did another formation lap and got themselves at the back end of the field. It's the 98 of Ansel Murray. He just needs to catch up to the rest of the field, and then we'll be good to go racing at the end of this lap. Ansel Murray, though, is pedaling that kart very quickly is to get himself onto the back of the field, so he'll be ready to go raring. Maybe aware of what the track is like at racing conditions as well, more so than those around him. Maybe a slight advantage to claw his way back from the rear end of the field. Alfie Garrett, Dancing Pahal, the front row, are O-plate and championship leader Benedictus Masiokas. Will he continue the streak? Will his tyranny of the Micromax final be continued, or will it be thwarted? We're going to go round again here at Dunkeswell. I think Ansel Murray not quite able to actually get onto the back, so we've got one more formation lap. So a good opportunity again for these drivers to acclimatise to the conditions, get themselves raring to go. But they're having these peaks of adrenaline, right? They're going to the final corner, they're getting amped up to go, and then they're being told to go round again. And then it all comes crashing back down again. They've got to slow down. A lot of these drivers are just going to be itching to get going. But look out for Alfie Garrett. We saw him earlier on, of course, with his win. He got a win yesterday on Saturday as well. So he's got 2 wins to his name this weekend. He did the same at Wilton Mill. He went on to finish second in the final. Will he be able to do one better here today? And like I say, top Benedictus Masiokas end his streak. He won at Wilton Mill. He won at Lark Hall last time out. Will he be able to win from 4th place on the grid here at Dunkeswell? It's been changeable conditions. It's been, I say, a difficult day for Masiokas. He's finished 2nd, 6th and 4th. Not bad going at all. Not bad results by any means, but he's consolidating those points. Will he be able to take to the top step? Will it be Garrett? Will it be Pharaoh Pahal? Will it be someone else? Let us know in the YouTube chat. Finally, the Micromax final of the Ultimate Karting Championship here at Dunkeswell. Alfie Garrett controls the pace, waiting for the green flag light to show. We put foot to the floor, and we go racing towards turn number 1. Pole position has that inside line. He's able to defend, but the inside opens up, and Ding Sing Pahal goes straight to the race lead. Lovely stuff, but pushed wide, and looking to go up the inside there. You can see the 96. That's going to be RBJ Stubbs looking to get his way up in a second from 4th on the grid. Benedictus Masiokas dropped back to 5th place at the initial get-go of the line, but Ding Sing Pahal, what a launch that was from the front row. Nearly got himself into the lead, replicating what he did earlier on in the Super Heat. There's contact further back. We've got the 42 of Albert Pharaoh involved underneath another car, and I think also another driver involved as well underneath. So that's going to bring an end to their final and their weekend of racing. A huge shame for the 42 on the exit of turn number 1. As I think a couple of them have been able to get back going again. I can see 3 drivers struggling towards the back end of the field, side by side as well. That's the fight for the race lead. The 47 of Alfie Garrett side by side with Ding Sing Pahal, who I think just ran in ever so slightly deep. As we tick off lap number 1, 11 minutes plus the lap. It's Garrett, Pahal, Masiokas up now to 3rd place. Then comes Stubbs, and the drivers involved with Chloe McGill from 8th place, Crawford and Pharaoh involved. So a huge shame, 3 big hitters inside the top 10. There's still plenty of racing still to happen. They're side by side. That's, of course, Dimitar Usanov on the inside of the 88 of Oscar Churches, the fight for 6th. Now the run towards the hairpin. We've seen a lot of action in the micros and in the minis as well. We saw Max Jolly, superb couple of moves going into this section. You can see quite slippery, so maybe slick or ever so slightly wet on that particular part of the circuit. Dry everywhere else. So just maybe in a bit of caution, but definitely opening up a bit of a skill gap between a couple of drivers. Through again this back hairpin towards the chicane, the bus stop where you've got to flick it in right, get the kart rotated for the left, and then accelerate your way down the pit straight towards turn number 1. Eating that curve there was Alfie Garrett. It seems that he's got control of the pace. Let's see what the lap times are like. It's a 56.7 for Garrett. It's a 56.8 for Pahal. So edging that gap ever so slightly now to just half a second. Still very close. Can see that cloud still looming large as well over the track here at Dunkeswell. Will we see more rain yet to come? What do we think of this race so far? What do we think still to come with 10 minutes and 1 lap? A quick look over the shoulder from Alfie Garrett just to check what the situation is with Ding Sing Pahal. And you can see a couple of different lines being taken. Do break in the middle. There's the 88. That's Oscar Churches looking to get his way back through on Teddy Murphy and up in a 7th. He finished at 6th a little bit earlier on, did Murphy. In fact, it was 5th in the end. I think from P11 on the grid for Teddy Murphy. Looking very strong in the 71. Up now into 7th place, but could it well be demoted down to 8th as the 88 of Oscar Churches works his way through. So a good couple of battles starting to form. What can Masiokas do in terms of closing that gap to Dancing Pahal? It seems that Alfie Garrett, like I was saying, has got control with the fastest lap of the race. However, that gets responded to by Benedictus Masiokas. The gap is now halved to just 0.2 of a second. That's the gap. The 47 followed very closely by Dancing Pahal in the 23. Benedictus Masiokas has been overtaken as well by LBJ Stubbs and demoted off of the podium. So if his win streak is going to end, you'd like to think his podium streak is at least still alive, but LBJ Stubbs is going to put an end to that, at least momentarily. Runs a bit wide through the hairpin, and that allows Masiokas to go back through. We've got 3 karts battling here. That's Churches versus Brunt. I think maybe Ansel Murray involved as well. From the back of the field, the 98 doing a superb job as to stay involved. So we've got 4 or 5, maybe even 6 karts involved in that fight for what is 8th, 7th place even, just behind Teddy Murphy. Still plenty of racing, like I say, 8 minutes plus the lap still to run. Dancing Pahal with the fastest lap of the race. They work their way onto the pit straight once more. What is the gap looking like? It's extended to 0.4 of a second. Stubbs, and that's still able to stay ahead of Masiokas, but only just. Ralph Martin closing in, now the one with the fastest lap at 53.3. 55.3, I should say. 53 would be incredibly quick. But a 55.3 nonetheless for Ralph Martin, who's had an up and down weekend, but recovering really, really well in this final. Up now into the top 5. It's then Sebastian Crawford that gets the fastest lap, down in 15th place, showing that the track is ever changing. I think that hairpin continuing to dry, and you'll see everywhere else, of course, you'll hear the tyre squeal. Through that slick bit, you won't typically do it, but as it starts to dry, you'll hear more and more of a squeal as the kart will go through, have no grip, suddenly hit a dry patch, grip up, and then that's when the tyres will have a slight little bit of a squeal. So they're testing where that grip is. That's going to be a skill gap over the course of the rest of the race as it continues to dry. Look over the shoulder from Alfie Garrett again. I do think he needs to be focusing forward. Pahal hasn't really posed much of a challenge. He shouldn't be worrying about what's going on behind him. The faster you could drive forwards, if you can just go fast, he won't be a problem. Don't worry about what's over your shoulder. The race is only going to be in front of you. Of course, once you then start seeing his shadow, maybe hearing his kart just in behind you, that's when you need to start then thinking about defending. But right now, while you've got a gap, use it to try and bridge and keep him at an arm's length. Into this hairpin, you can see full dry line being taken, so definitely getting better and better. Ralph Martin still with a fast lap, his last time by, 55.0. Side by side as Masiokas finds his way through on LBJ Stubbs. That's up now into 3rd place. 3 karts nose to tail. Martin just in behind Stubbs, and Masiokas now leading this train. Just a little bit off the top 2 though, but if they continue to battle, or if they start their battle, Masiokas wants to be the one leading the charge to close in for a potential shot at winning this race and keeping that streak alive. Alfie Garrett leads another lap, this time with the fastest lap of the race. Masiokas gets promoted into 3rd. You can see how much they're hugging that pit wall all the way to the left-hand side, maximizing their entry into turn number 1, trying to carry as much speed through as possible. Quite a late apex. The door opens up for the 32. Ralph Martin thinks about the move on LBJ Stubbs, puts him off his line ever so slightly. Is that going to allow him to get the acceleration towards the hairpin? Not quite close enough on this occasion, but a good look, and we saw it earlier on as well. As the gap opens up, LBJ Stubbs goes in deep. The 32 tries to drive up the inside, but to no avail. The acceleration was there for the 96. But we saw it earlier on in in one of the Rotax classes, whether it was juniors or seniors. A driver goes defensive, the gap opens up, and up the inside they go. That's Chloe McGill making her way into the pit lane. A big shame, because what a talent she is. So confident on the camera, full of confidence in her own ability, and we're starting inside the top 10. So whatever technical issue has befallen her, we hope to see her back fighting for the rest of the season. Benedictus Masiokas still controlling that pack with Stubbs and Martin, and in fact closing the gap actually to Alfie Garrett. They're working their way through this first complex here. Alfie Garrett still with about half a second of a lead, but Pahal maybe with the pace to look to the inside of Masiokas. That's LBJ Stubbs, a nice little move there, catching the O-plate driver off guard. Found the inside line and found his way back through into 3rd. So an electric battle forming here between 2 fierce rivals, both of whom are within a shout of winning the championship as well. Benedictus, of course, leading the championship coming into this round by just 9 points as well. As things stand, Alfie Garrett is going to be scoring the full 45 points. Masiokas, if he scores 3rd, will be getting 35, so a big 10 points. So as things stand, Alfie Garrett will be leading the championship. Masiokas needs to finish in 2nd place to retain that championship lead. That's the power of consistency. Garrett has been there or thereabouts, finishing inside the top 5 every single race this season. Couple of wins, and with a really good weekend here at Dunkeswell. If Masiokas takes his foot off the pedal ever so slightly, Garrett is going to capitalise. Masiokas needs to be in third. The gap in the championship will just be 1 single point. Obviously pending results and things as they cross the line, it will be provisional. But Garrett has an opportunity here to take the championship lead going into the halfway mark of this season, and it's insane to say that we're already there at the halfway mark. But we've got Rowra, Warden Law, and then of course the doubleheader at PFI with the final round of the UKC, and then of course the Rotax Trophy to end the year in October. There's the gap at the front, 47 from 23. Benedictus Masiokas has to go defensive. Very late reaction there as Ralph Martin tries to put him off guard. Now he's got the drive maybe to put some pressure onto our championship leader, make his day go from bad to worse. Look to the inside, not quite close enough there from Ralph Martin. Masiokas is going backwards, not forward. That's the last thing that the championship leader would have wanted. But will he be championship leader any longer? 4th place in the super final gets you 34 points. The gap coming into this race was just 9. Alfie Garrett will be scoring 45. So as it stands, Garrett will have a 2-point lead in the championship, and Pahal will close the gap in the championship as well. With Pharaoh's poor start with the spin, he was at 4th place in the championship, had a good chance at tipping Pahal to 3rd place to get himself inside the top 3 for the championship, but a poor start has put an end to that. He'll need to recover in the second half of the championship, because at the moment he'll be losing what will be 13 points to Pahal. Still gainable, still recoverable, still not over until we cross the line for the final race at PFI in a few months' time, but you want to be doing yourself as many favours as possible, and Alfie Garrett has given himself so much ammunition in this championship. Masiokas, of course, with his dominant form at Wilton Mill and at Lark Hall, not quite done a sweep yet this season. We've seen a couple of those in Junior and Senior Rotax, not quite in Micromax. Penultimate corner. Pahal has been kept at an arm's length with Garrett. They've been sort of matched on pace. Pahal not quite been able to get close enough to really launch an attack for the lead. Garrett has been, just in control, right? He's not necessarily been quickest. I think he set the fast lap on maybe 1 or 2 occasions, but he's just matching Pahal, and that's all he needs to do is keep him at an arm's length, minimize his mistakes. Now that LBJ Stubbs is clear of Masiokas, though, what can he do in propelling his way towards the leaders? Can he close in onto Pahal? With a minute and a half left to go, I think we're going to get 2 more laps at the line. We'll hold off on that. It could be 3. It could be very, very close indeed. Like I say, though, those joining us in the YouTube chat, make sure you are cheering on your respective driver. Let us know where you're watching from. Make sure you like, subscribe, turn the bell on for notifications here on Alpha Live, and, of course, on the Ultimate Karting Championship YouTube page. Wherever you're watching, let us know. Let us know who you're cheering on for. Let us know your thoughts of the racing thus far. What are you most excited for? What track of the final 3 of Rowra, Warden Law, and of course PFI is going to be your favourite to be take to for the second half of 2025. It's been really, really good racing thus far. Really clean racing as well. And Micromax brought an absolute belter of a race earlier on for their superheat. So too did the minis, actually. Ethan Lord and Teddy Murphy swap places a little bit further back just to give you a rundown of what's going on back there. But look at the gap at the front. With 40 seconds on the clock, this is the closest that Singh Pahal has been in a long time. And you can definitely tell that he's feeling the pressure. So too is Garrett. He'll be feeling the pressure at this point as well, looking for his first final win, of course, of the year. He knows what it takes to win races. He's won 4 this season, which is matched, actually, with Benedictus Masiokas. None of them have been finals, but he'll be feeling that pressure. He knows what it's like to win. But with Ding Singh Pahal, he'll be telling himself that he can win this race, sort of cheering himself on in the helmet. You often find drivers sort of shout to themselves, actually. If you stand close enough, you can almost hear them. We cross the line with just 3 seconds left to go. That gives us 2 more laps of racing, which is going to be to the despair, I'm sure, of Garrett, but to the absolute pleasure of Ding Singh Pahal, who continues to set fastest lap after fastest lap. The chase is on. A lap and a half left to go here at Dunkeswell for the Micromax 2025 round of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Alfie Garrett has led from start. Will it be to finish? Ding Singh Pahal, right at the beginning of the race, tried to go for a move for the lead. Didn't quite last very long. The fight for the podium is still on as well between LBJ Stubbs and Benedictus Masiokas. Giving their absolute everything. You can see Alfie Garrett definitely on the limit of grip going into that final hairpin, chucking the car in, getting that rear inside tyre up into the air, pressing the outside tyres into the ground, giving them the most grip possible, getting that rotation. 1 lap left to go here at Dunkeswell. Alfie Garrett from Dean Singh Pahal, the 47 versus the 23. Either way, the tyranny of Benedictus Masiokas in UKC Micromax Finals will end. But who is going to end it? Is it going to be the 47? Is it going to be the 23? He's held on brilliantly. This defense has been valiant. The straight line speed not quite there for Dean Singh Pahal, but he closes up under braking, tries to get over the rear end of the 47, but each corner is another opportunity ticked off. All he's got to do is keep it tidy, does Alfie Garrett, unless Dean Singh Pahal has got absolute heroics going into this bottom hairpin. I think it's going to be enough. Alfie Garrett accelerates his way towards the final chicane for the final time. Quick look over the shoulder, and what a defensive masterclass this has been. He has dealt with the pressure so well. Alfie Garrett has been the man to beat this weekend. The UKC Micromax final here at Dunkeswell goes to the 47. Alfie Garrett takes victory. Dean Singh Pahal from RBJ Stubbs, and Benedictus Masiokas has been toppled. The first round without a final win, the first round without a final podium. And it goes to Alfie Garrett. The 47 machine brings it home. But still, Dean Singh Pahal very happy. And fist bumps there as well between rivals. The 47 of Alfie Garrett and Dean Singh Pahal. That's a rivalry that I'm sure is going to blossom over the years to come as they progress through the ranks of karting here at the UKC. Of course, in the micros at the moment, they'll go on to the juniors in a year or two, maybe even 3's time. And then find their way into seniors, maybe even one day into cars. But that is going to bring an end to the first final of the day. And it's Alfie Garrett, once again, the smiling face that we see on the results page. Dean Singh Pahal from second, then comes RBJ Stubbs, tipping the O-plate, and former championship leader Benedictus Masiokas to the podium. Ralph Martin completes the top 5, a superb drive from 11th place up into 5th. Dimitar Usanov from Ethan Lloyd, Teddy Murphy and Oscar Churches, with Oliver Woodall rounding off the top 10. Behind that, of course, you've got the likes of Ollie Brunt, Anton Murray, who's makes his way through from the back of the grid to 12th, Mason Munter, Albert Farrow, who had an unfortunate start to this race, tumbles down to 14th place, but we're looking to bounce back in a few weeks' time at Rower. Sebastian Crawford from Chloe McGill, our lone DNF in 16th place. Of course, we'll head down to Kev in a few moments' time. He'll be ready to have a word with our race winners, or race winner and podium sitters. There is Dean Singh Pahal, the 23 machine, who, like I say, didn't win, but put up such a good effort to come ever close. And that win is brewing. It is coming. In fact, when it comes to Dean Singh Pahal, we got a very nice little package from the RCE. They give us a little media brief each round of a little profile of each of their drivers. It's fantastic. If more teams want to send us one, that would be really good. It just gives us some information on the drivers. And Dean Singh Pahal, he's only 10 years old, but he's had 4 years of racing. He's been racing since he was 6 years old, and of course will go on to do big and amazing things, I'm sure. And it's one of those things as well, the commitment to racing, even at such a young age, right? Dean Singh Pahal, he does swimming, he does running, he does this, that, and everything. He trains so ruthlessly to be strong enough in a kart, to be physically able in a kart, to improve his racing. You know, that's the level of dedication that you need to perform at a high level like this, and it's a high level that Pahal is very much performing to. But hugs all around. There you can see Alfie Garrett is over the moon, I'm sure, with victory here at Dunkeswell. And Kev will catch up with him in a moment, and I'm sure it's going to be smiles. It was a hug with either dad or engineer there on the trolleys. And again, it's just at such a young age, it means so much to each of these drivers, and that win, that trophy, will make a very nice token of their efforts this weekend. RBJ Stubbs, you can see there as well, finishing in 3rd place. It was the 47 from the 23, then the 96, getting carts onto the trolleys and back to the awnings for a pack down now. Their racing is done for this weekend. They'll be back out in a few weeks' time when we head to Rower, up in the Lake District in Cumbria. So a beautiful circuit. If you are local, definitely do join us. Free entry, of course, and you can watch some fantastic racing. But of course, make sure you are watching us on the YouTube channels here on Alpha Live, as well as the Ultimate Karting Championship YouTube page. Make sure to like, subscribe if you haven't already. Turn the bell on for notifications to stay up to date with all things racing. Here on Alpha Live, of course, we've got Club 100 at Rissington. We had also the Porsche Club Suisse at Imola as well over the course of today. So make sure you are following a plethora of different karting championships, top level in the UK. And of course, also some car racing from abroad as well for those that are interested in that. Always some good racing, especially in Porsche spec series as well. But we'll head down to Kev, like I say, in a few moments' time. The Micromax final definitely brought some thrills. It was tension all the way to the end between Dian Singh Pahal and Alfie Garrett. The pair of them, fierce rivalry, I'm sure, to come over the next few years. We'll head over to Kev, though. He'll have a word with our top three.
So Albie, huge congratulations. You're on the podium there. Good little battle in that Micromax final. Following on from a third and a fourth in the previous 2 rounds of the UKC. How do you feel about that one?
Yeah, it felt quite good. I think if we had a better start, I think we would have been up the front. But in the end, it was just a battle for third.
Yeah, it was just a battle for third, but you got to be pleased with your first podium of the season.
Yeah, it feels really good.
And a strong running for you earlier on in the Super Heat as well. Who's made it all possible? Who's been looking after you this weekend?
Sam, my mechanic, my dad, everyone watching me, and Sam Pollitt, who's out in Genk, for telling us to set up. Yeah,
he is. So Sam will be watching from Genk, I'm sure. So huge congratulations to you, and we'll see you for the podiums later on. Well done, Albie.
Thank you.
There's Albie J. Stubbs then, bringing it home in third, his first podium of the season. Let's get Dian Singh Pahal in there, another young man who's also first onto the podium in 2025. Dian, talk to me, young man. Your first podium of the year. How'd you feel?
It's fine. I did my best. Can't ask for more. Well to Alfie, much deserved. It's a hard race.
Hard race, but you seem a little despondent. You're on the podium. You clearly feel you could have gone better, or it didn't quite work out for you?
I mean, the first of the squigglies, I think I could have pushed a bit harder at the start, but well done to Alfie. Much he's deserved this.
Well done. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible for you this weekend?
Everyone who's come to watch me, my family, Jordan, JT, Dave, Rivasi, and the rest of the grid for giving me a good weekend.
Fantastic. Well said, Dian. Thanks ever so much. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There goes Dian Singh Pahal. Let's get the man who won, though, Alfie Garrett. He's over there. Big smile on his face. Get yourself on the spot, sir, mate. Well done. How about that? You've gone from a second in the opening round, a third in the second round, and now, top step of the podium, it's a first. You must be very happy.
I'm so happy. I've finally got to the top.
You've finally got to the top step of the podium. A strong weekend for you. You've had the pace all weekend long, haven't you?
Yeah, practices we were really good. We were at the front. In the heats, we were consistent, which led us to start first in the final. And then we've won the final, which I'm really proud of.
Yeah, exactly. You did really well in that Super Heat, and starting first in the final, well, that's what you needed, wasn't it? Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
SFR, my dad, Cream Racing Engines, and the rest of my supporters that's come here.
Fantastic stuff. Well said. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on. Thanks, Alfie. Well done.
Thank you.
There goes Alfie Garrett then, your first one on the day, winning in that super final then, race number 29, as he goes off to celebrate with his mum, dad and the family over there by the railings. Out on track next here at Dunkeswell, it's the Mini Inters.
It's time then for the Mini Inter final for round number 3 of the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025. It saw us to Devon here at Dunkeswell, one of the best karting circuits in the UK. Here's how they're going to line up on the grid. It's Emerson McAndrew-Uren, our championship leader, alongside Max Jolly, who is the man on form today. Ryan White alongside Otis Cleary on row number 2. Alfie Ward ahead of Stanley Stafford, and Serene Gallagher, who had a couple of issues earlier on, will start from 7th ahead of Nelson Taylor in 8th place. You've got Arthur Farrow from Eddie Duncan, the top 10, with Henry James and Rian Townsend in 12th. Behind that, Ian Campbell from Hakeem Bartz, Adam Bartz and Hamish Gordon alongside each other for row number 8. 2 more behind that, of course, on row number 9. We've got Teddy Higgs as well as Ollie Thompson. 17th and 18th place, they'll line up at the back end of the field, looking fierce as ever in their driver profile photos. And you can see there the spectacle of lining all the karts up on the grid with the music, with the photographers, building that tension, building that anticipation, ready for what is going to be 12 minutes plus the lap of racing. Max Jolly, think back to earlier on, and what a sensational move that was to get underneath. It was Ryan White and Emerson McAndrew-Uren he was battling with. Let them both go in deep into that hairpin. Got underneath the pair of them, went on to win with just a lap and a half left to go. And it's been, I want to say, not a slow start by any means for Max Jolly, because he came into this round second in the championship, still is second in the championship, but hasn't quite been able to rise to the podium in a final yet, right? He got 4th at Wilton Mill despite having a second, and a third in the heats. Unfortunately, he got a 12th place in the final at Larkhall after disqualification from the superheat despite winning and podiuming in the heats on Saturday. So it's not like he's been incapable of fighting at the front. It's just that fortune hasn't quite allowed him, because those that follow karting as a general, Max Jolly always fighting towards the front, whether that's in the British or whatever series he's racing in. The UKC not quite had the same fortune going the way of the O-Plate winner, but maybe today at Dunkeswell his fortunes will turn. He's got a quite respectable actually social media following, which is going to be really valuable for him as a driver, and something that all drivers I know are striving to do, to attract sponsors and to get a following, to build a personality and build a community online, which is something that 5, 6, 10 years ago wouldn't have been sort of heard of at this level. Whereas now social media is so much more accessible. They're all building their own little communities on Instagram or what have you. And again, when it comes to attracting sponsors, that's exactly what they need to do to progress through the ranks. But Max Jolly, starting on the front row alongside a driver who, as things stand, has only been beaten 3 times this season. And this is going to be our 12th race of the championship. So he's got a 75% win rate in 2025, does Emerson McAndrew-Uren. He's got a 100% podium rate. Will Max Jolly put an end to that? Will he take to the top step? We'll find out for the Mini Inter final. Green flag waves, and we get underway for the formation lap. It's going to be, like I say, Emerson McAndrew-Uren from pole position, alongside Max Jolly on the front row. Ryan White from Otis Cleary. We're getting cold, maybe. There could be some rain throughout this race. The drivers will be on slicks. There has been an ominous dark cloud over the circuit for the best part of the day. It's been on and off, similar to what it was at Larkhall. Could we see some more rain, some more upsets? Who's going to be the one to adapt? Should it drop? Will it drop? Suspended in anticipation as we await the start of this race. I think you're going to get one more wave around lap before they queue up and go racing. All right, we're going to go racing now. I think they are going to be queuing up. It's Emerson McAndrew-Uren on the right-hand side, or the left-hand side of your picture on the Downhill Racing LN kart. On the left-hand side, it's the Tony kart of Max Jolly. I think they are going to be lining up. The Mini Inter final, 12 minutes plus the lap. Max Jolly, the man on form. McAndrew-Uren, though, undefeated in a final, and the rain drops on cue towards turn number 1 for the first time, and it's going to be the 01 plate that controls the race. Max Jolly, though, tumbling down to 5th, maybe even 6th place towards the bootleg section for the first time. He's on the inside of the 43 machine, trying to make amends for what was a shocking start for Max Jolly. The rain is falling, the conditions will continue to change, and it's the 01 plate who looks behind. He's in disbelief as to how large the gap is. The Dan Honda Racing Machine able to bridge a nice gap. The 47 of Ryan White is through. Otis Cleary up now in a 3rd place, trying to contest for what is going to be 2nd place. They need to work together to get after the race victory. McAndrew-Uren is set. They're sideways, huge tank slapper from the 23. A little bit further back of Rian Townsend. Able to keep it under control. I think the rain maybe has slowed down or even stopped, but that's definitely going to be a threat on the driver's visors. A few spits here and there, and you start to get a little bit concerned. The gap, though, at the line, 3/4 of a second. McAndrew-Uren and Ryan White side by side in the background as well. It might well have been Max Jolly trying to make amends for what was a slightly poor start. He, at the moment, is 5th place. Started on the front row, lost a few places. However, a slight twitch opens the door. Max Jolly goes through on 2 cars. Back now in a 3rd place, side by side on the exit as well between a couple of cars. Max Jolly now tucked up behind Ryan White. Not able to go for the move, or not willing to go for the move into the hairpin. The 22 of Otis Cleary just got it all sorts of wrong through the bootleg section. That's cost him a couple of places. It's caused a little bit of turmoil as well in the background. The 183 of Alfie Ward versus, I think, Stanley Stafford. That's the fight for what is now 4th place. Can Ryan White, can Max Jolly get after Mackenzie Urin? Max Jolly, though, that start was not great, and it's something that we've seen from Max Jolly quite a lot. His starts have not been great. His recoveries are really good. His overtaking and his racecraft, his consistency is there. It's just that initial go that he needs to sort out. And he'll be laughing in terms of this field. Has he got the pace to go and catch Mackenzie Urin, though? The answer to that, at least for now, is no. The best he can do is match it. 50.7 for Mackenzie Urin, 50.7 for Max Jolly. 3/100ths of a second in terms of lap time. Heads down, focus forward. The message from Stanley Stafford there in the 43. The 22 of Otis Cleary, though, just in behind, you can see the black and yellow helmet, I believe, a black and yellow suit. Looking very, very striking, very nice indeed. 9.5 minutes plus the lap. We're following the fight for 6th there. Arthur Farrow just in behind as well, the 24 machine. Just looking as to who our big gainers are, and it is actually Arthur Farrow, only up 2 places. So making some progress, but nothing major thus far. 9.5 minutes, like I say, plus the lap. Ryan Jolly, wow, that was a mix-up. Ryan White, Max Jolly trade the fast lap. It then eventually goes to Arthur Farrow. I think the track maybe starting to get ever so slightly quicker. And the slipstream working in favour of Arthur Farrow. Max Jolly looking all over the rear end of Ryan White. But if they're closing to Mackenzie Urin, they don't want to squabble. It's a game of chess, right? You need to be thinking strategically. You need to be thinking 2, 3, 4 laps in the future, not right now. I mean, it's a longish race, right? 12 minutes. It's the longest race they're going to have of the weekend. And yes, fair enough, it's a sprint race. 12 minutes is barely any time when you think about it. But you're still thinking long game. You're still planning for those final 2 or 3 minutes of the race. And you do yourself those favours now. So that racecraft that these drivers are developing, some of them might go on to do sort of endurance racing where they have to be in the car for 2-3 hours at a time. And you're having to think about how to set up moves and sort of think about the longevity of the car. That's something they're learning right now. Alfie Ward now with the fastest lap, though, the 183 in 4th. 8.5 minutes left to go. Let us know, of course, as well. Again, who you're supporting. If anyone's fans of drivers on this field, let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering on, and what your thoughts and feelings have been so far about the racing that we've seen in the finals. We've had the micros now into the minis. Very nice stuff from Sport Magpie as well in the YouTube chat. There you can see, you can follow the live timing as well if you go to alphatimer.co.uk/UKC/live. You can also see all the results, all the grids, and follow the story here at Dunkeswell over on the Alpha Results page as well. Make sure you're doing that and you have access to what is a very nice, very nifty timing screen. Really good at showing all of the data, the live position on track as well. It's really, really good to see. Emerson Mackenzie Urin leads by 1.1 seconds now clear of Ryan White. So that pace coming in. However, the last time by, few drivers sub 50 seconds. A lot of drivers sub 50 seconds. The best part of the top 10, crucially though, one driver that wasn't, was Mackenzie Urin. He's ever so slightly off the pace compared to Ryan White. But even on his off laps, he's maintaining the gap. It's not dropping drastically. He's not yet made a mistake. So Max Jolly either needs to get in front of Ryan White and start pushing towards Mackenzie Urin, or they need to sort of buck up their ideas and get a bit of a better drive, because Mackenzie Urin at the moment is seeming to have nearly done the sweep. He won all of Saturday. He got 3rd place earlier on, was leading most of that race until Ryan White tried to go for a move for the lead. That allowed Max Jolly to go through. So the sweep is not possible for Mackenzie Urin, but to win the final, the 3rd final in a row, and extend that lead at the top of the championship would be mightily impressive. But the race far from over just yet. Still got over half of it to go. Contact warning coming in from Adam Bart. That's the 31 at the moment, running in last place, but on the back of sort of 3 or 4 cars. Yeah, up to Hamish Gordon in P14. So a couple of contact warnings coming in. We've seen a couple of those. No major dramas though. I mean, we saw earlier on in the micros, we saw a little bit of contact with the switchback. I think it was Alfie Garrett, the 47. That maybe just misjudged the switchback ever so slightly on Dancing Bahau. In fact, no, it was the 96. It was LBJ Stubbs that messed up the switchback. More rain falling though on the pit straight. You can see those spots of rain going into turn number 1. Now, if you're next up think it's the 177s we've got next. If you're next up, you're looking at this and thinking, oh, hang on, do I put wets on? Is it still dry enough for slicks? I mean, right now, the grip not changing too much. Maybe putting a bit more lock into the fronts, trying to get some more temperature into them. You can see there's some micro corrections going on as they respond to the oscillations on the circuit. Slight bumps around. Feeling out where that grip is. Where's the kart going to bite? Where is that steering then going to go slightly lighter and reduce my grip? The gap back under a second, though, at the front. The 47 of Ryan White closing in on Mackenzie Urin. Gap down to, what, a couple of kart lengths now. We're still half the race to go. The pace is there for Ryan White. Max Jolly will be dragged with him. Alfie Ward as well, not a million miles away. So still race to run. And changeable conditions still. Like I say, that spitting rain. Everyone outside under the viewing gallery area. A couple of them still outside. Of course, parents and mechanics. Slippery surface flag being shown. So confirmation that the track definitely is starting to get a little bit damper. Still dry line though. You see there, still tyre score, still got a lot of grip. Their pace not slowing down too much, about half a second off where they should be. So the track colder, maybe a little bit more slick, a little bit more damp, but overall not a major problem. But that could get worse and worse as the race progresses, as maybe the rain comes down slightly harder and harder. Slippery surface. Like I say, the red and the yellow flags. For those, of course, that haven't been clued up on the karting flags, there are a lot to deal with at this level. Emerson McAndrew maybe with a transponder issue, as he's tumbling down the order on the timing screen, but that definitely is not the case. In fact, no, he is. He's the 0-1. He's still leading the way. There you can see him now through the bootleg section. Sorry, I saw the O of McAndrew and I thought it was the O of Max Jolly. It's not. It's the 0-1 of McAndrew. But yeah, that transponder issue could well pose a problem. But he's, unbeknownst to that, he doesn't know what's going on. He's just driving that kart to the best of his ability. The transponder definitely attached to the kart because he was showing up on timing to begin with. So it would have been the transponder going wrong. So no grounds, I don't think, for a penalty on that regard. But a shame nonetheless. To have him up on the timing screens to monitor his lap times relative to those around him. 3.5 minutes left to go, and it seems that Mackenzie Urin has reinstated himself somewhere on the grid. It'll sort itself out in a minute. It's Mackenzie Urin from Ryan White and Max Jolly, the top 3. Alfie Ward and Otis Cleary, the top 5. There you can see them, the yelling kart there, the 0-1. That's Mackenzie Urin. Now back to the top of the timing streets. So all good there. Just the final quarter of this race to go. And just getting word as well in regards to the rules on transponders and things. So Mackenzie Urin might well have a couple of problems, but we'll update you in due course as to when we get information on that. The 0-1, though, at the moment on track, still leading the way. So all is good there on that front. Ryan White, like I say, still in second place now with a fast lap of 49.78. So, well, we did have a little bit of rain. It seems that maybe it's actually worked in favour of the drivers to cool down the track a little bit. But it's still there spitting. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. I think we've got sort of about 3 laps or so, maybe 4 laps left to go. They're running in the 49s. So the next, it'll be a minute 40. So I think we've got 3 more laps, plus the lap, of course, at the line. So still plenty of racing, still plenty of opportunity. Look at the gap now. Ryan White all over the rear end of Mackenzie Urin. It's dropped Max Jolly in the dust. It's a top 2 1v1 at the front. With just a handful of laps left to go. Changeable conditions as well. The track surface is slick. Mackenzie Urin could his reign at the top. We saw it in the micros of Benediktas Masiokis. And his reign coming to an end. Will Mackenzie Urin be able to hang on? His defensive masterclass earlier on in the superheat was incredible. And he nearly was able to hang on. Now he's got to step it up a level. Look over his shoulder. He's under pressure. A look to the inside. There's contact as Ryan White fights for the lead. He edges himself in front, but Mackenzie Urin just able to hang on. Max Jolly now will close the gap. It's 1, 2, 3, side by side. Ryan White pulls to the outside, tries to go the long way around. The switchback is there. Mackenzie Urin has to fall behind. He has to concede. There's more contact. Max Jolly gets involved. Momentarily 3 wide. Further contact as Ryan White goes over the curb. Max Jolly now in his second place. Mackenzie Urin through all of that just able to hang on. Side by side in the background as Otis Cleary capitalises a point in front as Max Jolly says we need to go. We need to get out of here. 3 laps left to go at the line. A minute left on the clock. 3 more laps. Mackenzie Urin leads from Max Jolly in second place. What a lap that was, and it all kicked off from Ryan White's over-aggression maybe into this section of the circuit. The gap opens up. Macandrew Uren does not make the same mistake twice. He was lucky enough to hang on to the lead. Max Jolly, though, with the drive. We've seen him so good through this section of circuit. A point in front, though. He's saying, we need to get going. Macandrew Uren doesn't trust it, though. He goes defensive once more. Here comes Ryan White on the counter-attack. Outside line through the next hairpin. Tries to go the long way round to Max Jolly, who forces him off. Once again has to concede, and he's been swallowed up. Otis Cleary now onto the podium. Now in behind Max Jolly. You've got Alfie Ward and Nelson Taylor getting involved as well. 23 seconds left on the clock. It'll be 2 laps left to go at the line. Macandrew Uren has not got the message from Max Jolly that he wants to work together. Time of the essence. 2 laps left to go for the Mini Inters. Defensive train going to the inside as Ryan White tries to go the long way around at turn number 1. Nelson Taylor gets involved. We've got everyone on the scene, the entirety of the top 10, now fighting for positions inside the top 5. The clock ticks 0. This is the penultimate lap. Max Jolly, has he got an answer for the lead? Macandrew Uren with his head down, trying to get any advantage that he can. They're broken free ever so slightly. So it's a clear 1v1. Macandrew Uren, the defensive masterclass has been on. But he's got to hang on for a lap and a half in the Mini Inters here at Dunkeswell. They are mini, but oh my goodness me, are they are mighty. I hope everyone at home is enjoying this. Strap in for one more tour of the Mini Inter final here at Dunkeswell. Max Jolly, what has he got? Maybe to dethrone Macandrew Uren, maybe to close the gap in the championship towards turn number 1. And defensive goes Otis Cleary, trying to hang on to what is going to be that podium place. Ryan White is able to get himself in front as well, trying to get that switch back. 1 lap left to go towards the bootleg section. Macandrew Uren is safe for now. Max Jolly, though, trying to tee up the move into that penultimate hairpin. Side by side, Otis Cleary versus Ryan White. That's the fight for the podium just in behind. Not quite close enough, I don't think, Max Jolly. With each corner that ticks past is one less opportunity that he's got. Otis Cleary, though, defending that podium with his life. The 47 trying to go the long way round. It's not worked before. It doesn't work this time. The 47 of Ryan White has to tuck him behind and concede. It was an opportunity for a race win. Is it even going to be a podium? He runs wide, Otis Cleary. The 47 capitalises. Ryan White back onto the podium, onto the 3rd step, but through the bus stop for the final time. Macandrew Uren once again takes victory in the Ultimate Karting Championship. It's 3 on the bounce. He's dominated the opening half of the season in 2025. Max Jolly was close, but can only settle for 2nd. And Ryan White, after all of that, it's only 3rd with the fastest lap. But ladies and gentlemen, what a race. We have just been told we've got a crash. There's a red flag out on circuit, but it's come in sync with the checkered flag, so they return their way to pit lane anyway. It was very aggressive all the way through that race. We're just getting told there's someone off at the second hairpin. But ladies and gentlemen, that was amazing. There is Emerson Macandrew Uren. He won at Wilton Mill. He won at Larkhall. He wins again here at Dunkeswell. He commands this championship. Max Jolly, it was close, but his best result of the season so far in a final. Ryan White hangs on to a podium from Otis Cleary and Alfie Ward in 5th. Nelson Taylor in 6th from Serene Gallagher and Arthur Farrow. Eddie Duncan and Stanley Stafford in the top 10. Then comes Ryan Townsend, Henry James and Ian Campbell from Hamish Gordon, Hakeem Bart, Adam Bart and Teddy Higgs making their way at the back end of the circuit. As you can see, of course, we do have an ambulance out on circuit, so we'll update you with the driver's condition as soon as we can, but some precautionary checks being made to make sure they are all okay, and that brings us to a slight delay. Of course, Kev will be down there in the scrutineering for the podium interview, so we'll head down to him in just a few moments' time. But again, a good opportunity. Everyone in YouTube chat, I want to see it. Thank yous to the marshals, to the medical crew, to everyone behind the scenes here at UKC, because without them we could not go racing. They attend to every incident as soon as they can with incredible efficiency, making sure that if there is a delay, everyone is safe, everyone is okay, and we can return to racing at a high standard as soon as possible. Of course, driver, just again, like I say, we'll update you on the condition as soon as we can. There was a crash. I think they are out of the car. The ambulance is down there as well, so monitoring them, and like I say, we'll update you when we can in regards to that. But like I say, the efficiency of the ambulance crew and everything here is paramount to making sure that we can go racing and like I say, ensure everyone is safe. So you can see that Otis Cleary reminds me of the Spider-Man suit, the initial one from No Way Home with the black and gold. Looks very nice indeed. That helmet is epic. Max Jolly there as well, very deserved 2nd place. But the 47 there, that's Ryan White. Was it a bit too over-aggressive? Was it over the line? Did it cost him in the end? I mean, Emerson Macandrew Uren, he was the the driver he was trying to overtake. He almost got there. But in the end, it actually sort of put him on the back foot. It allowed Max Jolly to do exactly what he did in the superheat earlier on. We'll jump to the highlights, actually. Let's talk through what we just saw, because it was insane. The rain dropped right on cue for the get-go of the race. Max Jolly was stuck on the outside of the circuit, and you can see there, starting in second place, just gets muscled out wide, and that put him on the back foot for the race ahead. He would fight through, though, all the way through this race. The 22 of Otis Cleary immediately on the attack of the 47 of Ryan White, and they would do battle for the best part of the race. Mackenzie Uren, though, dominated the opening part of the race, and a huge snap of oversteer there from the 183 comes barreling down the inside of Cleary, puts him on the back foot, and allows Max Jolly to go for a superb double move up into third place. It was the chase, though, between the 47, the O-plate, trying to get after the 01 of Emerson Mackenzie Uren, getting all over his rear end, trying to apply some pressure. It came down to the final 4 minutes with the threat of rain throughout the entire race, making the track slick, making it a little bit greasy. Eventually that battle would come, and here comes the 47. You can see the space opens up, and he just immediately, without hesitation, goes for the move, hooks the curb, a slight bit of contact between the pair. The space was still there, though. Emerson Mackenzie Uren able to chuck the kart back up the inside, and immediately Max Jolly was on the scene, nearly tried to replicate what he did earlier on in the day, but it was the 47 of Ryan White that gets the up and under for the race lead. Mackenzie Uren, though, still with a kart alongside, just chucks the move to the inside. That invites Max Jolly to take second place, just completely slams the door in Ryan White's face, takes second place, and they try and get away. It invites more and more karts on the scene. Otis Cleary gets up the inside and finds his way through. And meanwhile, Max Jolly was saying to Mackenzie Uren, we need to get gone. Maybe this was the opportunity. He had a look potentially to go for a move here, but instead opted to go for the more passive game to try and get away from the very man that would end up alongside him. Maybe that was the detriment to Max Jolly, maybe a lack of aggression. So a race of two halves. Ryan White, though, trying that move to the outside, and every day of the week Max Jolly was always just going to open up the steering and invite that kart to the outside curb. Mackenzie Uren, though, under so much pressure from so many different drivers, was able to hang on to take the race victory, and what a race it was. The Mini Inters always deliver. There you can see Max Jolly there just having a word, and he'll have a word with Kev in a few moments' time before we sort of head over to finish the delay. I think people are walking back over now, so should be all good in terms of the delay and getting us racing for the Rotax 177s. But Kev is ready down there. We'll have a chat with the podium finishers.
So Ryan, tough racing for you out there. First podium a year, but a difficult final, I'm sensing.
Yeah, very difficult. Started off, got into second, a bit of battling. Emerson got away, I was really quick, so I was catching Emerson. Once I got to Emerson, Emerson defended really well. I couldn't do anything, leading to third place passing me. And then I just kind of went back from there and just scrapped, and then ended up third in the end, which I'm happy with, yeah.
Yeah, well done to you. Huge congratulations. Very tough racing, scrappy racing. At one moment you got yourself up to second, like you say. You've ended up in third, but I think the full thing here is when we look at your season, you're on the podium for the first time. A 10th, a 7th, and now a third. That must be good news. Who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank my dad and grandparents for making this all possible, and 360 Energy for sponsoring me.
Well done, Ryan. Huge congratulations. Great to see you back on the podium, and we'll see you for a little bit later on for the champagne and trophy.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done to Ryan White. Let's get Max Jolly up next. Let's see if we can catch a Max over here on the spot. So Max Jolly, great to see you, young man. I haven't chatted to you yet this year. Bit noisy with those guys getting ready to go out, but a 4th, a 12th, and now a 2nd in the UKC. Must be pleased to be back on the podium.
Yeah, I'm really pleased to be back on the podium, yeah.
And you've had the speed all weekend long, and yourself, Ryan and Emerson, you've been battling, well, from the off, haven't you, since you arrived?
Yeah, as soon as we arrived on Friday, Emerson wasn't here, but Ryan was, and we were having a good battle, but as soon as he came today, it was just race on.
And so everything's worked out for you, really, in terms of, like, behind the scenes, your mechanic and your team, that you're happy with what's happened?
Yeah, I'm really happy.
Who's made it all possible? Who would you like to thank?
My mum and dad and my sister, my mechanic Jordan, the team Strawberry, and no one else, but I would like to say happy birthday to my sister.
Happy birthday to your sister. What's your sister's name?
Olivia.
Happy birthday, Olivia. There you go. What a great brother. You're just getting better and better, don't you?
Yeah.
Is she going to make it onto the Instagram?
I don't know.
I think she should. Max, well done, buddy. We'll see you for a little bit later on for the trophy and the podium.
Thank you.
Well done. Max Jolly then in second. Let's find our first place man though, Emerson McAndrew. Here he is. Emerson on the spot. Well done, mate. How about that? Another weekend where it's another clean sweep.
Yeah, not quite a clean sweep, obviously.
I apologise. Yeah, the superheat didn't quite go your way. I'm getting too used to you winning, aren't I? But you must be pleased with another top step of the podium.
Yeah, we've had a really good weekend, obviously. Came P3 in quali, won both of the heats. In that super heat, got shuffled back a bit, so we finished P3. And then in that final, just kind of stayed ahead, kept my cool and stayed in the lead.
It was going on behind you though. Ryan White there and Max Jolly and Otis Clearer, they were all chasing you down. Did you sense what was going on behind you?
Yeah, like it started to rain, so I got a bit more cautious. And I think they caught up from that, and then I kind of had to get my head back down once it started to get dry, and then it just kind of became a scrap, and then at the end me and Max just kind of got away, I think.
Well done to you all. Great for us to watch from the sidelines. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
I'd like to thank Dan Holland Racing, Time Racing Engines, Daryl, Ross, Scott, Matthew Higgins, Louis, Westover, and everyone who supported me.
And there's a whole lot of people supporting you. So well done, Emerson. We'll see you for the podium and the trophy a little bit later on.
Thank you.
So there goes Emerson, our winner on the day there in Mini Inter. Up next out on track will be Rotax 177. So Zach, I'll hand back to you.
Well, our third final of the day, and it's the Rotax 177 class. They're going to be making their way onto the grid in a few moments' time. We've had a slight delay, but should be all good in terms of getting the proceedings back underway. Hello and welcome, of course, if you are now just joining us here for the third round of the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025. This morning's and this afternoon's action has boasted incredible success. We've just had the Mini Inter final, and oh my goodness, if you are now just joining us, while you're waiting, or if you get a minute later on, go back and watch that. At the very least, go back and watch the final 3 laps, because that was insane. Such young drivers on, one of the first steps of their motorsport racing ladder to climb their way up and fight for, well, top honours in the final. But we go to some of the youngest, to some of the oldest in the UKC paddock, the Rotax 177. So this is a sort of a step above senior Rotax. This is a slightly heavier class, so with weight being so paramount in karting, the combined driver and kart/gear weight has to be 177 kilograms, and everyone, that is the bare minimum. So if you don't quite reach that, you have to put on lead plates or more fuel load or whatever it is. You have to reach 177 kilos before and after the race to be eligible for scoring some points. There you can see the very tall man in the blue, yellow, and the white. That's Jamie Zara in the 95. He won at Lark Hall in conditions similar to this, in terms of very changeable conditions. I think just before one of the Rotax 177's races, it had a massive downpour, and in the end they opted to go out on slicks. As you can see, the track is dry enough for all of them to still be on slicks, but it just goes to show Jamie Zara is the one to step up when conditions change. Will we have a similar success here today? He'll be lining up this race from 5th place. Will Elsgood, though, has taken this championship by storm. He came in, of course, just for the one-off here at Dunkeswell. We didn't see him at Wilton or at Lark Hall, but he's done the sweep. He's won both heats and the super heat this morning. Will he be able to do the same for the final? Hasn't lost a single point in sort of the qualification standings. Of course, you score points, championship points for your finishing order of each respective race, and then also your finishing order dictates how many points you score in terms of your starting position. So you want the fewest amount of points possible in regards to how many places off first you finish as such. So the higher up you finish in the heats, the better you start for the final. And well, Will Elsgood, with no losses, is looking very, very strong to well, he's taken pole position. He's looking very, very strong to take the victory. Quick sort of catch up on the YouTube chat. Seeing a lot of people posting recently, some very passionate Max Jolly fans who came very close to that victory in the Mini Inters just a moment ago. Didn't quite manage to get onto the top step, but got very, very close indeed. Also from Gary, some nice words. Very much appreciate that. The racing has been incredible. Let us know as well if you are now just joining us, or if you've been joining us for a while and you've kept yourself quiet. make sure you're tuning in and leaving some comments in the YouTube chat. Let us know how you're feeling, who you're supporting, maybe where you're watching from as well, and some of your favourite races of not only this weekend but the season so far. What are you looking forward to? We've got Rower, Warden Law and PFI still to come in 2025. Just a quick update there from one of the marshals as well. Just an update, just waiting for the marshal to be back in the ambulance to be back in the pit lane before we can go racing again. And the photographer Josh East there, taking a picture of our Roman camera marshal. Have just had a word in my ear as well in regards to the update of the proceedings and where we get going as well from race control. So just waiting, of course, for the ambulance and the driver to be back and okay and back in position before we can go racing again. So it shouldn't be too much longer, of course, while we just wait out for that. Just obviously trying to relay as much information as possible in regards to the delay. But you can see that all the drivers stood ready, whether that's fully kitted up like we see there, or with overall still at their waist or helmets off or what have you, but they're ready to go at the moment's notice. And looking to what is going to be a good race. Just a quick update as well in terms of the championship. Quite close. Edward Matthews has had an okay last couple of days. Saturday was 2 second places. Earlier on was a 4th place as well. James Lingard, not the best of days in terms of his race starts. His race finishes have been okay, 2 4ths and a 6th. Keeps him in 2nd place in the championship, keeps the gap at a monitorable 11 points. Josh Gollin has been able to close up some points as well. It seems for our big hitters, it's been sort of a topsy-turvy day for all of them, because obviously they get put into the separate groups, so they can all finish sort of 4th or 5th. Getting told that it's spitting around the circuit as well. So Jamie Zyra there having to readjust his race suit in all the places, of course, making sure that he's nice and snug, nice and comfortable for when he gets into the cart. No belts to worry about though, as Yuki Tsunoda reported. Was it Isaac Hadjar at Japan in Formula 1 in the belts being slightly too tight in certain places. Just making sure you're snug, you're comfortable. You don't want things feeling too tight in certain places. Just making sure you're there, making sure you're prepped like that with tyre pressures, adjusting them, making sure they're exactly where you want them to be. And just look at the wear actually on those slick tyres. Of course, it was very hot yesterday with the weather, and that means that you're putting a lot of temperature into those tyres. And Dunkeswell is a very demanding circuit where you're locking the rears a lot to get that rotation, where you're putting a lot of lock in to get the rotation at the front as well. And those slick tyres do take a battering. Of course, you only get one set for the weekend. You can see there we're using the Mojos. So with one set for the weekend, you obviously get a fairly hard compound tyre. So the heat cycle is quite manageable. But on a day like it was yesterday, it does take a beating. And of course, as they get more and more worn, it only exaggerates the problem. So tyre sort of conservation, even at sort of this level in karting, is incredibly important to make sure you've got the tyre life left for the final. Because in other championships, you put on a fresh set of tyres every couple of sessions or what have you. Definitely a new set for finals, if the regulations allow. Here at the UKC, that's not the case. You have the tyres that you've been on all weekend long to deal with. Also getting told, like I say, updating on the spitting there is Josh East himself. Quick update on his phone, then he'll get back to the snapping. And what a job as well. Anyone that sort of follows the UKC socials, which everyone should do, by the way, always some really high quality photos and coverage from them. So the media that we've got, as well as part of the UKC, very, very impressive. And again, good for the drivers to get new profile pictures and again to improve their social media coverage, to have all those high quality pictures provided, of course, by the photographers is always really, really good to see. You can see the drivers now starting to get ready. Like I say, just waiting for the ambulance and driver to be confirmed okay after the crash that we saw. Quite a nasty one in the mini inters, but hopefully all okay. Back in position, and then we'll be go racing once again for round number 3 here at Dunkeswell.
Am I live?
What a round it has been as well. We've got people out on the grid as well, ready to see carts onto the grid. There you can see the ambulance making their way around the circuit, and he'll make his way back into position, ready to again be on call at a moment's notice. And again, like I've been echoing, all all day long and all season long when it comes to the medical crews, to the marshals, to everyone behind the scenes at the UKC and any club or karting or national, or any racing event, full stop, right, as an umbrella term. Any marshal, any medical crew, anyone behind the scenes, the amount of effort that goes into making sure a weekend can run smoothly, even with delays, because things happen, it's motorsport, you're never going to be able to run exactly on schedule. To make it run this efficiently is a task, and is a task that gets done very, very well in the UKC in 2025. There you can see Will Elsgood waving to the crowd. He'll be lining up on pole position. I do like this walk that they do. Of course, they've got the speaker down on the grid. Again, adds a bit of atmosphere, adds a bit of tension. Maybe we need to get Bruce Buffer down to do some driver call-ons, because that was definitely a sight at Vegas a couple of years ago in Formula 1. Not quite sure if the budget allows that, though. Maybe not Bruce Buffer. Maybe someone else. We'll get James from Alpha Live to do some call-outs onto the grid to give, again, an added sense of anticipation ahead of the race. The Rotax 177s, though, it is a pretty large grid. We've got 19 karts taking to the start. Like I say, this is the heavy class, effectively the step up from senior Rotax drivers that have gone on to do things in cars or slightly later in terms of starting their karting career, or just slightly a bit too heavy, too tall, too big, too muscular, whatever it is, and they need a heavier, more level playing field. The Rotax 177s is where they go. Still sort of the senior Rotax chassis and the senior Rotax engine, same as our senior Rotax class, just with an added weight limit to monitor that and make sure all is okay. Still incredible racing, though. These guys, they're here for fun. A lot of them, they go to work tomorrow, and they're here at the circuit, ready to give their all, race for some fun, and the championship as close as ever. Getting told as well, rain coming down quite hard down on the grid. I can see it out of my commentary box window. The wind definitely picking up as well, and there you can see it on the camera. They're all on slicks. Drivers, not many of them, if any, are in the wetsuits, so they're going to get quite soaked. And they're already on the grid, so no time to change tyres. They're going to have to deal with it as is. So once again, changeable conditions. Dunkeswell, Larkhall, it's basically the same thing. Whether you're near Glasgow or down here in Devon, the UK will still be the UK no matter what. Of course, it's like me and Kev were saying earlier, actually, it's insane that we're in the middle of June, but we've had such nice weather over the last couple of days that heat brings up the moisture. Of course, heat rises, the moisture will rise with it, evaporates with it, goes up into the clouds, condenses, comes down as precipitation. So after a few nice days, you often get really bad weather, and that's what we're getting today. It's been on and off all day long. And that rain's still coming down. Obviously, I'll update you as to how wet it is going to get. The track surface will be slick, will be greasy. We're not getting too much standing water out on circuit. So no puddles as such, but again, a limited amount of grip. Definitely cold, so it'll be harder to get these tyres into a working operating window. What do you guys think in the YouTube chat of the race ahead of us? What would you do if you were in this situation? Would you be panicking if you were on slicks? Would you have hoped that you could put wets on in the pit lane? What was your sort of experience in the YouTube chat? Have you got any funny stories of wet weather, changeable weather? And let us know as well. Predictions for this race, because we've got Will Elsgood on pole position, Edward Matthews alongside him. We'll run you through the full grid in a few moments' time. Edward Matthews, of course, the championship leader. Will Elsgood, though, dominant in Dunkeswell thus far. Hasn't lost a single race this weekend. He's done the sweep. Will he be able to complete the sweep here for the final? My money's on him. I think he's going to, as long as he can get the launch and the weather doesn't throw too many spanners into the work, Will Elsgood has been very, very strong in his pace. Final high fives to his team. He'll jump into the car and get ready to go racing. What we'll do, well, we're about to get ourselves underway for the Rotax 177 final. We'll be back with the grid. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Rotax 177 Super Final. Will Ellswood showed up on the scene here at Dunkeswell, has done the sweep. Edward Matthews, though, our championship leader, joins him on the front row. Joshua Gollan, James Lingard up there in the championship fight, rounds off row number 2, with our Lark Hall final winner, Jamie Zyra, from 5th. Samuel Cornwell and Harrison Crook from Scott Clee as well, the next 2 rows of the field, from Ian Branfield, Reece Quellin, Josh Howard and Jack Taylor, the top 12. Mark Gillibrand from Jamie Salter, Nicholas Walker and Jason Haitley, the top 16 drivers, with just 3 more behind that. Matt Wardle, Cameron Crockett, who we saw have a radiator bracket issue a little bit earlier on, saw him out of contention. He'll be starting a bit further back, from Ollie Hancock in 19th. And final place. Final preparations being made on the grid. Rain has stopped as well, the message. So the weather is, again, not really wanting to decide what it wants to do. Green flag waves, though, when they get underway. The track will be cold, it'll be greasy, it'll be slippery and slick to start off with. So drivers need to use this as an opportunity to test the conditions, get some temperature into the tyres, feel out what they can do. It wasn't raining hard enough or long enough to really bring too much in terms of water sort of onto the surface of the circuit. So slick should still be fine. But battling with some understeer definitely as they try and put a bit more lock on into their hairpins. Again, feel out where that grip is. Something that actually, after commentating on the UKC, I applied into my own karting, albeit at a corporate level. It was really, really wet a couple of weeks ago, and I was just putting in loads of lock, trying to find where that grip is, and it works really well. So funny enough, you learn a thing or two by watching racing. Yellow flags being waved just to keep everyone at a moderate pace, as I think they're going to go round twice. Yeah, they are indeed, for a second formation lap again after the rain, feeling out the conditions, feeling out where that grip is. You don't want to send them off after 1 lap straight into the battlefield. But like I say, not seeing too many comments the last couple of minutes, guys. Let us know your predictions. Who's coming out on top? Will it be Will Ellswood? Will it be Edward Matthews that come out on top? Will it be someone else to throw a spanner into the works? Will the rain hold off for the next 12 minutes plus a lap? All questions that will be answered in due course. This is the Rotax 177s, the heaviest class of the bunch. Mandated weight 177 kilograms for driver and kart and gear. Levels the playing field out a little bit. Entices some incredibly close action. And always the breeding ground for some exciting action. 12 minutes plus the lap. They're lined up 2 by 2. Will Ellswood, Edward Matthews. We've got the champion of Dunkeswell alongside the championship leader of the UKC in 2025. They put foot to the floor and we go racing here at Dunkeswell towards turn number 1, and immediately pulling over to cover the inside though is Edward Matthews. The inside opens up for the 77 of Joshua Gollan, who gets the up and under on both second and the leader. So Will Ellswood has dropped now down to second in the 17 machine. A fantastic start there from Josh Gollan. Just saw the gap open up on the inside, found his way through. Very nicely done indeed. The counter-attack though is on. He has to go defensive already, going into the hairpin for the first time. A couple of cars running wide in the background as well at the back end. That's the 88. I think that's Cameron Crockett at the back end of the field. Through the sweepers for the opening lap. There's that rain that I can see coming down ever so slightly. It could well be. So battling the conditions, trying to feed their way into racing speed, but the 17, Will Ellswood, who's not lost a race thus far this weekend, putting some pressure onto the 77 of Joshua Gollan, who's been able to work his way through from third to the lead. He breaks the beam, still leading the way, but side by side as the gap opens up around the outside. Here comes, though, the 95, Jamie Zyra from 5th place on the grid, has the inside line for the initial part of the boot, but not quite close enough to facilitate the move fully. Joshua Gollan, what a defence that was around the outside. A spinner as well in the background. I think that could well have been the 34 of Josh Howard. Getting his way back going again. Indeed it was. Now into the hairpin. And look at this. Will Ellswood has been overtaken. There's contact into the barrier. Oh my goodness me. Forced wide into the barrier. There's contact. And he's sent over another car. Joshua Gollan will lead from Jamie Zyra, who got up his inside, opened up the steering, and well, Will Ellswood found himself into the barrier. I won't say Jamie Zyra put him there, whether Ellswood put him in there or himself into the wall or whatever. Hopefully, of course, he is okay. It seemed that there was a reaction. Both drivers are out of the car. Full course yellow in effect. So forced to slow down. Jamie Zyra, though, had every right to be on the inside of that corner. Had every right to claim the corner. It's just that barrier comes at you very, very quickly. And Will Ellswood is going to be out of this race. The 72 as well is going to be out of this race. That's Harrison Crook. who has taken a win this season. It was the Superheat back at Lark Hall that he was able to take victory in. 10 minutes plus the lap still left to go. I wonder what the stewards and race control are going to make of that incident. Whether it was a case of over-aggression from Zyra, or whether or not Will Ellswood put himself into the wall, whether he just ran a little bit too wide himself. I'm sure he's not going to be too happy as to how his day is going to end after an insane run of streak of form all the way through the weekend. 3 first, and it comes to a DNF in the final. Just didn't quite get off to the start that he'd have wanted. Joshua Golling getting into the lead earlier on definitely was a catalyst in that. Jamie Zyra then wanted to get involved, wants to go for his 2nd consecutive final win on the bounce. What do we make of that then? Got a couple of people watching from Australia picking a surprise winner. Jack coming in saying P3 wins it. Josh Golling started 3rd, at the moment leads. What do we think of that incident then, ladies and gentlemen? Let's have our was it backseat stewards or YouTube stewards in the chat. What do we make of that incident? Was Ellswood entitled to some space? Did he open up the steering a bit too soon? Did Zyra put him in the wall? What do we make of that? Karting is always a bit of an interesting sort of anomaly there, because from my experience, and I've been around with people like Jack Tritton and that sort of thing. Let's take a replay actually. So around the outside, at this point, Zyra is ahead. He does get the acceleration. He is alongside, but at what point does Zyra take the race line? Then, of course, everyone else is just an innocent bystander in that. Lovely that we've got the slow motion replay. We go back Green Flag Racing. Let us know what you think in the YouTube comments. Josh Golling will lead us across the line. Jamie Zyra will now see that. Will a penalty be looming over his head? He's got to put that to the back of his mind. He's got to focus on the task at hand. He's got to win it on the road at the very least. A look to the inside. That's the 168 of Samuel Cormer working his way through the 27 of Nicholas Walker. Jamie Zyra exits the infield section all over the rear end of the 77 of Golling. Ian Branfield as well, up to 3rd place. So really capitalising on that. Where did he start? He started P9, up now into the podium places, so looking really, really strong to maybe facilitate a trophy at the end of this weekend. I think Edward Matthews was able to tip in, indeed so. Edward Matthews now ahead of Branfield and up into 3rd place. Another lap in the books though, 7.5 minutes still on the clock. Zyra just in behind Golling. Championship leader Edward Matthews. Now this is a golden opportunity because pace-wise, Will Ellswood was the man to beat. No one really could contend with him. I mean, immediately, as soon as Golling got in front, he didn't have the pace to go away. He had to defend, had to put Ellswood on the back foot. Zyra then claimed the corner. Controversially, Ellswood found himself into the barrier. Surely at that point you've got to back out because Zyra is going to be looking at the next apex. He's not going to be looking to see if you're alongside him. And you've got to back out as soon as you put on the outside, even if you get a superb run on the outside with the acceleration. Zyra then in 2nd. Has a chance at winning this race. Does he hold station or does he immediately push the button and go for some aggressive moves? Rain beginning to fall. I think I did see a couple of spits on the camera lens. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. But as things stand, no problems for most. Very, very close to the rear end. A couple of karts in the midfield. You can see going into the boot section, the 27 of Nicholas Walker. You've got also Jason Haitley and Reese Quellen involved as well. The fight for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. Mark Gillibrand, I think, involved in that as well. 6 minutes plus the lap still to go. So half the race duration still left to run. Out of that penultimate hairpin in towards the bus stop chicane. And look at that, the rain beginning to fall. We saw earlier on when the rain begins to fall how treacherous this final chicane can be. It's going to be slippery. The drivers are now going to have to adapt. What does this mean for Joshua Golling? What does this mean for Jamie Zyra in their pursuit for the race lead? Edward Matthews involved as well. He sets the fastest lap of the race. We've seen all weekend gaps opening up to the inside of that boot section. Jamie Zyra runs in slightly deep, and look at that, the double up and under from Edward Matthews. But look at that. The 2 Dan Holland Racing teammates trying to chase after the Birrell Art car just in front of Josh Golling. And you can see there just a little point. It's like they're playing Risk or a game of chess where they need to have some sort of longevity, thinking about the long game, thinking about positioning their car in the right way, and maybe some teamwork going on there between the pair of them. Don't want to get squabbles caught up in a squabble for second place when the lead firmly is there. Edward Matthews, though, maybe he's going to bring an end to that truce very quickly up the inside of turn number 1. Forces Zyro very wide. That's going to allow Ian Brownfield to maybe have a look for the podium. Not quite close enough to completely commit to the move. But that was a short-lived truce. Maybe a betrayal from Edward Matthews to the inside of Jamie Zyro, or an agreement that Matthews is the quicker driver and is the one to lead the charge. But in doing so, they've lost a couple of kart lengths to Josh Gollin, who at the moment is just holding firm. He's not won a race thus far this season. Not a heat, not a super heat, most definitely not a final. This would be his best result of the season if he's able to hang on to it, and would do him a world of favours in the championship battle. It would allow him to potentially get in front of James Lingard in the championship, who himself is down in 11th place. The gap between them, 16 points. So it'll do Gollins a lot of favour in the championship. Close the gap to Edward Matthews as well, albeit at 27 points. So right now would only be closing down to 22, but every little helps. 4 minutes plus the lap still to go. Nothing really happening as things stand. James Lingard with a contact warning. So black and white diagonal flag, that's a driver warning. Just say, don't do that again. We've noted it, it was wrong. It's not bad enough for a penalty, but just don't do it again. Edward Matthews, though, has been able to drive onto the back of Josh Gollin. Still with plenty of time left to go in this race. We know that he likes to move towards turn number 1. It's a very fast, long right-hander, but you are still on the brakes, trying to carry the brakes into the corner, and that's where kart chassis could have a bit of a difference. Of course, OTK-based chassis are able to, depends on how you set them up, either they're very stern on the pedal, or you can sort of set them up to more trail braking-esque. Of course, when it comes to Rotax, you want a sharp pedal that you can get the rear end out on. But if you look in other series where you've got maybe a Mad Croc chassis or whatever, they're more sort of prone to longer brake pedals where you can trail brake into the corner, allowing you to brake just that little bit later. Of course, the LN chassis, more on the side of, I think, just stamping that pedal down, getting the rear end out, getting the rotation. But trail braking is still a skill that applies, carrying the braking into the corner to allow you to brake, like I say, just that little bit later, coming off about now onto the apex and then putting the foot down on the exit. Joshua Gollin doing a good job is to hold firm at the front. Some comments coming in still regarding the Zyra Ellswood incident. I'm definitely on the side of the YouTube chat at the moment. Ellswood, unfortunately, and there's the move for the lead. Huge dive up the inside. Edward Matthews gets it all sorts of wrong. Zyra goes back through. It was a good effort, but Matthews couldn't quite get it stopped. Couldn't quite get the rotation at the apex, and Joshua Gollin goes straight back underneath him. Lovely stuff there. Really good awareness from Josh Gollin as well. Easy to try and get caught up and say, I'm going to go around the outside of you. We've seen already in this race, it doesn't work. But he had the awareness to see that he wasn't going to get it stopped, to go for the switchback. Zyra then works his way back through, up in a second place. Now the one to lead the charge, and Edward Matthews is going to be kicking himself. If he'd just broken that a little bit earlier, he was close enough to go for a move regardless. Just got a little bit too ambitious on the brakes. And now he's got a lot of hard work still to do. Jamie Zyra, can he have an answer as to go for the lead? Will the truce be reinstated between the two DHR karts? A minute and 20 plus the lap. So I think we're going to get 3 more laps at the line. Going to be very, very close indeed. Gollin, Zyra, Matthews, Bradford and Klee, the top 5, locked in the train, as you can see. Zyra taking a much better line through that initial part of the chicane, taking a bit more curb, as we saw at Larkhall. He does like to do the Zyra Airways. Look to the inside, though. That's Edward Matthews back on the inside of Zyra for second place. Time is of the essence, and Edward Matthews wants to get on with it, wants to be contending for the lead. Zyra looks to go for a slight bit of a counter-attack, but the gap doesn't open up enough. And meanwhile, while they're deciding who leads the charge, Josh Gollin is getting an extra lap under his belt in free air, in clear air, under no pressure. So it's really going to come down to the final 2 laps of this race. 30 seconds on the clock. Edward Matthews now ahead of Zyra, like we say. 10 seconds on the clock, so 2 laps left to go. Gollin able to hold firm. 0.3 of a second is the lead. There is the train, the top 5 locked as they have been. Still the opportunity for maybe any of them to at the very least finish on the podium. Scott Clee at the back end of it. Joshua Gollan, what a race this has been though. Commanded the race from the get-go, started third, got his way into the lead at the initial get-go, held off Ellswood, let Zyra and Ellswood sort each other out, and has now been dealing from the pressure from both Zyra and from Matthews, and the fact that he's got 4 carts queuing up behind him, a point forward from Zyra to say, let's go get him. One more lap here for the Rotax 177 final here at Dunkeswell for the 2025 season of the Ultimate Karting Championship. It comes down to this. Has Edward Matthews got any say? Is he going to launch it on the brakes? Is he going to go for a last lap saloon? No space into the complex section here. Edward Matthews, though, trying to poise the kart for a good acceleration run towards the hairpin. It seems that Joshua Gollan hasn't quite got the acceleration, so drawing alongside is Edward Matthews. Joshua Gollan able to hang on. The switchback not quite there, but slightly put offline. They open up the next left. Has he drawn himself alongside? Not quite close enough. It's going to be a launch into this penultimate hairpin if he's close enough. Joshua Gollan trying to hang on. Has to once more go defensive. Edward Matthews, can he get the acceleration towards the chicane? Joshua Gollan, as long as he can keep hold of it into this final bus stop chicane, he's going to see the checker flag first for his best result in 2025. It's victory at Dunkeswell. Joshua Gollan. What a celebration across the line as well. Edward Matthews in second. Jamie Zyra third. And Ian Branfield, I should say, in fourth. A race of thrills and spills and controversy as well. Joshua Gollan, you are a race winner in 2025. And that does him a lot of favours in the championship as well. Gets him up, I believe, in the second place in the championship. What a race that was. And, well, we had it called in the YouTube chat that Joshua Gollan from third will win. He got the lead. He didn't look back. Well, he was looking back, but he didn't lose the lead once again. He was looking over his shoulder for the entirety of that 12 minutes plus the lap, and it, well, paid off. Victory ahead of Edward Matthews and Jamie Zyra from Ian Branfield and Scott Clee, the top 5. Samuel Cornwall from Weekswelling, and Jason Haley, Mark Gillibrand, and Cameron Crockett, actually, from the back of the grid up to P10. Very nicely done after radiator issues earlier on in the day. Josh Howard, James Lingard in 12th. Nicholas Walker and Jamie Salter with Matt Wardle ahead of Jack Taylor. Will Ellswood, Harrison Crick, I think the 3 of them involved in the incident, brought the controversy to the Rotax 177 Super Final. Other than that, though, a fantastic weekend for Will Ellswood. 3 wins and a DNF. Not the way they would have wanted to end it, of course. Wanted to be fighting at the front, but would have Josh Gollan hung on all the way to the end? Who knows? Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Maybe Ellswood will be thinking in hindsight, could he have backed out of that move just for the sake of maybe, yes, he was in the right. Maybe the stewards will confirm. Personally, I think he should have backed out, but regardless, do you back out just for the sake of staying in the race and not being buried in the wall? Lose a couple of places, but still be in the battle. Either way, it's Rotax Racing. They're not going to give an inch no matter what. Jamie Zyra, in the end, finishes third place. Didn't get a contact warning or anything for that, so I assume he's in the clear in terms of penalties. Did take the fast lap of the race as well, did Jamie Zyra. So he goes back-to-back with podiums in the finals, which is, of course, a very, very strong result for him. It was, what, 14th in the Walton Mill final, so a huge step up from round to round for Jamie Zyra. And still with half the season to go, plenty of opportunity still to maybe claw back some points in this championship and go for Edward Matthews' top spot that he's able to hold. Discussions happening there, as you can see. Jamie Zyra in the scrutineering bay. There you can see the 72. That's Harrison Crook wheeling his kart back to pit lane. There's our race winner, Joshua Gollan, who will have a chat with Kev in a few moments' time. Have a run through of his race and the excitement, let's put it, that happened. Just letting his kart roll, yeah, just make your own way to the... As we go to the highlights, and you can see the rain started, and it was a threat, but all the way throughout this race, and you saw there, just running wide ever so slightly was the 17 of Will Ellswood. It allowed Josh Gollan to get that move to the inside and get himself into the race lead. Then the rain started to fall just that little bit more. It bunched the field back up, and it was a fight for the lead. Trying to go around the outside, Josh Gollan was able to hang on, and you can see there, Will Ellswood giving him the space. Then comes Jamie Zyra on the scene, side by side, but had to back out in the end. and the moves were always going to be tempted. Around the outside, tried it, did the 17. Zyra just opened up the steering. There was contact into the barrier, and the 17's race was done. So too was the 72 car. That was Harrison Crook, whose race was brought to a premature end with an incident that he had no part in. It was then the DHR civil war between Edward Matthews and Jamie Zyra. The 46 as well of Ian Branfield got himself involved. So too did Scott Clee to make it a 5-kart train at the front for the entirety of this race. It was pretty mellow at the front, no major moves being made until Edward Matthews got a little bit greedy in terms of his brake pedal. Tried to find a way through for the race lead. Got very, very close on a number of occasions, leading the charge just ahead of his teammate of Jamie Zyra. Lap after lap was closing that gap, and this was the moment that it all changed. Looked to go straight to the inside, broke way too late, locks up the rears, slides in, loses not 1 but 2 places. Of course, later on the DHR carts would then swap back, but it would not be enough for Edward Matthews to claw his way back into the race lead. You can see there's the move. Zyra not giving him too much of a hard time. Didn't really go for a cutback, didn't really try and hang it around the outside or anything of that nature. Of course, did want to finish in second place, I'm sure himself, but maybe knew that Matthews was the one to go and catch for the lead, maybe to bring them into contention. This was the last lap, and Joshua Gollan was all under pressure for the entirety of it, the entire 12 minutes plus the lap. A very well-deserved race victory, though, for the 77 of Joshua Gollan. For the first time in 2025, he saw the checker flag first, and a very worthy celebration as well, sideways in towards turn number 1. I'm sure he's going to be very, very happy to take the trophy at the end of it. Of course, we'll head down to Kev in a few moments' time when he's ready to have a chat with the podium sitters. In terms of the championship, though, like I say, that's going to allow Gollan and Zyra as well to gain some crucial points on James Lingard, who's had a very consistent run of form throughout the season. Just that final, whatever happened, just didn't quite get it to click the way that he'd have liked to. And we'll head down to Kev now to have a chat with our podium sitters.
So Jamie, 3rd place man, but another weekend, another podium for you. You must be pleased with that one.
Yeah, it's really good. We started off the weekend a bit average, so slowly picking them off. I think we got there in the end a little bit. Probably could have had a bit more of a go at him, but I didn't realise he had a nose for one, so just sort of sat a little bit too long, I think.
Yeah, I think Josh out in front, his nose cone is half on and half off, so we'll wait and see what happens with that. But just ahead of you, teammate Eddie Matthews as well. You're looking to get past him?
Well, I had a chance. I was in front of him for a bit, and he went for the lead and made a little mistake, and then I got back in front of him. But yeah, I think he was just a bit quicker than me.
Pretty robust racing with you, 177 lads, and but you know, all friends at the end of it.
Yeah, all friends at the end of it. We're all a bit older, aren't we?
Exactly. Well done. Who would you like to thank?
Thanks Dan Holland, my dad for mechanicking. So been really good.
Well done, mate. Cheers, Jamie. 3rd place man from Dan Holland Racing there, Jamie Zyra. Let's try and get Mr. Matthews up. Eddie Matthews, well done, pal. Oh, our backdrop looks like it's about to go in the wind, so we'll do something about that next time. But Eddie, well done, mate. Another weekend, another podium. You've been on it every time so far this year.
Yeah, it's how you win championships, I think. Like, you just got to be in the top 3 all the time. I think of all the races I've finished or I haven't got a penalty in, apart from the Super Heat this morning, it's been inside the top 3, which is all we needed to do, really. Yeah,
really good, and some robust racing out there today, but all happy in your camp as far as you're concerned?
Yeah, like, obviously starting second on the grid's not ideal here, and I got away with it in the heat starting from P3, but both times into the first corner I've just been removed. Yeah. So it's hard then to come back through, and unfortunately in that we ran out of brakes with about 3 minutes to go. So when I caught Josh up and done him, I messed it up a bit myself anyway, and then the rest of the lap I was like, oh my God, the brake doesn't work that well. But after that, yeah, I think Peter on the road, but I believe he's got a nose cone, so we inherit the win. Not the way I want to win, obviously. He's done the best job, he's won it on track, but we'll take a win.
Yeah, well done, nicely said as well. Who would you like to thank?
Big thanks to Dan Racing, Time Racing Engines again. My sister Jess on the tools, and Russ and Darryl for sorting out a few issues we had the other day. The boys made the power again really good, so I can't thank them enough.
Super stuff. Well done, Eddie. Thanks so much. See you for the podium later on.
Thank you very much.
We'll bring up the man who finished first on the track and see what he's got to say. Question mark about his nose cone at the moment, though, but here he is, Josh Gollan. A fifth, and potentially a first, but we're just waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, I'd got a little nudge at the start, and which put my nose cone in from the start of the race. So I knew I just had to get my head down and try and build the gap. I'm sure there's, it's in the rules. There's nothing we can do about the nose cone. I feel a little bit gutted about that because there's really nothing I could do. But still, mega to finish first on the track, and let's see where we end up in the results. I was pushing super hard, even with the rain coming down, to try and build that 5-second gap.
Yeah, it was brilliant, and consistency is the key there. Like I said, a fifth and a fifth in the opening 2 rounds. So probably another good result for you. And I can confirm I've seen your nose cone. It's only half on, half off, and just sometimes that happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's racing. The nose cone's been around for a while now, so everyone knows how it works, and that's how we go racing at the moment until we find a better solution, I hope. But that's it. We struggled with the car at the start of the weekend, but I've had the best help from the Racing Perfection, the Works Bureau team for Rotax. They've given me all the support I needed. Got the kart fixed, and when it's working, it's absolutely on rails, and managed to.
It is, and you drove it really well. It was great to watch. Who would you like to thank?
Obviously, Steve and Ryan from Birrell, Bullet Racing Engines, my mechanic Joe, he's done a phenomenal job, and obviously his dad's been supporting as well. So, thanks to all of those guys. I wouldn't be able to do it without them at all.
Brilliant. Well said, mate. Hopefully see you at the next round.
Nice one. Thanks very much.
Lovely. There goes Josh Golin. First past the checkered flag on the track. Wait and see what happens with his nose cone there. And congratulations also then to Jamie Zyra, and of course Eddie Matthews in 3rd and 2nd. Zach, it's back to you.
This is the place to be. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting grid for the Junior Rotax Super Final of the Ultimate Karting Championship. World champion Jacob Ashcroft lines alongside Matteo Palazzo, both of them race winners of their respective super heats earlier on in the day, and they'll be keeping each other company on the front row. Finley Buck from Lewis Sumner, row 2. Behind that, of course, it's incredibly competitive. Eva Morris with a top 5 on the grid ahead of Albie Lapper and Max Colbert, with Zane Quecker. An uncharacteristic low start there for him in 8th. Daniel Kilpatrick from Luca Holmes-Balak in 10th. Charlie Wolfett and John Buchan in 12th. Sebastian Clark, Alfred McBain and Zach Starbuck ahead of Thomas Harper in 16th place. Behind that, of course, you've got the likes of William Webb. In 17th, Rufus Holmes, Riley Bishop and Cody LePetrel. In 20th, from Elliot Powell, Thomas Jackson and Sam Mott, with Elio Badin keeping him company on the 12th row off the grid. Benjamin Baker and Joseph Mills is row 13, with Jake Rafferty and Archie Rogers-Tyler in 28th. Finley Smith, Harney Sadiq, the final of those that were able to qualify on merit, ahead of Lucas Howe, Connor Large, the top 2 in our repechage, who were able to find their way through with a very hard-fought race ahead of Devon Taylor and Jacob Jack, who will round off our field. They managed to work their way through in the repechage, worked very, very hard for that. Didn't quite get it done on points, but was able to do it through the fruition of the repechage. We go racing then. It's 14 minutes plus the lap. Jacob Ashcroft alongside Matteo Palazzo towards turn number 1. Defensive immediately goes the 246 of Ashcroft, trying to cover off that inside. We've seen how powerful it can be. The 147 as well, trying to get involved. There's a couple of cuts off in the background, hitting some bumps, rejoining the circuit, gaining maybe a couple of places as well. That's the 232 of Riley Bishop, and a cart there slowed down. It's the 14 of Alfie McBain. Yellow flags being waved in the first sector, but the racing does not stop through the rest of the lap. Side by side, I think Finley Buck was able to get the jump on Matteo Palazzo, going to show how powerful starting 3rd place on the grid is. As the 14 still being recovered, so the yellow flag still being waved. That's going to bring everyone to sort of a slight standstill through the first part of the lap, and even more drama as on the exit of the penultimate hairpin, there's a driver into the barrier. Can't quite catch as to who that is. They're now rejoining the circuit. That's going to be a bump, maybe a bruise, and maybe a damaged car to go with it. Yellow flags being waved, and a full course yellow, in fact, as well. Actually, we've got the Battenberg flag out. And that's going to neutralise this race. Matteo Palazzo was able to find his way back through on Finley Buck, but they're still racing out there. They're still going side by side. The Battenberg flag is very clearly shown, so the full course yellow in effect. That's going to neutralise this race. Jacob Ashcroft, though, really got off to a very nice start indeed, and was able to control the race. And like we've been saying, starting on the outside, and you heard, I think, Edwin Matthews say in the 177 interviews as well, starting on the outside here at Dunkeswell, because it's a long right-hander for turn 1, starting 3rd place, if you can just nip your way up the inside and get that braking, you can just take a shorter line and pretty much find your way a free position. Starting second is more a burden than it is a blessing. Matteo Palazzo then was forced to concede, and we saw it earlier as well in the minis with Max Jolly getting caught out by being on the outside of the circuit. He was able to find his way through, though, did Palazzo. So we've got the top 2 in the championship, top 2 in this race. Still under full course yellow, so 12 minutes plus the lap is ticking down. But just as a run through, Matteo Palazzo got off to a slow start to the season. His best result at Wilton Mill was a 5th. His final result was a 13th. He then bounced back for Larkhall with a win, a 2nd, a win, and a 3rd place, making the most of Ashcroft's poor day. I think maybe getting the tyres wrong in the final race. He then comes into today, finishes 2nd to Ashcroft in Heat 1, wins his group's Heat 2, wins his Super Heat. Jacob Ashcroft and Palazzo have been matched all weekend long. It now comes down to this to see who wins the weekend here at Dunkeswell. Both of them have got the capability to do it. Who's going to stand out on top? Finley Buck as well is involved. He's down in P8 in the championship. A best result of 2nd place, though, has taken place here at Dunkeswell and also back at Wilton Mill as well. Scored some really good points for the first race of the year. So he could be one to watch. Also, you've got St. Quecker, who's made some good progress. You can see there the marshals making sure the tyre barrier is repaired, making sure all the carts go around them before they continue the work, make sure it's in the right place as to catch the drivers when they need to be caught. Yeah, interesting to see what happened there for the driver that unfortunately was involved. I didn't quite catch who it was. Yeah, just running a little bit wide, similar to what we saw actually in the 177s, just to open up the steering and the cart wandered its way into the barrier. You've also then got the 14 cart as well. That's Alfie McBain's Rotax that's out of this race, was spun around on the opening lap and unable to continue. So that's his day done as well in the super final for Junior Rotax. But marshals, of course, like we always say, working very, very hard to get this race back underway as soon as possible. I think we've got the green flag ready to go racing again. They'll come round through the last part of the lap. There'll be effectively a race restart. Jacob Ashcroft will lead Matteo Palazzo, who'll try and get as close to the rear bumper of the 246 as possible. And Jacob Ashcroft needs similar race start skill that he just showed for the first one, because Matteo Palazzo is going to be all over his rear end. He's not forced into formation. He's tucked up right behind Ashcroft. So he's fully capable of getting just an equally good start as the 246. He needs to apply some pressure. He's had the pace this weekend. Green flag will wave. Ashcroft controls the pace, becomes the effective safety car and punches it through the chicane. We go racing once again here at Dunkeswell for Junior Rotax. Green flag waves and Ashcroft leads us across the line. Defensive in the background, you can see Charlie Wolf, I think Daniel Kilpatrick trying to put some pressure. Lewis Sumner involved as well through turn number 1. And it's Jacob Ashcroft that leads. Matteo Palazzo applying some pressure, looking to go around the outside of the double hairpin sequence. Gets a really good acceleration off the second part as well and could be applying some pressure to the world champion, who has to go defensive. The inside opens up over the curb. Matteo Palazzo runs wide. Here comes the 07 of Finley Buck to take the race lead. The 246 of Ashcroft, he's in trouble. Around the outside goes Albi Lapper to take what is going to be 3rd place off him. Matteo Palazzo got squeezed. He did not concede. He ran in deep and he stays in 2nd place at the peril of Jacob Ashcroft, who's now fallen to the back end of the podium and behind Matteo Palazzo, but Finley Buck was the beneficiary of that one. The 07 now leads this race, defensive towards turn number 1. They're ducking, they're diving, they're searching for some space. Matteo Palazzo gets the up and under, doesn't quite get the acceleration towards this boot section. Defensive goes Finley Buck. He's in a golden opportunity to capitalise here. 8 minutes plus a lap still to go. Matteo Palazzo has shown his cards. He's shown how aggressive he can be. Ascend to the inside once again through the hairpin. Finley Buck gets caught out. Jacob Ashcroft back up the inside. Looks to go the long way around to the second part of the hairpin. There's more drama. The 20 of Daniel Kilpatrick is round in the barrier, facing the wrong way. Recovers back into this race. It's Palazzo, now from Ashcroft, now from Buck, the top 3. Junior Rotax never disappoints. And under pressure immediately is Palazzo. He's got a world champion on his tail. He's got his championship rival on his tail. He has to go defensive to turn number 1. That could allow the switch back there. Maybe for Ashcroft, who's applying so much pressure. Just over half of this race still to run. Finley Buck nearly got his day in the sun. But the quick capitalization, the quick rebound there from Matteo Palazzo, who looks over his shoulder, immediately goes to the inside to defend. Ashcroft goes with him. Finley Buck goes with them as well to avoid being overtaken from behind as Albi Lapper and Zane Quecker look very, very aggressive just over his shoulder. It seems that Buck is actually eyeing up Ashcroft more than Ashcroft is eyeing up Palazzo. He needs a couple of laps under no pressure to build a bit of a gap. That was incredible aggression from Palazzo. He just got squeezed. There was a cart's width of room, maybe just 0.9 of a cart's width of room, and he used all of it and then some. Launched himself over the curb, ran in deep, couldn't quite get the cart turned in because he was at such a tighter line. And that just ran Ashcroft in so much deeper because they were both so aggressive. Neither of them wanted to concede. Neither of them did concede. And then Finley Buck was able to do a Max Jolly of earlier on and capitalise. It's back to the status quo though. Once again, Palazzo defensive into the hairpin, doing exactly what he needs to do. Look out for Zane Quecker, Albi Lapper as well. Lurking at the back of this train. If anything goes on in front, they're going to be the ones to capitalise. And you've also got to be careful of contact warnings and that drop down. We saw it potentially rob our Joshua Golan, our Rotax 177 winner, by a bit of unfortunate contact. Instant 5-second penalty. Palazzo looking over his shoulder, having to go slightly defensive into turn number 1, though Ashcroft has got the room to maybe go for a switchback. Bites off a bit more than he can chew, turns it a bit too early. So that's going to allow Palazzo some breathing room, although still under a ton of pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Ultimate Karting Championship. These are the stars of the future here today. Palazzo once again defending Jacob Ashcroft. Palazzo came so close to a victory at Larkhall. He was leading the majority of the race. It was a slight mistake, a slight misjudgment in the wet weather that cost him there. It was a podium in Scotland. Can he take the victory here in Devon? Defensive again into this final chicane. You don't often need to be, but Ashcroft will find the space, will find the room, will find the move as jumping over the chicane in the background as well, forcing Palazzo to the inside. There's 4 carts defending as to cover off any thought of a dive from those behind. It's just a huge train. It's all aboard the Palazzo Express. Ladies and gentlemen, what do we think of this in the YouTube chat? This is amazing stuff. Palazzo has got a defensive masterclass, but it only takes one small mistake for Jacob Ashcroft to find a way through. Time is ticking. Time of the essence. Ashcroft needs to get a move on. There's skirmishes all throughout the field. The level of competition in Junior Rotax is unmatched in British karting. Hani Sadiq down in 19th place is the driver with the fastest lap, as is the case because no one is hot lapping at the front. They're all defending, they're all battling, they're all demonstrating such high levels of racecraft. The switchback opens up. Jacob Ashcroft side by side momentarily with Matteo Palazzo, who slams the door in his face at the earliest opportunity, but that was a near look. A good effort from the 246. Who now has a little bit of space, breaks a bit too late. Palazzo just aiming that car at the apex there. Not giving an inch in terms of track space, not even allowing Jacob Ashcroft to think of going for a move to the inside of that particular hairpin because he knows he's going to do it. He knows at some point if he leaves the door open, Ashcroft will capitalise with zero hesitation. That is the cutthroat instinct of a world champion. At just 13 years of age, Jacob Ashcroft is years beyond what his experience should tell you. Matteo Palazzo as well, a very young driver and a star of the future as well. These are races that, again, like I was saying at Larkhall, when they're racing in Formula 1, when they're racing at the highest level of GT3s, when they're succeeding in life, you come back and you watch this. Round 3 of the Ultimate Karting Championship at Dunkeswell. You see the defensive masterclass put on by Palazzo. You see the offensive masterclass put on by Ashcroft. You see the capitalization from Finley Buck, and look at that! Jacob Ashcroft goes for the lead. It well benefits Finley Buck, who once again gets underneath the pair of them. Ashcroft, a slight mistake there. Palazzo now down toward his 3rd place. Finley Buck just had to wait in the wings. He was hunting for so long, circling his prey, and as soon as he saw the move, he capitalized once again with 3 minutes left to go. Ashcroft looked to go to the inside. There's a cut off, 2 carts off into turn number 1. It's the 13 and the 11. Quecker and Buchan take each other out through turn 1. Yellow flags waved into the opening corner. Junior Rotax has had it all. Matteo Palazzo looking over his shoulder. Jacob Ashcroft still in second place, now contending with Finley Buck for the race lead. He saw the gap open up into this hairpin, waited for the driver in front to open up the corner, then sent the move to the inside. It didn't work then. Will it work now? Hop, skip and a jump for the 28 of Luca Holmes-Balak. What is this race? 2 minutes, 11 seconds, plus the lap on the clock. The top three inseparable. No move there from Ashcroft into turn number 1. Palazzo, though, will be looking to get his own back. I mean, they've been giving, they've been taking. The aggression has been seen on both sides. One person gives it, the other person gives it right back. Finley Buck, though, has been so mellow in this race, just waited for the opportunities to come to him, and now they're squabbling for second place. Ashcroft so late on the brakes to cover off Palazzo. Albi Lapper, Sumner involved as well. Coming down to the closing stages of this race. Will Finley Buck go for the victory? It'll be his best result of the season. It'll be his first final win of 2025. It will end the streak of Jacob Ashcroft. He's got 3 laps left to hang on to victory. The gap has opened up to a couple of kart lengths. It gives him some breathing room. Has he got the pace to get away from Ashcroft? They're side by side as well. The 95 of Charlie Wolfett versus Riley Bishop. That's the fight for 7th. Oh, there's contact. Palazzo nipping the rear end of Jacob Ashcroft. That's allowed Albi Lapper to get in close. Palazzo, who was once contending, once leading this race. It's just been a movable object versus unstoppable force in this race. Jacob Ashcroft versus Matteo Palazzo. What a rivalry that's beginning to brew there between the pair of them. Finley Buck. And again, when you talk about Palazzo and Ashcroft and their pace this weekend, it's been amazing. And the defensive masterclass and the aggression has been there. But a slight misjudgment, a slight bit of desperation, maybe a personal vendetta is to be a bit more aggressive with each other. And Finley Buck said, you know what, thanks guys, I'm going to capitalise. Not once, but twice. The exact same thing, just on different occasions. A look over his shoulder though. Jacob Ashcroft, the pressure is back on. The switchback is there. There's a bit of side-to-side contact. Finley Buck though has the inside once more, able to defend his position. Just feeling the pressure. The clock ticks 0, the penultimate lap of the race. It comes down to one final tour of Dunkeswell for the Ultimate Karting Championship, the halfway point of the Junior Rotax 2025 season. And Jacob Ashcroft is throwing everything to keep his streak of wins alive. Defensive to the inside through turn number 1, a look over his shoulder, reacting to what the 246 is going to do. Has he got the switchback? A slight snap of oversteer on the exit. Finley Buck constantly under pressure, defending every possible gap. Has he got the exit towards the hairpin? He's going to defend. He's got to defend. Jacob Ashcroft, is there space to the inside? No, there's not. Opportunities wearing thin. There's no space to the hairpin. Finley Buck knows wiser than that, than to give Ashcroft a little bit of space. Now it comes down to the hairpin for the final time. Has Palazzo got any say in this? Finley Buck, a driver that has capitalised so well in this race, has got 2 more corners left to go here at Dunkeswell for the Junior Rotax Super Final, round number 3 of the Ultimate Karting Championship here at Dunkeswell. It's a drag race to the line. Finley Buck takes victory. Just 2 thousandths of a second between himself and Jacob Ashcroft, who got the run to the line, who was side by side, and towards turn number 1 won the drag race. But Finley Buck hangs on to victory. He was not the quickest driver out on circuit. Ashcroft, Palazzo, arguably even Lapper, in terms of raw speed, were quicker. But he had that racecraft, he had that consistency. He had that mental composure just to hang on, read the situation, see that Palazzo and Ashcroft were going to fight and tunnel vision on each other too much. And he was the one to capitalise. Jacob Ashcroft, his streak is over. Matteo Palazzo continues his podium streak after Lark Hall in 3rd. Albi Lapper from Lewis Sumner, Charlie Wolfett and William Webb from Riley Bishop and Max Colbert. Eli Baden made up 14 places from 24th on the grid inside the top 10. making the most of all of the carnage and chaos that was happening on this junior Rotax field. Rufus Holmes as well, up a good couple of positions. So too was Hani Sadiq, up what was 10 positions. I think, what was it, Luca Holmes, Balak up a few places. Hani Sadiq from 30th on the grid. Cody Leputrell from 15th. Zach Starbuck, Lucas Howe making his way from the Repage to 17th. Sam Mott, Finley Smith, and it was just in behind that in 20th from Finley Smith. You then got Jacob Jack in 21st. Jake Graffiti, Connor Large from the Repage to 23rd. Thomas Harper, John Buchan, Taylor, Powell, Clark, Rogers Tyler, and Benjamin Baker rounding off in 30th. 20th place was Joseph Mills, by the way, Zane Quecker and Daniel Kilpatrick, 2 DNFs in this race. That was a race and a half. There's the 251, who didn't quite take to the checkered flag. That is Sebastian Clark, will be classified 28th. But there you can see, there's Jacob Ashcroft. Composed, of course, as he always is, a world champion, has won a lot at such a young age. And you can see there Finley Buck still punching the air, still in disbelief that he's won, but my goodness me, as he deserved it. But maybe a slight bit of disappointment there from Jacob Ashcroft. Potentially. Also, just having a look on the live timing as well. I think we've got Matteo Palazzo under investigation. Indeed we do. We'll get updates, of course, on that as soon as we can. That was 7 minutes ago, so maybe for over-aggressive moves or what have you. So the result's still pending. Matteo Palazzo still might not finish on the podium, but we'll see. But once again, Junior Rotax delivering. I don't know which has been my favourite. Let me know in the YouTube chat. So far today, what has been the best race of Sunday's action? It's got to be between either the Mini Inter final or the Junior Rotax final, right? Surely. Those have been 2 amazing races. Let us know in the YouTube chat what you think. Finley Buck is buzzing. His best result before today in a final was 16th place. That was at Wilton Mill. His best result in a final was 16th place. He got a second in one of the heats. At Larkhall, his position in the final was 19th. And he's won it here today. That's the level of competition in the UKC. It's always changing. There's always opportunities. If fortune shines your way, if you read situations a little bit better than your opponents, if you deliver on track, as Finley Buck did. And you can see there, just hearing the emotion. Still so happy, out of breath, and understandably so. It's physical driving a Rotax in of itself, let alone under that much pressure for that long. The entire race, he was either fighting to get into the lead or trying to keep hold of it desperately. And Kev is there, ready to have a chat with him. There you can see him there, ready to have a chat with the drivers. Looking forward to what these guys have to say. And there you can see, that's what it means, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it means to win at the UKC. Finley Buck, you deserve it. You worked so hard for it. And that is a day well done. Handshakes, commiserations, and well, good sportsmanship shown between Finley Buck and Jacob Ashcroft there as well. You can see Matteo Palazzo. All 3 of them had the opportunity to win that, right? It could have been any of them. There's only one top step of the podium, though. Only one of them can win it. That was a nice dap as well, very crisp on the connection. Here's the highlights though. Let's run through what actually happened throughout the duration of the race. This was the restart, so we got off initially and then had to go to a full-course yellow. Then we got back underway again. Jacob Ashcroft would lead us underway, and I thought initially he'd get away, but it wasn't the case. Palazzo was all over his rear end, and the 07 of Finley Buck chasing behind as well. This was the move. Squeezed just over the curb. Didn't quite get the rotation, forced the pair of them wide, and then Finley Buck initially gets himself into the race lead. It would be the only time that he would overtake, though, to get himself through into the lead of the race. Both Jacob Ashcroft and Matteo Palazzo would get themselves involved, and there was a crash further back as well. That was the 20, a little bit further back, who found themselves into the wall, and that would then demote Finley Buck back into 3rd place. Still just in behind Jacob Ashcroft and Matteo Palazzo, who were doing battle. Very argy-bargy, elbows out throughout the entirety of the race. Matteo Palazzo, for the best part of the race, was defending so well, putting the car exactly where it needs to be. Especially into this final sort of bus stop section where you carry in so much speed. I think it was here where he just has a slight misjudgment of speed, and immediately, as soon as that inside opens up, Jacob Ashcroft just has zero hesitation. He had to try it, but once again, Finley Buck, just a corner after the scene of where he was able to get it done before. He was then able to find his way back through into the lead. And, well, he was always looking over his shoulder. He was paranoid. But thankfully, Ashcroft and Palazzo would fight amongst each other for a couple of laps to give him some breathing room before Ashcroft would once again close the gap and get all over the rear end of the young man, Finley Buck, who did, again, such a defensive masterclass. The gap opened up ever so slightly, gave him a couple of laps just to breathe. A couple of moves being made as well. 95 versus the 899. That was Charlie Wolfert versus William Webb, the fight for 6th, a little bit further back. And then getting it a little bit wrong there was Matteo Palazzo, who then recovered to be on the rear end. This was the run to the line, though, and squeezing him all the way to the checkered flag. Without that squeeze, maybe Ashcroft would have had a slight bit of a side draft versus Finley Buck, might have been able to use that speed to get the lead. But Finley Buck squeezed him to the line. That's what it meant to Finley Buck to take his first final win of 2025 in the Junior Rotax. Should be so proud of himself. Of course, we'll head down to Kev for the podium interviews.
So, Matteo, you've been fast all weekend long there, but it got pretty tough in the final there. Started on the front row of the grid, you brought it home in 3rd. Can you be happy with that one?
Yeah, it's a good result for points-wise. Good for the championship. Hopefully we'll move up into the podium for the championship. We're sitting 4th right now. So, yeah, good haul of points during the weekend.
Yeah, I think that's the way to look at it. Championship points are key in the long run, aren't they? And you obviously took the win last time out at Larkhall, back on the podium this time. And like I say, you've been strong all weekend, but the margins in Junior Rotax is so tough, isn't it?
Yeah, everyone's like within tenths of each other. It's really tough to actually build a gap in a race or anything. So it's all so close in the final, just a big pack.
Yeah, and especially around a circuit like this as well. It seems to me like it's a very fast circuit, a flowing circuit, and you all really want to win. So, you know, like you say, building a gap is just tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just because the track is so tight. Everyone's so close, and just it's really tough battling with everyone because it is really hard to overtake, but also hard to defend. But yeah, it's a good result.
It's a great result, and when you look at who's ahead of you, Jacob Ashcroft, he's no slouch, is he? He knows what he's doing. But a good result for Finley Buck as well. Strong weekend from him. You've got to give him credit.
Yeah, he's been rapid all weekend. Just had it on the final lap. Yeah, fair enough to him.
Well done, mate. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it possible?
My grandpa, KR Sport, my mechanic Aidan, and all my family for supporting my live stream.
Super stuff. Well done, Matteo. See you for the podiums a little bit later on the champagne. There he goes. 3rd place man, Matteo Palazzo. We'll try and get a word with Jacob Ashcroft if he's still here. Yeah, he's still here, which is good news. So let's get him up. Another strong drive from our world champion, Dan Holland racing man. Jacob, another podium for you. Championship points is key for you there, I would guess.
Yeah, I wanted to get as many championship points as possible this weekend, so I've done that, so that's a good weekend.
Started on the front row of the grid, and you've ended up, you started in 2nd, you've ended up in 2nd, but obviously you were leading for some of that race. But the margins in Junior Rotax, I was just saying to Matteo, it's so tough for you guys. You all want to win, and it's tenths, if not hundredths of a second splitting you.
Yeah, we had a good battle the whole way. This track's, when someone gets in the lead, it's very hard to overtake because it's not that wide, so you just got to try and do some aggressive moves, maybe try and get yourself past, but I got past but then overshot the corner. Finn Buck got through and then he got a gap. I hunted him down and almost had him at the line, 2,000ths off. So yeah, it was a good race. It was a hard race, but I gave it my best.
Well done, mate. You did indeed give it your best, and championship points is the key, and you'll probably come out of this one still leading the championship, so good news. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it possible?
My dad and the tools, my mum, Dan Holland raced and Ross was setting up the carts, and my nan and granddad watching in Egypt on holiday.
Oh, fantastic. Enjoying that holiday. Well, there you go. And full credit to your dad. He's always on the tools, and he's not a bad mechanic, is he?
No, he's not that bad. Shows some of these top mechanics how it's done.
Love it. Well done, Jacob. Thanks, mate. Go and give him a high five. We'll see you for the podiums a bit later on. Let's go and find our first place man, Finley Buck. Let's bring him up. Well, what a season this guy's having. From a 16th to a 19th to a 1st, sir. You must be absolutely buzzing with that one.
Yeah, it's a lot better than the season we've had so far. Like, all season we've just been struggling for pace, being smashed off all the time and just had no luck. But we're coming at this weekend, we've made a few changes and pace has been back. It's been a while since we've been on the top, but we're back.
And it meant so much. I saw you when you just came into the Parc Fermé here and you were really, really leaping for joy, weren't you? It was a great feeling.
Yeah, it's much better than coming 19th like we did last round and 16th at the first round. Just hopefully we can carry it on for the rest of the season now.
And a strong battle with Jacob Ashcroft there as well, and Matteo. I mean, all three of you boys, at any one moment in that race, really anyone could have had it, but you had to hold your nerve right to the finish. Jacob was still hunting you down, wasn't he?
Yeah, like it's very hard to pass around this track, especially when they're defending, but I got quite fortunate when them two ran wide. But there was like 4 minutes left and a few yellow flags as well, so all I had to do was just keep it on the road, keep it on the inside line, and yeah, kept the win.
Well done to you, mate. It was great to watch. Really enjoyed watching that one. It's an exciting race. Junior Rotax always is. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it possible?
I'd like to thank everyone in the team, especially Ben. Outrageous setups all weekend. Matty for the driver coaching. Tenza for the power that they've supplied me with. It's been outrageous all weekend. My family and friends for all the support. And most of all, my dad on the spanners for all the hard work that he puts in on and off the track.
Brilliant. Another dad on the spanners doing the business. This is what I like to see. Jacob just said the same about his dad. So well done to you and to all of them for supporting you. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on.
Thank you.
There he goes. There's your winner then, Finley Buck in the Junior Rotax. What a win for him. And that's what it means. Well done, Dad. Go on. Give him a hug as he goes off to celebrate with the rest of his fans. Zach, one to go. Senior Rotax. Let's do it.
One to go indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, it comes down to the final race of the weekend, the Ultimate Karting Championship. The halfway point, the third round of 2025 here at Dunkeswell, comes down to the Senior Rotax Super Final. We've got just a few minutes before we get on to track for the final time this weekend, and well, off the back of the Junior Rotax Super Final, we are in for a treat with the seniors. The top three separated by just 6 points in terms of their heats qualification for their grid slots. Jack West on form, 3 races, 3 wins this weekend. Adam Wooden up there as well in the 347, dropped back a little bit in the superheat a little bit earlier on, and Jack West was able to capitalise on that. Tristan Rene as well, Josh Turnbull involved, and the championship. Sort of the championship protagonist, the likes of Kean Geraghty, down in 10th place on the grid, ahead of Ewan Charman as well, who was up there. He's in 4th place in the championship. Tristan Rene is the highest of the bunch, apart from Jack West. He's in 3rd place in the championship. He lines up 3rd place on the grid. Jack West will be looking to extend that championship lead then that he got this round. Kean Geraghty, off the back of Larkhall, was leading the championship, got that invite to the Rotax Trophy Europe round. He was then able to really, he made the most of that opportunity, did Kean Geraghty. I think he got some fantastic results. Might well have even been a podium, I think I saw on social media. Jack West, though, this round has just been sublime, making the most of Kean Geraghty's shortcomings with an 18th place, a 3rd place, and a 6th place for Kean Geraghty. It's a triple win for Jack West, clawing back some points after a 26th place finish and an appalling weekend at Larkhall. He's really been able to take the fight to Kean Geraghty. Here is the grid. Jack West from Adam Wooden and Tristan Rene from Joshua Turnbull, the front 2 rows for Senior Rotax. It's Harrison Crowther, William Antrobus and Freddie Ingram from Louis Harvey in the front 4 rows. The TV car will start from 8th place on the grid. Behind that, Neo Clark having a really good return to the UKC in 2025 from Kean Geraghty, 2nd place in the championship, 10th place on the grid. Ewan Charman from Gabe Fairbrother will keep each other company on row number 6. John Brown from Alex Moody, row 7. Max Taylor and Jack Baker, the top 8. Reese Bale from Amelia Nelson, then comes Angus Scrivener and Luis America in 20th place from Rachel Robertson, Jack Lilly, who we saw have some issues in the DNF earlier on in the day. Jack Gillingham from Nathan Smith in 24th. Marcus King, Alexander Cole and Ethan Critchley from Kieran Ives in 28th place. Then comes David Mitchell, Harry Hesgrover, the top 30. Then comes those that earn their spot from the repechage. Miles Robbie from Ben Donkin, the top 2 in the repechage, lines up 31st and 32nd. From Braden Hill and Dominic Darling, well, whose mum did a fantastic job on cams, and he himself done a fantastic job to hang on to the 4th place. Still on cams as well is Dominic Darling's mum, down, I think, at this corner here at the bottom end of the circuit. She'll be following on the action, and in fact it's the next hairpin as they run their way through the infield section. So Dominic Darling from the back end of the field, what can he do in terms of an ascension towards the top? It was an ascension actually in the repechage. He made, I think, at the very least it was sort of 6 or 7 places, maybe even would have been more, to get that 4th place spot in what was a very hectic senior Rotax repechage. And nothing to lose in this race for Dominic Darling, but a lot to lose towards the front for Jack West, for Tristan Rene, for Cian Geraghty, Ewan Charman. They've got a championship to think about. We're still half the season left to go. Plenty to play for in 2025 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. They're waiting for the green flag. Jack West on the inside puts his foot to the floor, and we go racing one last time here at Dunkeswell. The inside line prevails, of course, in the 173 of Tristan Rene from 3rd place on the grid, immediately able to capitalise ahead of the outside of Adam Wooden, who has to drop back and concede. What can the mid-pack do as they negotiate through this very tight and twisty section for the first time? Who's that involved? We've got the 88 and also Louis Harvey, I believe, involved as well. Indeed, so the 74 involved with the 88 of Alex Moody. That is a huge shame for them. The 35 as well has gone off and has stopped. That's not the start to the final they would have wanted at all. Very busy through the sweeping section to complete the opening lap of this race. Jack West in control from Tristan Rene now in 2nd place. The top 2, slight breakaway from them. We'll run you through the full top 10 as they make their way across the line. Break the beam for the first time. West, Rene, Wooden. Then comes Crowther, Ingram, Antrobus, Turnbull, Neo Clark up a few places. Ewan Charman up a couple of places as well. Cian Geraghty there in 10th place. 13 minutes still, plus the lap left to go. Plenty of racing on the cards still. There's Jack West just monitoring the kart, keeping it in the right conditions with the engine cover, making sure the engine's getting all the cooling that it needs, getting very muscled wide there. Was the 69 of Freddie Ingram trying to hang on to his position. The 128, I think that's Neo Clark. It is the 28 of Neo Clark working his way through and trying to just, again, negotiate through the carnage. It's a field, a swarm of senior Rotax karts here, there, and everywhere. So that spatial awareness and that racecraft is paramount if you want to succeed, if you want to swim and not sink in this field. Jack West setting the pace with a 46.72. Cian Geraghty now ahead. There's a move to the inside. That's, I think, Adam Wooden on the inside of Harrison Crowther in the fight for 3rd place. Cian Geraghty in the 79 trying to work his way the long way around of a couple of karts. Does so indeed. Very nicely done to capitalise on that. Needs to really make the most of this because otherwise Jack West will be controlling the championship. Cian Geraghty really needs to pick up some good points. So too does Ewan Charman after a success at Wilton Mill. With 2 wins, a 2nd and a 3rd in the final. He needs to reignite his championship charges. Of course, on the back of the helmet, he'll probably hate me for saying this, there's a Charmander on the back of his helmet. Of course, Charmander, the Pokemon, looking, I thought it would look amazing. He said he got the mick taken out of him for it, but side by side nonetheless going in towards the opening corner. The 31 of Harrison Crowther trying to keep Wooden at bay. This is involving multiple cars all the way back to the 27 of Joshua Turnbull. Then comes Neo Clark, Gabe Fairbrother, John Brown as well. Ewan Charman has fallen out of the top 10. So too has Cian Geraghty. He's down in 11th place. So not where they want to be fighting by any stretch of the imagination. Of course, in a field of 34 karts, not bad going to be just outside the top 10. But when you've already boasted 3 wins this season, one of them being a final win for Geraghty, you really want to be fighting towards the sharp end, and that consistency is really going to help propel him towards the front of the championship. Jack West, though, seems to be really, really strong. It was a strong weekend at Wilton. It's a strong weekend here at Dunkeswell. A slight dip last time out of Larkhall, but you can forgive the conditions, maybe getting it wrong in terms of the tyre choices there. But he's in control of this race. Tristan Rene looking good to maybe capitalise and actually tip Cian Geraghty to 2nd place in the championship as well. As we really need to start thinking about that into the final 3 rounds of this championship. And it's a huge domino effect into the hairpin. Number of karts being nudged wide, forced wide there. I'm not entirely sure as to who outbroke themselves. Could well have been maybe Freddie Ingram, just got a little bit too ambitious on the brakes. Tristan Rene, though, I think has closed the gap to Jack West. We'll see them, of course, as they go over the line. They break the beam, and the gap stays as it was. Look at that train of karts. Any one of them can find some moves to the inside if they're brave enough. Keane Geraghty back inside the top 10 now, a little bit further back. Adam Wooden dropping back from what was second place on the grid now to fighting in P9, and that just shows the power of rhythm. Stuck on the outside line. We saw it with Max Jolly in the minis as well. If you're stuck on the outside line, Edward Matthews in the 177s as well, if you get caught on the outside line, starting P2 is actually one of the worst places you can start, funnily enough, because you just get muscled wide by anyone on the inside, you lose your rhythm, you lose that momentum, you just get swallowed up by the pack, and then it takes you a lap or two to really sort of compose yourself, get yourself back into the rhythm of things, and then start working your way forwards to the place that you arguably should already be based on your starting position. A couple of wobbly nose cones, not entirely sure as to if there's going to be any drop downs. We have had a couple over the course of today thus far. A couple of warnings coming in as well. Harrison Crowthers, oh, we've got a spin as well going into turn number 1. That's the 69 machine. That's Freddie Ingram. He's had a bit of a problem going through turn number 1. Able to get back going again, but because of just how tightly packed the field is, loses out quite big because of it. There's William Antrobus under pressure from Gabe Fairbrother, trying to find a way through his Fairbrother. Maybe the switchback is on through this long hairpin. Brings you into this S section. So you're asking a lot. Contact warning as well for Freddie Ingram. So some black and whites being shown for a lot of this field. Thinking there, Gabe Fairbrother tapping the side of his helmet saying, let's work together. Jack West though with the fast lap, a 46.3 dead, a tenth of a second quicker than Tristan Rene in second place. Slowly but surely bridging that gap. Look to the inside though, the 347. Adam Wooden started on the front row, fighting to stay inside the top 10 and maximise what he can out of this race, minimise the damage. Jack Lilly, though, sets the fast lap of the race, showcasing his pace. Should he have had a bit more fortune today. He's at the moment 6th place in the championship after all of today's action and arguably should be a lot higher. Gabe Fairbrother versus William Antrobus, up over the curb to hang on to that position as Antrobus, but that nose cone does not look too attached at the front. Eight minutes plus a lap. Still to go to end off the day. Round number 3 here at Dunkeswell comes down to this. Jack West bridging that gap, nearly now a second back to Tristan Rene, who's not quite got an answer really to the 192. Towards the hairpin. And again, a prime overtaking opportunity. You can see there the number 5 of Gabe Fairbrother really using it as an opportunity to get close to William Antrobus, but not close enough to go for the move itself. Sounds amazing as they fly underneath the camera there. Of course, the 2-stroke Rotax engines revving very, very highly. The drivers need to be mindful of things like that. That's the 37 and an off with the S plate as well. That's Max Taylor versus Jack Baker. That was an off in the fight for P11. So that's going to promote a couple of people up a couple of places. Yellow flags, of course, being flown in that particular section. They need to get them off the track and into the infield section. That's going to be their day done, unfortunately. That promotes Lilly up into P11 from 13th. So making some good progress, actually, from the back of the field. Up 9 places from 22nd on the grid. Half the race still to go. They're side by side going into the complex. 31 holding firm. Harrison Crowther, that's the fight for the podium. Antrobus and Fairbrother both want it. Fairbrother's not got the message with Antrobus. He's been eyeing up that move for laps and laps, and through goes John Brown as well. The gap opened up. Keane Geraghty trying to capitalise, and it's disaster for William Antrobus. He trusted the wrong person there. Pointed forward to try and catch Crowther. Fairbrother found his way through. John Brown found his way through. Antrobus now drops to 6th. Through the right, then the left, and straight on into the pit lane. Who's that making their way in? We'll update you as soon as we can, of course, as to who that is. It could well be Joshua Turnbull, I think it is. Into the pit lane and out of this race, side by side. Antrobus getting his way back through on John Brown, muscling the car to the outside of turn number 1. That fight continues all the way through. Keane Geraghty under pressure from the 347 of Adam Wooden. 5 minutes plus the lap still to go. Side by side now for the podium. Harrison Crowther under pressure from Gabe Fairbrother. As there you can see the 27 of Joshua Turnbull into the pit lane. But the fight for the podium rages on. The 31, Crowther, leading the 05. Fairbrother being very, very aggressive. We've seen drivers no strangers to some aggressive moves. You've got to be at Dunkeswell. Reports of it being so tight and twisty that it is difficult to overtake. Hasn't seemed that way at all. We've had overtakes here, there and everywhere. Defensive masterclasses all day long. Has the acceleration gone in favour of Gabe Fairbrother, who now has to defend in towards turn number 1 to cover off the move from William Antrobus. John Brown trying to get involved as well. 4 karts, nose to tail, even more in the background as well. The fight for the podium still on. Keane Garrity trying to hold off Adam Wooden. He wants to be focusing forward. Still 4 minutes left to go. Still plenty of opportunities. And the car taking off there, nearly front wheel to rear wheel, nudging the 31 wide. Gabe Fairbrother, despite the momentary wheelie, finds his way through into 3rd place. Caught me by surprise there. On the exit, just probably caught Fairbrother off by surprise as well. The front end of the car sort of leaping up. In the end, though, was enough still to find a way through into the podium place. Now has he got the pace to get away? Gabe Fairbrother hasn't taken a final podium. His final results have been 20th and 15th. He's taken a win in a heat. He's taken a podium in a heat, but not in a final. Not even in a... no, he had a podium in a super heat, but he's never won, even in a super heat. But a podium in a final would mean so much to the 05. That side by side, we've almost got a NASCAR style through the hairpin. Side by side, multiple karts deep. Antrobus now on the back of Crowther, whose I think hope of getting onto the podium is going to be short-lived. There's the 4-2-1. I think that could well have been Ewan Sharman. It is indeed getting up onto the curb. Fairbrother is now gone, and you can see just how intentful that point there was from William Antrobus to Harrison Crowther, saying, let's go get him if we can. Do not defend, drive fast, I'm not going to overtake. It's a swarm of karts towards turn number 1. Who puts their kart where as they race their way through turn number 1? 3 minutes plus the lap. About 5 laps left to go here at Dunkeswell to end the day. Jack West in control. Rene in no man's land, just in behind. 11 seconds clear, the pair of them from this battle. The 12 nearly put into the wall there. Did not want to back out by any means. Rachel Robertson doing a brilliant job, nearly getting herself inside the top 10. We've also got Amelia Nelson as well, not too far off. I think home hero, trying to work her way up into the top 10, and very, very possible with just how crazy this race has been. Couple of drop downs as well to go with it. So penalties still to process the results of this race. 2 minutes and a lap still to go. The 26 there hung out wide. That's Marcus King now back into the top 10. Neo Clark does work his way up into 6th place as well. Gabe Fairbrother, I think, is long gone up in front. He's been able to bridge a couple of seconds of a gap. Jack Lilly up now into 7th place from 15, up 15 from 22nd on the field. What a race that has been. What a recovery that has been from Jack Lilly. Keane Garrity has dropped back to 9th place. Not the race that he'd have wanted by any means. Not been the day here at Dunkeswell. Struggled all weekend long. He's not really... I mean, he finished on the podium yesterday in Heat 2, but today is just not proven to be good. And again, once you're stuck in that mid-pack, in that swarm of karts, it's hard to then get the traction to find your way through. Easy to get bogged down in a battle. These two most definitely aren't going to be, though. It's the 28, Neo Clark, now in behind Jack Lilly, who's got a drop down, though. That nose cone not looking good. So they want to work together to bridge a 5-second gap to get that position, not only on the road, but also on the timing sheet. Keane Garrity needs to stay with him because there could well still be a couple of opportunities coming his way. Moving very aggressively there, going into that bus stop chicane, covering off the inside very late, a couple of drivers. 30 seconds plus the lap. 2 laps left then to go at the line. Oh no, 2 laps left to go now. 1 lap to go at the line. There's Tristan Rene, the 2nd place man. And you can see that is the gap. We'll just wait for them. There they are now. That's Gabe Fairbrother now making his way through. Then comes William Antrobus, who's got the pace to stay with him, but definitely seems that Gabe Fairbrother has got the measure Joshua Turnbull as well with a meatball flag a couple of minutes ago for a rear bumper infringement. I think that's why we saw him come into the pit lane a few laps ago. There is an off as well. There's the 24 of Roby. There's also Lewis Merica, who started a little bit further down the field and is now out of this race. So the track ticks to 0. And am I seeing red flags out in force? I am indeed. So the final race of the day ends under a red flag. I think it's because we've got too many karts on the infield. Another driver has gone off as well, still sat in the kart at the second hairpin. So that's going to call the race. Jack West will take victory here at Dunkeswell, and very deservedly so. He has done the sweep. The only driver this weekend to win all of his races. Tristan Rene in second, Gabe Fairbrother in third. From William Antwerp and Harrison Crowther, of course, pending any drop-downs and penalties applied for incidents that have come their way. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That has brought the day to a halt. We got to the timer ticking 0. We didn't get our extra lap. Jack West is a winner in the UKC in 2025. He came close at Wilton Mill. He was nowhere at Lark Hall, but his pace today has been undisputed. He leads the championship going into the second half of the season. Tristan Rene, though, will hold firm in second place in the championship ahead of Gabe Fairbrother, William Antwerp, who was fighting all the way to the end for that final place on the podium, Harrison Crowther, Jack Lilly and Neo Clark. Cian Geraghty, championship leader coming into this round, will leave in third. Adam Wooden from John Brown, the top 10. Angus Scrivener from Marcus King, Amelia Nelson and Ewan Charm in the top 14, from Freddie Ingram and Jack Gillingham in 16th. Reece Bale from Rachel Robertson, who almost managed to work her way inside the top 10, will finish 18th from Ben Donkin and David Mitchell. Ben Donkin doing a good job from the Repage. Kieran Ives, Dominic Darling up 12 places from the final place on the field up to 22nd. Nathan Smith, Harry Hertz-Grover and Alexander Cole. Ethan Critchley, Lewis Merica from Alex Moody, Miles Roby and Joshua Turnbull, the top 30. Behind that, Max Taylor, Jack Baker, Louis Harvey, I should say, the 33, and Braden Hill in 34th and final place in this race. Emergency ambulance making their way around the circuit to go and check on the driver out in circuit, just make sure they're okay. Of course, that'll bring an end to the race. Racing anyway, this is our last race of the day. Round number 3 here at Dunkeswell for the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025. What a day it has been. The Super Heats, then into the finals, was absolutely incredible. I mean, the mini inters were amazing. The junior Rotax were amazing. The seniors, all the way up until the stoppage, were amazing. They are all down there with Kev. Of course, we'll jump down to him as soon as, of course, he is ready. 1, 2 and 3, though, lining themselves up and nearly got left hanging there to Gabe Fairbrother by the race winner of Jack West. All of them, though, should be very, very proud of themselves. There is Jack West. You can see them downhauling racing kit. As we'll run through the highlights of the final race of the day. Towards turn number 1, and of course a quick look over the shoulder for Jack West. He was able to hold firm, but Tristan Rene from third place, muscling Adam Wooden, who was stuck on the outside through turn number 1. And well, he dropped down to what was 4th place initially. Moves being made throughout the field as well. A couple of moves going into the boot section for the opening lap through this long left, then into the subsequent long right. A couple of cars already on the opening lap found themselves off. It was Louis Harvey and as well the 88 that found themselves off and didn't get very far in this race whatsoever. No weather to worry about for the senior Rotaxes this weekend at Dunkeswell. They had their fair share earlier on. They had full drive throughout the entirety of their super final. And it was chaos all the way through. Swarms of karts here, there, and everywhere throughout the duration of the race. But it was Jack West that was able to command the lead. Tristan Rene gave him a good battle in terms of best lap times, weren't separated by too much. That sheer consistency allowed Jack West to bridge a bit of a gap. Behind, though, it was a different story. You had William Antwerp, you had Gabe Fairbrother fighting to get past Harrison Crowther in the fight for the podium. The 57 found his way in terms of a defence, at least momentarily. It was then Gabe Fairbrother that eventually found a way through and had to get stuck behind the 31. In fact, well, tried to go over the 31 in the end, though. A tap wide, forcing the 31 to go in deep. He very cheekily found his way up into the podium and did not look back at all throughout the rest of the race. Was then able to consolidate that podium in 3rd place. Of course, it was a very tricky race for the entirety of the field. Everyone incredibly, incredibly close. A battle of attrition and stamina throughout the entirety of the 40 minutes, plus the lap that we didn't get, unfortunately. But back down to Kev, who I think might well be ready in a couple of moments. Let's head for the final podium interviews of the day.
So I'm with our third place man here, Gabe Fairbrother. Gabe, you've got to be pleased with that. Back on the podium, it's where we've seen you before.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've gone through a dry spell in karting without a podium, and it's just really good to get the Ultimate R team a podium again, especially with the win from Bucky in the junior race. Yeah, I'm really pleased with it. I mean, we've worked hard this weekend. We had a bit of an unlucky race in race 1, which resulted us in getting involved in a crash which wasn't anything to do with us. So to come back with a P3 over the weekend, it's amazing, especially with the jump in between car racing and karting. It's so hard to adapt. So yeah, I'm really pleased with P3, and I hope the team are as well.
Yeah, and you should be, quite rightly so. And a strong super final from you there, just starting back on row 6 in 14th, and you brought it home in the podium. A lot of overtaking to get done for you there, so well done.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, Mansell's such a hard track to overtake round, so to come out on P3 from P14 is amazing, so really good weekend.
Who would you like to thank? Who's made it possible?
I'd like to thank Ultimate R mainly, my mum and dad, Oran Security, HCS the Pro Service Company, Position 1 Management, Dorma Carver Service Partners, and all the people who sponsor me.
Well done, thanks Gabe. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on. Let's get our second place man up here then, Tristan Rennie. Great contender, rather competitor, always a strong contender. Tristan, great to see you back here, mate, on the podium once again. A strong race, but Jack was just a little bit too far down the road.
Yeah, me and Jack kind of got away at the start, created a bit of a gap, and the whole race I was just trying to chase him down, to be honest. He was just that 1-2 tenths too quick.
Yeah, he was, and the trouble is once you get a bit of a lead out here, you can carry that speed. It's hard to overtake, isn't it?
Yeah, especially being in behind someone as well with the heat. It overheats the engines and it becomes really hard to get the power out the corners, but it's quite a good feeling not having pressure from behind and just focusing on trying to catch Jack.
Well, I'm just looking at your results here this season so far. Great to see you on the podium, and a big jump from a 17th in the opening round, 7th in the second round. Here we are second, so things are going in the right direction.
Yeah, we've had a great weekend, to be honest. I think we've been second in every single race we've done this weekend, but yeah, we're good for the points, and I think we're third in the championship now, which is good.
Yeah, really good. Championship points is what it's all about. Who's made it possible?
Ben York on the tools, he's been brilliant all weekend. Kraft, my mum and dad, Luke and Lewis and the team, they're brilliant, and Potenza for the racing engines.
Fantastic. Well done, mate. Always good to talk to you. We'll see you for podiums later on.
Thank you.
There he goes, your second place man, Tristan Rennie. Top driver, but going slightly better this weekend than Jack West for Dan Holland Racing. Jack, great to see you, mate. What a weekend you've had.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend. We've been able to come out with really good results, managed to clean sweep the weekend, so I think we go into Rower now leading the championship.
We get quite used to looking out onto the kart track and seeing the DHR colours out in front, and like you say, you've clean sweeped it this weekend, so everything behind the scenes must have gone well for you.
Yeah, it's been really good. You know, I think Daryl, you know, it's been really good for this weekend. Aidan, my mechanic, we've all kind of done our part. I've fixed my driving, and now it's kind of, we're fast again.
You're fast again, yeah. Looking at the opening 2 rounds, you were 6th at Wilton, you were 11th at Larkhill, top step this time, so it's all fallen into place. Well done.
Yeah, it's been really good. I think Larkhill was just a mix of bad luck. We just broke down a couple times, but yeah, I mean, back on the top step.
Well done, mate. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it possible?
I'd like to thank my dad, Aidan Lee, Daryl, Dan Holland, Russ, and everyone at Time Engines.
Jack, congratulations. We'll see you for podiums a little bit later on.
Thank you.
So there he goes then, Jack West, your senior Rotax winner, rounding out the final super final win of the weekend here then at Dunkeswell. That is the end of our live stream. Thanks to you for watching wherever you're sat in the world right now. We started this morning with viewers in Africa, in America, in Australia, on holiday in the Costa del Sol. So mums, dads and granddads, wherever you've been watching, thanks ever so much. I've been Kev Harris down here in the pit and paddock. Zach Sweeney's been up on commentary, and James and his team from Alpha Live have been bringing you all of the pictures all around the circuit, and it's little Herbie holding the camera here. So thanks to him for doing a great job down here as well. Our next round then, Rowra, round 4, 26th and 27th of July is when you will join UKC action once again, so please do tune in then. And in the meantime, follow us on all our social media, of course. You can see us at the Ultimate Karting Championship on Instagram. It's been another great weekend of karting, so enjoy what you're getting up to for your rest of the evening. But for now, for myself, Kev Harris here in Devon. See ya.